Retreat meeting to order this February 16th, 2022. And call to order. Pete. Here. David.
Here.
Doug. Here. Albert. Here. And Melissa.
Here.
All right, that being said, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, that being said, I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Shane Fox. Mr. Fox, good morning.
Good morning. It is Wednesday, so it's been a long 2 days, and hopefully we'll wrap up a third day with a lot of progress I think we've had. Stopped into a local store last night to grab something, and the lady asked me how my week was going, and I said, good, I'm glad it's almost over. And she said, it's Tuesday. That happened, and I said, it's almost over. So good morning. For everybody at home, we did change the agenda up a little bit from yesterday to today with one item in particular. We'll start this morning with traffic and pedestrian safety. We have Police Chief here to speak to that matters along with Brad Swift. Then we'll go into all things planning with Kevin Rothrock, our 2024 comprehensive plan update, talking about kind of the timeline and what that'll look like going into 2023. Downtown zoning and outdoor seating discussion. Then we'll have a town council update. That's something that I'll lead, kind of refresher as much as an orientation and refresher of Chapter 2 within our code of ethics, that type of thing, and open discussion as we move forward some best practices into the new year between the town council and the town staff. Lunch will be in-house today. Then we'll have our stakeholder presentations after lunch. Not sure what order exactly we're going in. We'll have the VRCA, Historical Society, and the Village Foundation giving about a 15-minute each presentation. And then after that, we'll talk about 2022 and beyond, things we've been talking about the last 2 days and things we'll talk about this morning, and hopefully putting those in some type of prioritization order as we look not only next year, but the next 10 years or 20 years down the road. So I, again, say thank you to the same people I've been saying thank you to. Thank you to all of you all for being here. Did read a couple articles last night. I'll mention one was talking about an upcoming one-day retreat, so I thought that was good. So we beat them by 2 on that one. And then thank you to the staff as always, Hillary, Thomas, all the department heads, everyone for putting all this together every day, all the breakfast, all the lunch, all the dinners, everything that's been put in front of you takes a whole lot of effort. Technology, everything that you see here takes someone to do it. So I appreciative of that. Other article I mentioned before I turn it over to Chief, I saw this last night. I thought the timing of this probably could not have been better. And if I take anybody's thunder back there, but it was in the High Country Press yesterday, if y'all saw that. 2021 was the deadliest year in over 2 decades on North Carolina roads. So if y'all saw that, it came out Sunday night. I apologize, but talks about for the last decade, every year has been increasing in number of traffic fatalities, pedestrian and traffic fatalities. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Chief. We're going to start with you, or Mr. Swift. Turn it over to Chief Aaron Miller.
Good morning again.
Good morning, Chief.
Before he's pulling up the PowerPoint. Yes. I did want to take just a moment to recap this last year. This is the time of year that I have an opportunity to speak to you and tell you about all the things, some of the highlights of the things we've been doing. A few things to report to you. We are full staffed currently. We have a new employee that's in field training. She just started last week, but we are full staffed. And when we talk about our staffing, one thing that I'm very pleased to report is that our overall experience level over the past, 10 years since I've been at the police department or something, our overall experience level has increased dramatically. So we have a STEP program. We have senior police officers, master police officers, and then sergeants you can achieve. And that's, you achieve those ranks through training and experience. all but 2 of our police officers now have achieved at least the rank of senior police officer. So that's just tremendous that in our department, they've been able to, we've been able to get the experience level up, we've been able to get these officers a lot of training, and that's one of the things that we do an awful lot in our department is training. A couple other things that we've done that I think are kind of remarkable. We're one of the few departments, until we hired a new employee a week ago, every officer in our department had received crisis intervention training. That's a training that law enforcement tries to get. Crisis intervention is a big topic nationwide. It deals with mental health emergencies and things like that. So for all of our officers to be crisis intervention certified was a huge goal. Took a long time to achieve, but I'm very proud of that. A couple other things that we accomplished last year, or one major thing we accomplished last year, was our risk review for the league. And I know our meeting had to go virtual, so we weren't all in the room for that presentation, but the risk review through the League of Municipalities, number one, it'll lower our insurance premium for our liability insurance. But that risk review, they go through our department, they looked at our policies and procedures, made sure that all of our policies and procedures were in line with best practice. They did some ride-alongs with officers and asked them some questions. They looked at our building security, and just a whole lot of things went into that. That was about 2 years' worth of work to get our policies up where they should be. It was a lot of retraining of some officers on new policies and procedures. So it was a lot of work, but I was very, very proud that we were able to get that risk review completed. We're one of the only police departments, I think in the high country right now that have completed that. We've also completed a risk review through the state of North Carolina on our use of force policies. They're going to start broadening their scope of what they look at in police departments, but the first thing they looked at was use of force policies, and we're in compliance with best practices with the state in our use of force policies. So we're pleased. We've got a lot of good things going on. So one of the things that we obviously talk about and deal with a lot is traffic and pedestrian safety. These slides, some of you may have already seen. This is the same slides that I presented a few months ago. So this first slide, I just wanted to talk a little bit about where our time goes, what time consumption for the police department looks like. And in the dark color in the front, those are the things that we really don't have any control over. We have to go on our calls for service. We have to investigate crimes. We have special events that we have to work and we have to be at, and we have a tremendous amount of required training now. Training that's required through the state and other things. We don't have any choice. We have to spend our manpower doing those things. When we're not doing those things, then we can concentrate on these other things that are in the background. We try to do a lot of foot patrols in the business area, some crime prevention there. Residential crime prevention is huge, especially in our community where we have, in the wintertime particularly, we have communities that are not very densely populated in the wintertime. So those are prime targets for thieves that may want to come through. So we do a lot of residential crime prevention. That includes our Home Watch program and some other things that we go out and do. Community policing activities and programs, our public education, public relations activities, and then also our traffic safety enforcement. So you can see that our limited amount of time is, it's divided out pretty thin. So that's what we do with our time. Staffing, we have 13 full-time officers. 10 officers are assigned to patrol. 7 of our officers out of the 10, or out of 13, are radar certified. So once an officer comes out of basic law enforcement training for the state, if they're new, then they have to go through field training with us. So basic law enforcement training now just went up again. It's, I don't know how many hours. You know, Brad, how many hours that is? It's 6 months. So they go through 6 months of training for the state. Then they come to us. They do a minimum of 12-week in-service training, field training program with us. And then sometime over the course of the next 2 years, as quickly as we can work it in, find a school and send them, they'll get radar certified. So it takes a new officer a couple of years before they're certified to operate a radar. So that's important to know. Here's our traffic volume. These numbers come from the DOT traffic counts that they have published on their website. You can look those up. 321 south of the Parkway, you can see that there's 16,000 cars per day average traveling through there. 11,000 cars per day in between the two ends of Main Street, and you can see the total, 2,816 estimated vehicles traveling on 321 through Blowing Rock. We have a radar sign, you may see it out there periodically, we move it around. One thing, I think I reported, we have 2 new radar signs. Those will be installed on each end of the 321 bypass permanently. The poles are already up. We were kind of waiting on the bad weather to pass before we stick those things up there and risk getting the salt and things on those brand new radar signs, but those are ready to go. But we have one radar sign that we move around and we collect data for that radar sign. So we put it out there. By our numbers, we think that there's probably 2,200 people going more than 35 miles per hour down the bypass per day. Huge, huge number. Traffic stops last year and this year ended November 1st. This was through the end of October, from November 1st to October. We stopped 1,893 vehicles. I think now it's up to 2,200 vehicles through the end of December. And I already talked about the amount of radar signs. One thing that I wanted to note, when I was doing some research for this meeting, Shane asked me to look at some historical records and see what it looked like now versus 20 years ago. We had some trouble looking at some of our historical data because when we moved our communications around, a lot of that data was lost and that kind of thing. But over the last about 12 years or so, 10 years, our traffic stops, even though I have a goal, I've never met our goal. I think I've told you before, my goal is about 3,000 stops per year. I've never been able to attain that, mostly because of turnover and that sort of thing, and the length of the time it takes me to get people radar certified. But as I looked at the historical data, I saw that our number of traffic stops have remained relative. They went up a little bit, but they've remained fairly flat for the last several years. And the reason they've remained relatively flat is because we really haven't added any resources to try to combat that. So that's how many traffic stops we did last year. That's just an example of some of the data that we collect from our speed signs and how we use that data. We can break it down in all kinds of different ways, generate different kinds of reports. We use these reports to help us determine what's going on out on the highway. This is just one report from 321 South Florida Furniture Gallery. This was a 6-day time period. And as you can see in that 6-day time period, we do have speeders. The speeders are in the yellow, the low risk, and low risk would be from 35 to 45 miles per hour. Medium risk would be from 45 miles per hour to 55 miles per hour. Anything over 55 miles per hour will be in high risk. So as you can see, looking at those charts, we didn't have any medium or high risk. I think there's couple little dots up at the top, maybe 1 or 2 vehicles. But basically, all of our speeding during this particular 6-day period was all low-risk speeders from 35 to 45 miles per hour. So I think that's a good thing. Yes, we have speeders, but all of our speeders, most of our speeders are falling within that low-risk category. Traffic crash data, 28 crashes on Valley Boulevard. And I even did a little average out there for you. So that's, if you look at 2,800,000 and some cars per year, then you can see that number. There's a lot of zeros in front of that 99%. So our traffic crashes are extraordinarily low by anybody's standard. 5 of those 28 crashes happened at the Speedway. We know we have a little turning issue at the Speedway. We're going to be working with the DOT to try to see if we can make some changes down there. Got a lot of rear-end collisions in front of the Speedway. Only on 7 of these 28 crashes was speed indicated on the accident report as a factor in that crash. There were 3 persons transported to the hospital with injuries and 0 life-threatening injuries or fatalities. So the safety out on the highway, it's an extraordinarily safe highway, 2,800,000 and some cars per year, and this is all of the crashes. We had no serious or life-threatening injuries, so I think that's a good number, good figures. So that was all of the data about speeding and traffic out on 321. Sergeant Swift, he's one of the officers that's attained the rank of sergeant through training and experience. He's the officer that's assigned to the school. He's our school resource officer, in case you don't know him. But he recently attended some training, police finance training, and I've asked him if he would to come this morning and talk to you a little bit about manpower calculations and what the standard is and how we determine how many people we need in the police department. So, Sergeant, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see y'all. It's an honor to come speak before you. A little bit about me. I've gotten the opportunity over the past couple years to really get to know some of you. Some of you, it's the first time I've ever met you today. I have a total of 17 years' experience in law enforcement. My first 11 years were spent with Boone Police Department. I got out of full-time law enforcement, but maintained a reserve status with App State. And then I went back full-time with them for a handful of years, and then the job for the school here in Blowing Rock came open, and I applied and was graciously hired for that. And I've been in Blowing Rock now since April of 2020. So kind of some experience that I bring to the table as I get ready to present this. When I was with Boone Police, my main focus, my career focus as I got training and moved forward in my career there was all about traffic enforcement. After 2 years of just regular patrol, I applied and was accepted onto the traffic enforcement team that Boone Police has. From there, I was afforded the chance to go to traffic crash schools to learn how to investigate accidents, radar certified. And as a member of a traffic enforcement team, my job every single day, the best way I can put it is that I was a highway patrolman in a Boone uniform. I did nothing but write tickets and work wrecks and enforce traffic laws, while all the other patrol officers I worked with were answering normal calls. Our duties were specifically for traffic. And it's a great job. I loved it. And I had a great passion for it. But in those years that I did that, there was a handful of years, and I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I'm trying to show you kind of where I come from. A handful of those years as a traffic enforcement officer, I led our department, and I think one year our whole county for DWI arrests. And because I worked days and nights, I rotated back and forth. But on average there, of course, Boone being a little bigger, a little busier, it was nothing for the traffic enforcement officers to be writing 500-600 tickets a year by themselves. So that being said, as the chief already said, I got the chance last year to go to a police budgeting class, and part of that budgeting class for police managers was about manpower needs and how to come up with these things. And there's many methods of manpower needs and how to determine it. But the kind of the national model that everyone typically goes with is based on population. And it's the easiest one. So the population of Blowing Rock, of course, is roughly 1,400 permanent residents. That's year-round. This is their permanent home. And according to our Chamber of Commerce, our annual visitor population is about 2.8 million a year. I was kind of shocked at that, but I fully agree with that number. So the conservative assumption for us is on any given day in Blowing Rock, there's approximately 10,000 people here. That is a very conservative number, and I'll show you that in just a minute. I'm using whole numbers, so when we get to this in a minute, you'll see it's easy to do the math with these whole big round numbers. So the DOT website states that the traffic on Highway 321 is approximately 11,000 vehicles per day, which our radar sign that we put out supports this number also. So when we're determining manpower, population, as I've said, is the easiest way to do that. And based on population, which is the typical means of our measurement for nationwide, we look at these, FBI did a study in 2019 that involved every jurisdiction across the entire nation. It's laid out by state and then by city. So you can go, and I've put the links here, you can go and look at these numbers, but according to their report, of full-time law enforcement employees, the national average was 2.2 officers per 1,000 people. And then in North Carolina, the average was 2.4 officers per 1,000 people. So just in your head, you could see that if we have an average of 10,000 people a day, you would be looking at 22 officers full-time to be able to service that many people daily. And the North Carolina average, you get close, 24. That's a lot. But if we look at the average jurisdiction that is comparable to ours, in the FBI's report, you'll find that they're not hitting that average of 2.2. They're in the neighborhood of 1.5. 1.5 officers per 1,000 for like jurisdictions that are comparable to Blowing Rock. Population size, all these things. So this number, that 1.5, is a more accurate depiction of our jurisdiction, of our needs here than that national or state average. And as I've said, you're looking at 22 to 24 officers full-time if you go based on the national average. I think that far exceeds what our needs in Blowing Rock are. But the 1.5 kind of lands. Now, what I did was I went through all of North Carolina, and I found a city that was as comparable to Blowing Rock as I could find. And awesome, it's Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. I love that about Blowing Rock, too, that we're like a beach or a resort town, a tourist town. It's awesome. But looking at Atlantic Beach and Blowing Rock, the population is nearly the same. They're around 1,500, we're around 1,400. We have a high tourist a number of visitors that come here. They have many seasonal residents just like we do. Their tourists and their seasonal population increases, of course, in the spring and summer. They're a beach town. Where our tourist and seasonal is a longer period of time. Just in the couple years that I've worked at Blowing Rock, it seems that April and May are about the only time that the numbers kind of get a little lower. But all those other months, you've got your summer, all your residents coming in for the summer. And then once summer goes on, you got your leaf lookers coming in the fall. That leads into the ski season and winter. And that goes all the way up through March. And then we get this little lull where numbers are still high, but not as high. Where their tourist population is a little smaller window of time there. Currently right now, Atlantic Beach has 16 full-time officers. And they list that 15 of their 16 are what we call call takers. Now, you're going to hear me say call takers a couple times. What that means is that this is an officer who listens to the radio and responds to calls on a normal basis. This is a person that dispatch will send out to a call. In our department, we have 13 full-time officers right now, but only 10 are call takers. So the exception there is our chief of police, our administrative lieutenant, and myself, the SRO at the school. We do not take calls, but there are times when it is not out of the ordinary to see our chief responding to a wreck or responding to an alarm because all the other officers are busy doing something else. So it does happen. So if the conservative assumption, that assumed population of 10,000 a day, if we put that number to Atlantic Beach also, because they're so like us, you'll find that 1.5 per 1,000, they're hitting the mark with 15 call takers. They're right where they need to be. And their average, that CFS, that means calls for service. These are when people call the police department and they need an officer to come to their location and somebody has to be dispatched. Their call for service is 38,000. That's a rough estimate in that number. And that's assuming that they report the same way that Blowing Rock Police Department does, that they log down all these different things that officers are doing. It's not just, somebody calls for an officer to come. These are foot patrols, checking businesses, checking alarms, doing property checks. All that stuff that gets logged with dispatch, it becomes a call for service. It gets a CFS number. So with us, if we do the 1.5 per 1,000 number, it shows that we are understaffed by 5 officers with that calculation as it stands. We're looking at call takers, people that can respond to calls and would normally do that. And last year, our CFS, our calls for service, was roughly 28,000 calls for officers to make. So this number now, Atlantic Beach, I contacted them. I talked to people with the tourism board. I talked to people with the town, the finance officer, all these different people. And they sent me this. They did a study in 2020 for their town. And this is just to show you that conservative number that we're coming up with. That 29,560 is the number that they determined that on any given night in their peak season, that many people can be in their jurisdiction staying. Like I said, tourist town, they're averaging at 2.4 people are there on average, but that number increases to about six people per resident during peak season. And I think that number is closer to where we're at too. That 10,000 is a very low number. We are probably more in the area of 20,000 per day in our peak seasons. So I just wanted to share this with you and show you that this is kind of where we get the comparisons from in their study that they did last year. So now we look, and the stats that I have here are the exact same ones that the chief's already shown you. This our average traffic count, how many wrecks we've had, and the severity of those wrecks. I can tell you that we're blessed that number at the bottom is a 0. Because it takes a lot when you have a fatality in your jurisdiction to work that wreck. And we've had some severe accidents, but thankfully that number's 0. But these other numbers here, and while they're good, 28 total for the whole year of 2021, we can still decrease that number with the right things. Because traffic enforcement ultimately is about safety on the highway, decreasing the chance of someone getting killed. And as young officers, I remember when I was a young officer, I didn't really understand the concept. I thought that getting out there and writing tickets and enforcing traffic laws was just, we had something to do. It showed that we were working. But particularly on Highway 105 coming into Boone, it's a dangerous roadway. And I worked a fatality on that roadway years ago. And they decreased the speed limit for the entire thing after that wreck. So it's 35 from the beginning of Boone's jurisdiction all the way to the red light at Wendy's. And we saturated that roadway with officers every day writing tickets and enforcing traffic laws. And the number of wrecks, and I don't have the full figure, this was years ago, but all those wrecks decreased significantly. And we didn't have a fatality on that roadway since we started doing that. So it does make a difference, and traffic enforcement is a big deal. So, of course, as the chief already showed you, we did conduct 1,893 traffic stops for the year. That number is significantly low, but as he's already shown you, the major and time consumers that we have for 10 officers that are assigned as call takers, we're getting complaints still coming in for speeding throughout the town, along with other traffic violation complaints that we get. Speeding is just the one everybody thinks about. But we're getting a ton of those complaints, and we are addressing them. We've got the permanent signs we're putting up. We got officers out there trying to work times, but these officers have all these other things that they have to do. Calls for service, criminal investigation, special events and training. Those are major time consumers for us. And then you have all your crime prevention for your business and residential areas. These are foot patrols, getting out and walking through the town, being seen, checking properties and things at night, residences and houses. And we also, we're community police officers. We are very fortunate that we live in an area that we can get out and just talk to people. And since coming to Blowing Rock, it seemed like the more that the nation cried out, defund the police, it seemed like Blowing Rock was all about the police. And they were so supportive, and I, for one, was very thankful for that. But that's all that relationship comes from community policing. So I almost want to move that to a major time consumer, because I personally do spend a lot of time, especially in the summer, on Main Street, talking to folks and being seen and just being there. But then you have here the traffic safety enforcement that does come into play, and our officers do. You listen to the radio on any given day, they're out there working traffic, they're stopping cars, they're making arrests or enforcing things. But the bottom line in this last line here is that without the addition of more people, more patrol officers, the needs are going to continue to grow. The complaints are going to continue to come in, but our capabilities will remain the same. Some days it's more than others. Some days we're stretched thin and our chief has to answer a call. I've had to come out of the school to help and assist before too. No problem in that. But to address some of the major complaints that we get from citizens, there's going to have to be, I guess, more manpower added, and our population numbers show us that we are understaffed currently. So, any questions for me?
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, Sergeant. Fantastic information. So back up one slide. We'll try to put some things, try to tie these things together. 1,893 traffic stops in 2020. We looked to some other agencies and did some comparisons. the Blowing Rock police officers stopped more vehicles than all the North Carolina Highway Patrol assigned to Watauga County collectively. We stopped more vehicles than the Boone Police Department did, and they're 3 times our size. So that number is a huge number for the staffing that we have. So I did want to make that clear. The number of calls for service that we take, our calls for service can be officer initiated or dispatched. Some of those things may be, it could be an officer getting out and checking a property. That counts as a call for service. It could be a traffic stop, it could be a 911 call, so there's a lot of things that go in there. But the number that we're throwing out right now, almost 30,000, is huge for a department our size. And just, I meant to bring it as a prop, but, you know, we did, one of the officers stopped one car about a month ago. That traffic stop became so complicated that we probably spent 50 man-hours so far on this investigation, most of which has just been processing evidence. We have a 3-ring binder, one of those huge 3-ring binders, that's just full of the paper evidence, copies of paper evidence from this one vehicle stop. So when we talk about a vehicle stop, you know, hopefully that vehicle stop, it's a speeding stop. The officer can probably knock out a ticket in 15 minutes and the driver's on their way. But a lot of our traffic stops, day before yesterday, I left our first day of retreat. I left here at 11 o'clock. By the time to run up to the office for a second, the officers had already had a felony drug arrest out of a routine traffic stop on 321. So that routine traffic stop, now it's a felony. They've got to process evidence. They have to do their paperwork, they have to do a prosecution summary, and then later on, they're going to spend a couple days in court. You know, so these are huge manpower drains and we're getting a lot. We don't publicize a lot of stuff that we're doing that's negative. That's on purpose. But the number of drugs and guns that we're taking out of cars out on the highway it's getting staggering. So we're doing a lot of that stuff, and it's very time consuming.
Is it fair to say you're seeing an increase
I think that's fair. I think,
with
yes.
those particular types of
Yes, I think that's true.
Aaron, you mentioned the state highway patrol. I've heard different numbers of how many patrol people are in the county at any one time. Can you give us a number to say?
I'm gonna guess a little bit. I think the last time that I think there were 6 or 7 troopers assigned to Watauga County. How many they have at one time working, I would be shocked if they had much more than one.
And so that's spread all through the county.
Through the county.
And so we might not see state person for a couple days or whenever. You never know.
Yeah, we never know. So there have been a couple of troopers that have been spending some time in Blowing Rock, and we appreciate that, appreciate their efforts. I think they've sort of realized that it's kind of easy pickings out there. If their numbers are low for the week, it's a good place to stop. So, but they do have the responsibility for patrolling the entire county. So bottom line is, we're kind of where we are. There's, without more resources, it's likely to say there's not going to be much increase in productivity because we just can't. We just don't have the resources. We did look at a grant from the state of North Carolina, the Governor's Highway Safety Program, for some traffic enforcement officers. The deadline for that grant was the end of January, so we had to go ahead and put the application in prior to retreat. But we did apply for that grant, and we're hoping, we asked for 4 traffic positions. We would hope to get maybe half of that. The problem that we have when we're competing for grants is our incredibly low crash numbers. You know, the state's reluctant to send resources to an area that has this low of a crash number. But we are working on that. If, with council's approval, that'll be in our budget. When we submit our budget, we are going to request 2 additional positions this year. We're going to request those positions. We won't know whether we get the grant or not until June, I'm told. So we're going to request those positions whether or not we get the grant. Some of the considerations with those grant-funded positions is it's very limited on what activity we can do. In order to try to improve our odds of getting the grant, we talked a lot about pedestrian safety on Main Street. So those officers, if they were to be grant-funded positions, the grant would pay 50% of the cost of those officers for 4 years. The grant would pay 100% of their vehicle and all the equipment they need, which is substantial. So the town basically would pay half of the salary cost for 4 years for those police officers if we were awarded the grant. Like I say, it's very narrow in scope what they can do. They can't answer routine calls for service or we're penalized financially. They can only do traffic enforcement, pedestrian safety. They are required to attend certain traffic safety pressers. What's the word I'm looking for when the governor gets everybody together? The word just left me, but the rollouts for the governor's highway safety programs that they have in Raleigh, things like that. They're required to attend those. They're required to do education programs. They're required to do DWI checkpoints and some things like that. But primarily all their activities would have to be traffic and safety related. So that's one of the things we're doing. Like I say, we have 2 new radar signs that we're ready to deploy as soon as we think we're through with the snow. And we'll be putting those numbers in front of you during the budget meetings. Yes.
So, this need for, would you say it's 5 traffic officers?
Well, if you look at the numbers that Sergeant Swift put up there, we're probably about 3 or 4 officers short of where we should be to be at that average, that national average level or the North Carolina average level. But we're only asking for 2 positions currently. We asked for a few more in the grant than what we expected to get. Asked for 4, hope to get 2. They might come back and say you get 4, I don't know, but I don't know if the town wants to fund 50% of 4 officers either, but.
I know that we, for some time, we were not fully staffed. Then, I think you started your presentation saying we are fully staffed. But we really aren't.
We have been for 2 weeks. Well, we're fully staffed with a number of FTEs that we currently have approved.
Okay.
We're understaffed as a department, but we don't have any more approved FTEs.
Gotcha.
And we're, I think the fire chief mentioned it the other day, talking about staffing and competition. We're in a highly competitive industry right now, and we're all competing for a very small number of people that are coming out of basic law enforcement training. The steps that the council took last year to increase pay over the 2-year, with the 2-year plan has been huge. We have lost some of our new officers that came and decided it wasn't for them, but all of our senior people were able to retain. That's why our experience levels went way, way up. So we're very thankful. And when we had a position open, it was much easier to find somebody. So we actually found somebody that already has about a year of experience. So the measures that you took to increase salaries has been huge in helping us to retain and hire new employees, recruit.
Go ahead, keep talking about it.
No, go ahead and finish.
I was just gonna, what would you estimate the training cost for that first year is? Someone out of the academy, we've got to do our 12 weeks, we've got to do radar training.
So we have a list in our promotional process. We have a list of classes, there's 6 or 7 classes that we feel like a brand new police officer needs to get as soon as possible. Probably most radar certification is a week. Standardized field sobriety training is a week. Maybe I need that. Those are most of these trainings are like at least 3 days up to a week. So you're talking about 12 weeks of field training that we have to pay their salary. That's what a quarter of the year. And then we have probably 6 or 7 weeks that we have to send them to just basic things, not any advanced training. This is just so they can testify in court on a DWI case, just so they can operate a radar. I'm trying to remember the other courses that are on that list, and they're escaping me right now. But these are just very basic things. When we get into these advanced classes, the next level, you're talking about crisis intervention. There's another week. I mean, it's a lot of training. And that doesn't include we're required by the state of North Carolina, every law enforcement officer has to complete 24 hours, a minimum of 24 hours of mandated in-service per year. So there's another, we're able fortunately to do a lot of that online now and not having to travel. But there's additional training. We also have League of Municipality trainings. We have OSHA trainings for bloodborne pathogens and hazmat that we're required to do as a town every year. So the training hours add up. It's a lot.
So you would say,
I have-
going back to his original question, you would say the cost would be $30,000 to $40,000 a year per officer, new officer?
New officer, the total,
Be roughly half.
be half of their salary, so about 30,000 probably, including the benefit part of their salary.
Cost of those courses.
Yeah, cost of the course, et cetera.
And when you're talking about hiring a new officer, you're also talking about a couple $1,000s in uniforms and equipment. You're talking about $700 just for a bulletproof vest, and those don't get passed from one officer to the other, because they have to be fitted. So every time we get a new officer, there's $700.
Do any departments ever
we don't
put
get one.
restrictions on new officers where they have to sign like a term contract? Like, we train you for a year, so you have to give us 2 to reap our,
We have started to see some of that. Most of those cases are where the town is paying that person to go through basic law enforcement training or some portion. We have discussed that, and if we do that in the future, we probably will require that. How effective or binding that is yet to be seen, I think. The Highway Patrol has been doing that, but I don't think
having much success.
they've been enforcing that much, but.
The difficulty that we have found that, and we know this with others, is that, how do you hold them accountable when they leave? You don't have anything to retain. So at most we have is a paycheck a lot of times. So from a legal standpoint, we discussed this briefly with Alan, there's not a lot there that can be enforced, because unless you are paid for something, they're signing an agreement. Part of their everyday duties, training, this type of thing, because it is required, is not reimbursable, in his opinion. So if we pay for someone to go through basic law enforcement, that is us paying for something for them, and that can be put into it. But us trying to recruit, 26 weeks of training that was required to begin with is not something that he feels like is something we can truly put within a contract. It's from a monetary standpoint.
Aaron?
Yes.
Do I recall there was some conversation, maybe last year about if you did get an increase in staffing, that there may be a dedication of a couple officers on 321 to specifically slow down?
Well, that's what we're talking about with these traffic safety officers, but it wouldn't be just 321, it would have to be town-wide. We
Right.
get traffic speeding complaints everywhere.
Right.
There's probably 15 streets that I could name off my head that I've had speeding complaints over the last 6 months. So they wouldn't be concentrated, they wouldn't be just on 321, and as I stated, if it were to be grant-funded positions, they would have to spend some of their time doing some pedestrian safety activities on Main Street, because we had to put some of that into the grant to improve our odds of getting it. I do have some numbers here. Our total training hours last year was 2,905 man-hours spent in training. So that's almost that's more than one person's entire year. Just the field training hours was 2016, because we had several new officers last year, so.
Chief, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, from a grants perspective, Mark Ezell, who leads up that program, Laura Bingham and I, along with Lori Marhorn, I guess, had a Zoom call months ago with him, and this led up to the application process. I think Laura has some relationship with Mark, and so we talked a lot about the pedestrian safety, especially on 321, being unique, and trying to fit the grant application into being a unique application, because the number one thing that they look for is traffic fatalities. And that's the number one thing across the state within this program. He named a number of roads that's instant. They know it. Highway 74, down east. They have roads they know they're having 5 to 10 or whatever the case may be, traffic fatalities a year. So that's kind of what they focus on primarily. We were trying to be unique in the fact that we've got 3 million cars going through a pedestrian zone. 321 is a pedestrian zone. we're potentially moving more pedestrians out to 321. So we talked about all this stuff, so in hopes of increasing our chances to potentially get some grant funding. There is an audit that takes place that, I don't know if you mentioned that earlier, so when you talk about what, if we get the grant, what would these officers be charged with doing? They audit what they're doing, so it's not like we can pull them into other areas. It's truly, audited at the end of the day. I think multiple times a year, they audit what that officer is truly doing. So if we were to get this, and again, you all would have to approve it. So even getting the grant doesn't mean we take it on. We have to approve it. So you all would have to approve the grant being received and accepted. Those would be focused 100% on traffic and pedestrian safety.
When I looked at this grant, correct me if I'm mistaken, this grant pays for 1, 2, 3, 4 officers, 100% the first year. Is that not
First-
correct?
That's correct. It's,
The
100%
second
the
year is what?
75. 75 the second year, 50 the third year, 25 the fourth year, and then they become, I think you're actually obligated to 5 years, and the fifth year, the town has to pay.
So
100%.
first year, turnkey, no cost to the town,
That's correct,
correct?
correct.
They pay for uniforms, cars, first year.
Yes.
Okay.
Uniforms, everything.
They're, really not sure how this lines up either. It'd be something I'd have to discuss with Nicole, but their fiscal years doesn't exactly line up with our fiscal year, so I'm not sure if there may be a month or two that we may have some salary costs. I'm not sure. We would have to just sit down there and talk about that, but the, going back to the audit right quick, they do come in and look at our records and look to make sure that these officers were not spending their time doing other things, like going on residential burglar alarms. So if they looked and an officer did have to do that because we just didn't have anybody else, they would have a formula for figuring out how much money
So we got to
that
come up with
is,
some
and we
pay.
would, they would withhold that amount. So just because I say they pay 100%,
Yeah.
there could be a situation where they only paid 99% the first year because they looked at the records and found that those officers ended up.
So those
going
monies
somewhere
could be, if approved by council, could be put in a reserve. And we could call it training or additional pay for whatever.
Well,
If you receive the grant, if we receive the
Yeah,
grant.
if we received the grant, but yet the council could approve additional funding that could go aside, would be put aside in case, something like that did occur.
Yeah, they could, any amount could be put back in reserves, 5,000, 10,000, any number.
and again, that's Shane and Nicole to figure out what that looks like on a budget spreadsheet, but maybe that's budgeting for 2 additional positions, and if we get grant money back to offset that, great. If we don't, then the town would have to absorb those costs, so. Yes,
From a past life in state probation, I know that people who do bad things are always probing for soft spots. You know that. And I'm concerned that the sergeant said sometimes he has to leave his post as an SRO officer. Is
yeah,
the
I'm
school-
concerned about that as well.
Is the school locked down or what?
Well, the school has some new security measures. I say new, they've been in place for probably 3 years now. So the school is technically always locked. They have to buzz you through the front door. Do we like pulling the SRO out of the school? Absolutely not. In a department our size with the resources we have, does sometimes that happen? Yes. We have 2 officers currently today that are on light duty because they had surgery. So, that's a problem. When you only have 10 patrol officers to start with and 2 of them are on light duty, that's a problem for us. And with somebody is constantly in training. So we're between training hours, vacation hours, sick hours, just because we have 10 patrol officers doesn't mean that in a week's time, all 10 of them came to work on the road. We have a lot of things going on, so we do get short.
I will say this, just for FYI, I've got a Board of Directors League retreat next week, and that is one of the things we will be dealing with. And they're looking about new grants, hopefully coming out, and new training, like biggest thing right now that what I'm looking at, I'm just seeing part of the packet now, is like you said, crisis intervention and de-escalating confrontation. It's the biggest things that they seem to be working toward right now. So hopefully something will come, money or something will come out of it.
Yeah, that would be good.
I don't know how we're doing on time, but I was going to ask about equipment and where we are on equipment, if we're well-equipped.
I think we are well equipped. Obviously, we continue to make improvements. And when I came to the police department full-time in 2012, I think, I guess it's been 10 years, I would say that we were poor equipped. Over the 10-year period, we have done a lot of things through grants and other ways to save, and you know, the guys will tell you, I'm always griping about fuel. I'm like, every penny you spend on fuel is a penny I can't spend on a piece of new equipment we need. So I'm always trying to figure out ways that we can save in some areas, and we've applied for a lot of grants. I think we have very good equipment. Our cars are in good shape. The guys have most of the things they need. I think we're in good shape. I think the town's done a good job making sure that we have private donors that step up, which is amazing. We have private donors that step up and give us monies for things that we can use, so we don't have to come and ask you for funds for certain things. And that's amazing in this town. Most departments, I don't think, have those kinds of opportunities.
Good.
We've had donors recently with Bulletproof Vest. What else? I'm
Bulletproof
missing?
vest, they buy a lot of vests. We've had, one thing that had been weighing on me for a while was the security of our weapons at home. So we had a donor approached us and wanted to know what they could do, and I said, you know, I've really been wanting to purchase some gun vaults for our handguns for the officers to take home and put in their homes, particularly those officers that have small children in the homes. And they provided the funding, so we were able to send a gun vault home, which is just huge, and it takes a burden off of me. It takes a burden off of the town. You know, it reduces liability for the town, and it keeps our officers' kids safe at home, because that's a problem nationwide.
So had one group even offer a K-9 should that need ever arise. Remember that one?
Hey, now wait, I hear Walter's available.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cat?
The mayor's wife has agreed to put a kennel up in the backyard,
Yeah.
and we hope to have a
Okay, that being said, I don't have a vote there either.
Negative vote there.
It was brought up, and has been brought up, and I know to date, there's not much we can do about it, but it has been mentioned noise on 321, Jake breaks and so on. Any additional thoughts on that, Chief?
No, not anything different than where we have been. Most of the noise complaints about Jake breaks are coming from the area where trucks are starting down the mountain. We know that there's been, over the years, numerous traffic fatalities down on 321 outside of the city limits of Blowing Rock. A lot of those involve trucks. I think we talked about this a while back. I'd contacted the North Carolina Highway Patrol's, what do they call the truck enforcement people now, the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division. We were told and I also talked to a supervisor, and they're the ones that do safety enforcement for trucks. I was told by them that there's really no way to enforce the noise coming from trucks, that it's very complicated. You have to figure out what year the truck was manufactured, go back and look at the National Transportation Safety Standards for, you know, and all this. He said in North Carolina, they've only charged one time for truck noise, and it was dismissed in court. So it's something that's hard to do just from an exhaust standpoint. The exhaust brakes are a safety feature in the trucks. We don't feel like it's a good idea for us to try to tell truckers not to engage their engine brakes when they start down the mountain. That's a huge safety issue. We'd be liable for that if we did. So it's a complicated issue, and most, you know, it's the homes that, most of the noise complaints come from the homes that sit up above the highway. It's, so there's really no way to build a wall or a sound barrier or anything like that. So it's a complicated issue, and I don't really have a great answer for that. So.
Thank you, Chief.
A couple points, if I may, talking about equipment and grants. We have two other grants out right now, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. One's for a training,
That grant, we're in the process of spending that money. It was, each year, the Governor's Crime Commission has a grant. It's a federal grant that comes to the state, and then the state in turn divides that out amongst the departments. So we usually get that every year. This year, we'll be purchasing a new training simulator for firearms training, so hopefully we can, we don't have a firing range in Blowing Rock. We don't even have a firing range that we can really use in Watauga County. We have to travel to Wilkes County normally to qualify.
It's Tweetsy.
Well, we'll see if we can work that out. So this simulator will give us capability to do some firearms trainings inside buildings with simulators and not actually weapons. Part of that grant also is a weapons upgrade for some of our rifles that we have. We've already applied for the next grant cycle for that same grant. And one of the things, most of the equipment that'll be on that next grant cycle, we have two officers now that have been to what I'll call SWAT training, specialized training. Most people know it as SWAT. So we have two SWAT certified officers. We've been working with the county. There's no agency in Watauga County that has enough manpower to have their own SWAT team. Boone doesn't, ASU doesn't, and the sheriff's office doesn't. So that's a collective effort if something happens. So we have one officer that's been a part of that team that does additional training with that team. Those team members require some specialized equipment. It's extraordinarily expensive. So our next grant cycle is primarily focused on getting some of that equipment that we can train up some additional SWAT members. So we rely on our partners. We rely on the sheriff's office and Boone Police and ASU and our other partners in the county. If we have an incident in Blowing Rock, we absolutely don't have the manpower to handle some of the bigger incidents. So we rely on them to come and help us. You know, the bank robbery was a fantastic example. I hail that as one of the greatest examples of teamwork that I think I've seen in my law enforcement career. Boone Police came over, the sheriff's office came over, everybody came and said, what can we do to help? And it was seamless. I mean, it was perfect. So we have a great working relationship. So.
and I mentioned that to lead into the incident that took place in Boone, late April, right, April 28th. Our SWAT officer was involved in that incident, along with a number of our other police officers, to show that teamwork. But the grant itself helps continue to put those individuals in places that they do. To me, I'm always impressed. Maybe last minute sometimes, but we always get the grant applications in and submitted, and we're always successful in getting those grant dollars for the most part. And I think that's just, again, shows the effort that's being put into not having the burden put back onto the budget. It's money that's out there, and every year there's 2 or 3 that come across my desk, Nicole's desk to look through, and a lot of those are full 100% grants, paying for 100% of the cost of whatever we're asking for within that. So that's why I'm bringing that
Another
up.
significant grant we received last year was, well, part of it was grant funded. We asked for monies in the budget last year for some defibrillators for our patrol cars. We also received a grant from Firehouse Subs. So we were able, at the end of all that, we had enough money that we were able to put a defibrillator and advanced airway kit in every patrol car that's out on the road. We had enough additional defibrillators that we were able to help distribute those. I know Jennifer, one of them is hanging back here in the back of this building. So now I think we have a defibrillator in every public building that the town owns. So we were able to do that with grant assistance from Firehouse Subs. So every time we see a grant opportunity, we try to seize that, and it helps not just us, but all the departments and all the citizens. So, and the number of medical calls that we have responded to since the beginning of COVID has increased dramatically. So that was the need for the equipment. So now if we have a person who requires CPR or some advanced care, we have defibrillators and advanced airway equipment in all of our police cars. So we're proud of that.
And it was asked, and you may not know the number, those have already been used. I mean, those items have been put into play.
I know they've been used at
multiple-
least twice.
Yeah,
We've used our defibrillators.
So they're already saving lives, and almost instantly, I think. So it's not just there to collect dust. So it's,
Right.
Again, small town, you don't think about it, but I've heard of both of those incidents that took place to save lives.
but we appreciate your support and the things that you're doing to help us move forward. So,
Thank you,
any other
Chief.
questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
Okay.
What do you know about your grant?
The Governor's Highway Safety Grant, I think we're supposed to find out in June, is my understanding. That grant would not start until October. We couldn't spend any monies until October.
Thanks, Chief. You have a request for a 5-minute
So
recess?
if we get that grant, we would have to buy 2 cars.
No, get the grant, it pays
It's
for it.
fully,
It's
Pay
full.
for it,
That's everything?
that's
It's
everything.
Yeah.
everything.
All we
Everything
do
for the
at
first
the
year.
end of 5 years is take them over under our payroll.
Yeah.
That's it.
The question will come in, because we won't know about it until after we talk budget, is do
So
we want to
we-
go ahead and put them in the budget
You need to go ahead and approve the money.
or not? gotta get up here.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk about planning and inspections and what we do for the town and how we can serve. Want to mention real quick, continue to pray for Tammy. She is our lifeblood. She knows more about how our office works than anybody and has for 10 years. So I ask you to continue to pray for Tammy. We did add an employee last fall, Brian Johnson from Boone, and Brian's doing a great job. This week he was on a Zoom call for North Carolina Association of Zoning Officials. They have a midwinter retreat in Cary, and he was in on that. And so getting him trained in zoning officials certification, he'll be working on that over the next year. So Brian's taken over a lot of the things from just zoning permits, single-family homes, and some of the day-to-day. He's going to also help us a lot in floodplain management, stormwater, erosion control, those kind of things like that. Some of the things that can be a nuisance if left unchecked, but Brian's doing a great job, great for our office. Real quick on our snapshot of 2021, again, another high year in construction values at $37.6 million. Highest number of building permits at 404. The next closest was 355 2 years ago. So there was a lot of activity, and another indicator was 16 new homes. The first 10 years that I was here, that was about the average, 15, 16, 17 new homes. And so we're about back up to that mark. And the value of that at $18 million. Also, another big portion of construction costs was in single-family renovations and additions. And that was at $11.2 million. That was up $5 million from last year. So people are still spending a lot of money. A lot of that cost is surely associated with the cost of materials, but people are still doing a lot as far as additions and renovations on single-family. No multifamily permitted last year, as previous 2020, there was none then either. As you can see up on the hill behind Speckled Trout, started grading for the Embers Hotel project, was Rainy Lodge, is now called the Embers. That was permitted in 2020. When we reviewed the plan, they paid for their fees in 2020, their building fees, so that was reflected then. So that $35 million from last year, or from 2020, reflected the value of construction for the project, the hotel project then. We anticipate 2022, the new hotel that was approved between Pine and Laurel. Then there's still some other things coming before us. The Country Club is proposing a new pro shop. They did last year, but then they held off, and then they're going to come back through the process this month, the planning board, and then come see you perhaps in March. They're aiming to do that. So there's still some things coming along, just to give you a snapshot. There's also an attachment that shows month to month all our construction activity. That will be available to you if you'd like that as well. Next, we'll talk about the comprehensive plan. We did an amendment to the plan in 2014. And so I've provided a status update that's gone through all those plan strategies and with a status of what we've done. If it's checked off, there's a check mark on that. And you'll have a copy of that available too. We've kind of kept that up and updated it through last week.
I'm trying to pull it up.
That's fine.
But, apparently I can't see my screen is different than this one, Thomas. Is that right? I'm seeing my mouse up here, but
Take that to the left.
take it to the left.
All the way around. Keep going.
Nope.
Keep going. Now it should be on your
Yes, it is. Not this day. This is one of those moments, Thomas, I think I might just need you to come help me. This is not on here. So what's on here is not on here. You all can't see it, but what was on here was not on there, and what was on there wasn't on here, and I couldn't make the two mesh together, so. Okay, let's go down.
Yeah, this is good for really very first one. One of the biggest things we did with our comprehensive plan strategy was adopt conditional zoning. A process that helped applicants go through a rezoning with conditions, and that has been, I think, it's been very successful and allow us to get away from the strict process of what was conditional use, now special use. When there's a project might be a little more complicated, a couple moving parts, and so that's been very good for us with projects that have come before you. Allows you to speak about it, talk about it, where a special use permit does not allow that. On the second sheet there, Shane, LC 2.3, develop and adopt a residential architectural design manual, establish the best practice for designing and constructing residential structures, and architectural styles. So general statutes changed a couple of years ago to prohibit towns and cities from regulating 1- and 2-family construction, so single family and duplex. Our comprehensive plan said we need to establish standards for that, but the general statutes prevent us from doing so. So that's a check mark, and that's what I put that up there. LC 3.1, amend the land use code to increase the density allowed in the most intensive residential zoning district. Downtown, we looked at least 8 units per acre. Well, we changed that and just said, we're just gonna allow unlimited residential density downtown. So that's where we are with that. So that's been 3.4, to allow attached dwelling units with single family in all zoning districts. We proposed an ordinance in March of 2015, and that was denied. I still think it's good, but at the time, in 2015, council said, we don't want to go that way. So some of these things can carry over as we look at another comprehensive plan update. Some of these policies that we feel like are still good for our community, we can keep those moving forward. But we look at comprehensive plan. We've been on a 10-year schedule. First one in 93, 2004, 2014. So we've got 2 years to prepare for going to another update. We don't have to wait. We can do it next year. But if we do, I think it would be wise to use the services of a company to come in and help us for all the logistics. In 2014, when we did that update, we also did a survey. We used the services of NC State to do that. That went out in 2012. The survey did, gathered that information through 2013 and did our process in 2013. And then adopted the comprehensive plan in 2014. So, we're getting close. We can start the process. We can do an RFP, RFQ, maybe later in the year. But we'd be glad to move forward if you'd like, preparing for our next comprehensive plan update.
Is it me, Kevin, or is it, well, I'm looking at, it seems like the last couple of years, the state has rapidly changed a lot of the codes and ordinances that we were allowed to use. Do you feel that way?
There have been some changes, and I think there's gonna be more coming, as we talked about short-term rental. There's probably gonna be a statewide position, in general statutes, from the General Assembly to allow it townwide in every community. May not, but that's kind of the trend. That would not be good for us. We would be, if short-term rental was allowed all the way through town, we would just have to enforce the nuisances, the dogs running loose, the cars in the road, noise, and parties, and trash. We just have to track and get after those type of things if it's allowed everywhere. I don't think it'd be good for us. I don't think it'd be good for a lot of tourist economies. We're creatures of the state, so whenever the General Assembly moves forward, that's the way we have to.
Well, I know that, like in the last couple of years, they took away a lot of things that we used to, color, roof, most recently they tried to do the trees, so I know that it seems like it's rapidly changing, or there's something every month that seems to be coming up.
Yeah. It would have to do with the change in leadership, I'm sure. But Republican-led over the past 10 years, roughly. And before that, it was 100 years before there was a change. But hard to tell. We went as far as regulating colors and materials and roof design on single family downtown, about 2005 or 6. We applied that in probably two projects. And then when this changed, in the General Assembly, we pulled that off. Those are unregulated. Any other thoughts on how we want to move forward with the comprehensive plan? Are we ready, or do we want to hold off another year? A lot of the work will be done in the year prior to it being adopted. So, we're going to take a look at this later in the summer, at the mid-year retreat, and start organizing in the fall. We can do so, or we can wait longer.
Kevin, with what you have just outlined, ramping up, how much time do you need to put everything in place so when next year comes around, you're ready to go?
We need 4 or 5 months to get an RFP or RFQ for firms that would do this and help us assist.
So it's not too soon to start then?
No, it's not too soon. It's just that it won't be, if you want to do it in 2022, towards the end of it, and then adopt in 2023, it's not quite 10 years, but it doesn't have to be.
I think it'd be a good time to start at least removing a lot of these items that have already, the state has said we can't do, consolidating the original plan, and then,
These are just strategies identified in the 2014 comp plan.
Right.
And we've just moved on and said, well, that's something that we can't do anymore.
Yeah.
And we've just checked them off from our list. There's still a lot of work to do. We're looking at, that are, we're gonna discuss in a minute about downtown. So we've still got some things to do, but we've done a lot. You know, one of the things was finish our downtown streetscape. We've done that. We did it for Sunset, Main Street. Bass Lake, sidewalk to Bass Lake, Middle Fork Greenway is still ongoing. So there's a lot of things that, as a town, we've accomplished. But there's still some other things in here that we can work on.
Could we have this brought back to us at mid-year retreat, since we're getting ready to go into, in the next month or two, we'll be starting budgets, finish in with budgets, and have this brought back to us at mid-year retreat to start in on the end of the year?
Yeah, rough outline of what he would recommend.
How about this? If we're looking at doing this in fiscal year 22, 23, then we need to put it in the budget, what it would cost. Generally speaking, look back what it costs. We used Benchmark last time. They were very good. Don't have to go with them. There's others out there. There's some local groups, and there's a lot of these would love to work with us, but we need to budget.
Well, that'd be a good idea to
$75,000.
go ahead and look at that in the budget, because if we don't do it this year, then we're scared into running into 2024.
So just have it earmarked in the budget and then bring back at mid-year retreat to start what you need from us to start working on it.
Do that.
Yeah, earmarking in the budget is doable. I mean, even if we don't technically spend it, I mean,
Yeah.
it would, time-wise, it does probably make more sense to put something in the budget of 22, 23, even if we start it in 23, wait until 23. It makes sense to have some money there as part of that.
Well, I remember it was, both times it was a long process when you involved the public. We met at the school, you condense things down, you meet again, you know, so it's, I think as Kevin says, you're maybe pushing it sometimes at 5 to 6 months, you know, to get to accomplish it.
Kevin, how much was Benchmark's cost
I think
back?
it's 75,000, I think. I hope I'm not way off, but I think it's around there. That cost would go up, I mean, just inflation,
Right.
over 10 years. I think you can, we also spent quite a bit on the survey. I don't know that we need to do a survey. I think you can get a lot of information. The survey was great, helped in initial steering of the steering committee when we did our 14 plan. I don't know that you need to do the survey. You can do an informal, but I think more important is getting people involved. Having people use a room like this. We use a school, we could use a place like this, and they can help us. All right, what are your priorities? What do you like? What do you not like? And I think we need to do something similar for downtown, as we're going to talk about here in a minute.
Well, I think we learned in the
Yeah, we
last
did.
couple of years that it's a real good idea to involve the public and get their input, to Doug's point, you know. Not good to just go out and put a bunch of stuff there and not have the community, the residents of this town, have a say in it. So, and that takes, to Doug's point, I think that takes time.
Yeah, I've struggled with the comprehensive plan because I think you can have a plan that can be, here's our marching orders and things that we can affect. And then you can have a plan, so this would be great if we had the opportunity to do this, or if the opportunity present itself. If a developer does X, then we can do Y, but we can't do X until, we can't do Y until X happens. And, I often feel like, I know that you're looking at it and implementing things as you have resources to do that. But if you look at the 2014 plan, it's very grandiose, you know. I don't know that we could ever get it all. And it's great to talk about, but it's also discouraging that there's so, you know, we sit there 10 years later, we haven't made any forward progress on some of those things. So for me, it's more, what is the end game? You know, what do we need out of it, instead of just a really comprehensive document that we put on the shelf and say we did it? And does it serve other purposes when we're going for grants or Part F or whatever, you know, does it serve that purpose? And so, you know, I often feel like when something comes before council, maybe internally you're referring to it, but we're really not making a comparison to how it fits into this comprehensive plan.
Well, one way is to simplify. Instead of having such a long laundry list of things that you want to accomplish, is that they're a little bit more broad objectives. And then your core values, you know, for the next 10 years, these are the core values we plan to stick with. We're required to have a comprehensive plan.
Yes.
But it will set policy going forward, and will also, there'll be a bucket list of, here's the things that we're trying to affect. We're going to do this project. So, to maybe not have so many strategies, and have those strategies, they might be broad, but there'll be some that'll be very specific, that there are projects that you have identified like today, and in the mid-year retreat, these are priorities that we have as a community.
Well, I think David's right on. Your suggestion, the KISS method.
Well, yeah, I don't want to dumb it down or down, but make it so simple that we overlook things.
A lot of the,
But, you know, and it's great that we have this priority rating, but, you know, I see check marks beside things that were low priority and some check marks that, you know, not beside things that were high priority. And so I'm just, that's not a criticism, it's a, how are we utilizing this? And if we're gonna create another document that's just like this, are we gonna have the same results? And I really feel like that we ought to think about what our end game is and what we're trying to accomplish, and then tailor the document to that.
Right, and then whoever we work with, tell them up front, here's some good things about what we've got going. Here's some things we don't like so much. Help us as a community, point us to a document that we want.
And the thing you know, in my 18 years of watching council, or 20 years of watching council, I don't know of a time that we've been more focused on the things we need to focus on. It's such a good feeling. And unfortunately, they all have big price tags. But, you know, I feel like that personally, I feel like we're really focused on the right things. And I'd love to see our comprehensive plan focus on the right things.
well, I've seen what I think is troublesome with it is it's interpretive. You might look at it one way and I might look at it another. That's where I'm rejoicing in your simplification idea.
Well, that's a risk with simplification, is that you don't have action items necessarily. You just have these broad thoughts, but not without any real action iteI Anyway, I think my overall statement is that we ought to think about what we want. Do we want this again? But I certainly think we should start now.
You know, and I think, weren't you on the planning board when we did 14s? Unless I'm mistaken, you know, one of the things that I remember about what we were doing back then that made it so huge is we tried to encompass almost everything. And that's what made it, you know, like you said, simplifying it. There's a lot of good stuff in it, but I think we just tried making it more of a 100-year plan instead of just of a 10-year plan. I mean, it was huge if you sit and, when you read the whole thing of everything that we tried to ask and wanted to do through that plan.
Well, yeah, it's, I'm not professing to have the answer. But I think we often, a project that I was involved in before I got on town council, we actually took that project and we compared it to the comprehensive plan. And we pulled out, I think, 17 or 20 things that that project lined up with. And I'm thinking that that would be very helpful for the council to say, oh, this really fits in or kind of fits in or doesn't fit in with the comprehensive plan. And it would be nice as other projects came through, we had that comparison. Say, well, how does this match up with what we were hoping was going to happen in this area or on this particular lot or whatever it is? But it was an afterthought. The project wasn't planned to the comprehensive plan. It was just where it aligned. And, you know, that's where we say, well, for this particular piece of property, are we going to go solicit somebody to match up our, are we just going to wait, see what happens? You know, there's action items like that. Are we going to be proactive about it or reactive about certain things?
Good point.
There were action statements targeted towards Valley Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of that, focused in on Valley Boulevard with the study we did. The study we did on 2020. That was more direct, and out of that came some other regulations that we adopted.
Well, yeah, again, not a criticism for a department that basically you and Tammy.
Understood.
Amazing results. But I think we could simplify and focus.
Fair to say that equally important in a lot of ways, the scope that we can come up with to present as a part of the RFQ, it sounds like, needs to be on the front end sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So the next few months, month to whatever, before we end up putting something out there, the scope in which we're beginning with needs to be really discussed and put through, I would say.
And if we're gonna use benchmark, we need to get an idea of what the budget.
Yeah, we'll have to do an RFQ.
Well, whoever.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that scope,
whoever.
that scope is.
That's right, that's gotta be bid, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'll be a key scope for sure. Kevin, I did have, before you move on to downtown, this was asking me, and I don't know the answer, if you know the answer. The new home, number 16 this past year, have you seen a difference in tear down and rebuilds? Are you seeing more of those or about the same? I didn't have an answer to that question that was asked. So we did something on Monday to kind of show that we're not necessarily growing in new homes from a census data, which means they drive by a street and there's 10 houses now, and they come back 10 years from now and there's 10 houses there. What they don't know is in that 10-year span, 5 of those houses were torn down and rebuilt. Are you seeing any difference in that, or is that fairly normal, or?
Well, because the inventory of open lots is low. Like Todd and Kim tearing down a house there, gonna build there. That happens. But we've had a couple of subdivisions approved that we haven't had. We haven't had subdivisions approved at a high rate here, ever. Not ever, but since I've been here, just a couple of subdivisions. Actually, someone actually built a street. We haven't had many of those. And so we had the one up on Green Hill. Heather Ridge went away, but they're gonna have 3 lots there. And then John Winkler's, 7 or 8, 9 lots. So by creating open lots, there's gonna be new homes. We haven't had that, but there's still gonna be those tear downs because we've got a lot of those opportunities out there. Older homes that don't suit the needs of the buyer. And a renovation, that'll be $300,000 or $400,000. A true renovation. And then there's some, we had a house built at the end of Rocky Glen, $300,000 home, you know, built from guys off the mountain. Then they added $1.1 million addition. Twice the size of the original house, and it was the addition on it. Added another lot, so they divided the lot. Get that kind of stuff. And then we have the outliers, an $8 million home on a lot that was split. So we've got quite a range. But if you want to come to town and build a $300,000 house, I don't know how you're going to do it. And keep the walls up, keep the roof on it. With the cost, you're fooling yourself. We had a subdivision approved 2006 over near the town shop, and the first house is going on one of those lots 15 years later. Young family. It's good. I can see that. Thank you. Okay. Next.
Okay.
Talk about, what's next, downtown?
Yep.
Downtown and outdoor seating.
Downtown.
Downtown outdoor seating. Well, I got two gentlemen on the council that can help me with this, but we brought forward some regulations in 2018. We were asked to study our current regulations downtown in the summer of 18. We put together a subcommittee. David, Pete served on that, I believe Mike Page, Wes Carter maybe.
Yeah.
Sue Glenn helped
Right.
serve. We put together some regulations really to simplify the codes that we had, to distinguish between East and West Main Street, and then the rest of central business. And then we thought we were doing good. Went to planning board in December of 2018, and wheels fell off. And we thought, hey, this is good. But what we failed to do was open the door to the public in the way that we should have. And so out of that, we've learned, going forward, we're asked to look at the downtown area again, distinguish between East and West Main Street, which our comprehensive plan wants us to do. And we want to involve the public more. And something that we could start doing in the next couple of months is open that door up to the public and bring them in. Talk to people that own property downtown, central business, town center. And involve the public. What are the things that you like? What are the things that you don't care for so much? In the 20 years I've been here, one of the things I always hear is we like downtown Blowing Rock the way it is. All right, well, then that's easy. We stop doing everything. We'd stop building, we stop improving. So a lot of people that say that, they don't go in behind the buildings and look at how they look on the backside. Everything looks good on the front. Go in behind, and it's not so great. So we'll take another stab at it. I think we've got a good framework with the ordinance that we put together, but let's hang some more stuff on it. And I do agree with keeping it simple. Our code is, and I wrote it through subcommittees and planning boards and councils back 15 years ago. But I think we need to simplify it for the layperson that comes in and say, how do I determine my building height? Let's simplify at least from that point of view. But do we want to increase setbacks on West Main? Let's take a look at all of that. in light of the projects that have been approved over the past couple of years, the hotel, the multiple hotels. This will be the fourth that we've approved here lately. And so, I think we can do that and do it in a good way. It involves the community, and we have a good ordinance put together that will be a good framework for that developer coming in and that people can be pleased with. So that's coming up. We don't want to do it when everybody's gone. We got accused of that too. But it is not a seasonal community from that standpoint. We're always doing something, and we're a full-service community year-round. But we do want to involve the public, because that's what we do. So, any thoughts on that moving forward?
So it,
Go ahead.
I would just say, we've had this discussion, I guess the other day when we were talking about potential people for the planning board. It's our duty to make sure that we put really good qualified people on there to help the process, because I know that there are things coming down the road that are gonna take a lot of time from you and the planning board. And I just think it's important that of those 10 or 11 people that applied, we pick the 4 best people. So,
Yeah. There's good people on that list.
yes, there are.
What do you see the strategy for getting that started with planning board and council?
And we need a subcommittee out of that planning board. So I need a little time, once we get a full board, is to identify people that would want to serve in that capacity. Some people that's already done it, and then that have some time available, some strong backs, and then have some type, hopefully we're getting less restricted and we can have an open forum and just kind of let's hear what your thoughts are. And here's what we have today. This is, if a building is being developed on this lot, this is what would take place. And we need to have a list of people that own property downtown. Mass email, say, look, we're gonna be doing this in May. Please come out and let's hear your side of things.
Do you foresee this needing to involve a third party, like the 321 committee did, with facilitating, or do you think we've learned enough from that we can?
I don't think so, but I don't want to be wrong in that, but I think we can do it in-house. I think we've
Right.
got enough people.
I would echo what Kevin has said, because I've been involved in a number of those subcommittees. If you pick the right people, and David, I think, would support this, if you get the right people on the subcommittee and they're willing to put the time in, we can do it. We don't need to go out for a consultant.
That's my thought too. I think
Well,
we can do it.
I'd like the end result too, to match up with council and planning board this time. That was a lot of work put into that before, and I think this is a big undertaking, but it's something that's needed to be done, in my opinion. So, and it needs to be done soon, because anybody investing, you want to know, what can I come in here and do on the west side? What am I allowed on the east side? We go back in the same footprint. Do we go back this far on this side? So.
Something else that's been brought to my attention is to the Historical Society. And is there a way or a means to offer credits or tax credits to individuals that own old buildings downtown, and offering tax credits for renovation and, bringing those buildings or keeping those buildings up to par rather than tearing them down?
I don't know anything about that process.
I don't either. It's just been brought to my attention, is there a way to do that? You know, like the Martin House, prime example. You know, there's very few really historic buildings left downtown. But how do we incentivize the work to be done to these buildings moving forward? Can we do that as a town?
So I would answer, yes. So there's two ways of doing, there's the external piece, external credits, you know, state, historical, you know, designations, et cetera, piece that we probably don't qualify mostly. I don't think most of our buildings would qualify with the things that I know, you know, from historical areas. And then the second piece is the council can put together any type of incentive program or something similar to that we, you know, choose to put out there. There's some guidelines of what you can and can't do and how much you can offer and what that looks like. But there's, you know, small business, economic development type credits that are geared around certain areas, geared around preservation, that type of thing are done all over. That's absolutely done. So if you're encouraging new growth or if you're encouraging, you know, keeping the old, there's different ways of looking at that. There's guidelines and a million options that we can look at within some of that. But that's all very doable and we can copy that from somewhere else. So there's.
Well, that was just brought up by a few property owners.
I think, you know, just what we're talking about between, you know, East and West and Main Street as a whole, you know, a big part of this could potentially, you know, put forth economic development that's not necessarily been out there. So what do we want to see in an area? You know, what does council want to see in particular areas? If that's leaving it the same or if that's rebuilding, and if it's rebuilding, what that looks like, you know, that's all economic development, you know, at the end of the day of what we're wanting it to look like, you know, moving forward. But, you know, keeping things the same in certain areas are absolutely, you know, done in other places. And there's different credits, not always money. Sometimes it's, you know, different options that you know, you can help them out, tax deferred, that type of thing, you know, lieu in taxes. There's some of that's out there.
Is that subcommittee just planning board members?
Doesn't have to be, no. It'd
I think we
be- Well, it
learned.
would be good to have. Could be a council member, could be historical society. Sue Lynn. I mean, people that are invested.
Right.
Other parts of this downtown topic is parking. We've been talking about it some. And then there has been a request for us to look at how we calculate parking, how we credit parking for existing buildings. You know, town amended that in 2010 to lessen that burden for development, for restaurants, for all types of uses, to reduce the amount of parking they had to provide for that particular use. And then also say, if you're going from one use to another, you don't have to provide any additional parking, except when you are going to a restaurant use that has 12 or more seats. Also in that is outdoor dining. It was amended in 2010 as well to reduce the amount of parking you had to provide for the number of outdoor dining seats up to a limit. We said, once you get to 40, we're going to calculate based on 1 or 4 outdoor seats. So all those things are tied into this, and I don't know that they need to be separate, but with the pandemic, a lot of things changed in how people went to dine. One, by necessity. A lot of places were shut down, but they would offer takeout. Then when we started to come back and allow, people were wanting to eat outside, even if it was cold outside. They would say, I'd rather eat outside. So the restaurants found ways to make it, they could serve more because they're restricting inside. You know, if they were allowed 50%, then outside they had to make up the difference. And the amount of people that have been coming, we've seen it go, the numbers that we haven't seen before in the last couple of years. So that demand this fall and through Thanksgiving. Restaurants couldn't serve enough people. There wasn't enough space. There were so many people, they didn't have enough space. And so with that, people have tried to be creative, provide shelter or heaters or tents or temporary tents or enclosures, put chairs and tables in parking lots, all these things. And we've been very flexible with that. And then our aim was to, all right, things looking good this in fall 21. Things are slowing down. We want to rein that back in. So I sent a letter out to all the restaurants that had outdoor dining. Hey, we need to get back to the numbers that you were approved for. Well, then we had another surge. And I just backed off and said, let's hold up. And I started getting some responses back, some letters from people. Said, look, give us some flexibility and let's talk about it. Let's figure out another way from what our code currently says. And let's revisit that. How can we be flexible? So that's on the table. We need to talk about how we want to move forward.
What's the next step on that?
I don't know, Albert.
You got a few issues here. COVID, one.
Yeah.
Two, people want to be outdoors. Also, three, people are bringing their critters with them, so they want to eat outdoors. And four, we're becoming more and more a walking community. We've got more hotels going in. So how do we tell restaurant A they've got to have this amount of parking when half of the people coming to their restaurant are walking there? Just a thought. I think there's a lot of factors involved, and I think that it needs to be addressed.
All of them permits, or occupancy permits too.
That's indoors, though.
Right, but I mean, you still have a property occupancy. Is that not true? I mean, it's allowed on the property. It's just all inside.
Inside.
Well, what I hear is from sources, that's all I'll say, is it makes a mockery of our parking requirements, but those people have parked somewhere. I mean, duh.
They do.
So,
Or
I
they're
mean,
just riding around.
You wonder, what's the beef? I mean, I don't like to see tents up. I don't want to be a tent city.
Well, that's a thought. I thought a lot about, these tents pop up, they're allowed for 6 months, and I get it. I know if I was Town Tavern, I'd do everything I can to get people in there, to serve them.
Yeah, that's why you're in business, to make a profit.
Yeah,
But
but there's a limit.
there is a limit, and there's the question. But I don't agree that the whole culprit in this thing is parking. Because, I mean, here's this man and woman who want to eat, and they didn't walk up here from Charlotte. They parked somewhere.
From a downtown parking perspective, if we're not trying to get everyone to park here and we're wanting to park out on bypass and shuttle in, that would provide some relief and less demand for the parking that's on site. People don't have, the reason we changed the code in 2010 is these small little lots didn't have enough room to provide sufficient parking for the amount of square footage of that restaurant and the amount of outdoor seating. You just don't have it. It doesn't exist. But then for the person that has provided it, are we penalizing them by letting everyone just do whatever? And then they provide, or they've paid into the fund? Maybe. But you can change the rules. And whatever the rules were in 2015 and you met those standards, council could change the rules because changing environment, changing circumstances. People have wanted to eat outside here in the summer or in the fall well before COVID. They love it. We all do. We'd prefer to eat outside a lot of times. And they're going to continue to do that. And I think at the rate they're doing it now, it's because of, Rob Dyer told me, hey, look, most people would rather eat outside because of the thought that they had during the pandemic. That's still ingrained. I said, well, I want to be separated a little bit more. And so I don't know how long that's going to last. It may be in their psyche forever. They want to be separate. I don't have the answers on how we solve it, but I think we can get people together.
We
come up with
You
some-
have now a tent,
It was always funny with that thought.
minimum max, or maybe not a minimum, but a max rule, what is it, 6 months? Or
Max 6 months to call it temporary.
And then, how does it recycle? I mean,
In a calendar year. Once
Okay,
per
6
calendar
months,
year.
okay.
Now,
I mean, I just don't want to be like Baghdad or Morocco or something. Have all those tents in.
right, Harp City.
Well, to me, I was just making that statement over here, you know, if you're outdoor dining, you're outdoor dining. To me, being inside a tent's the same as being inside an enclosed area. So, you know, it's, and you are inside an enclosed area, that's not really outdoor dining.
You know, like
Well, they
that.
have outdoor dining during the
Right.
summer. And so if they've got
True.
50 seats outside, come the winter, they're gonna wanna, if the people are still here in the winter, they wanna serve those people the same amount that they were
You're
in the summer.
talking from the
You're talking
guests.
from a COVID
But
standpoint.
You're
under a
talking from a-
tent, that's
yeah,
still an
yes.
enclosed area, that's not, yeah,
Yeah,
You're talking
COVID
from the
standpoint.
guest side.
right.
There
but
is a
I can tell you-
percentile of people that want to eat outside, so they don't have to wait so long.
I can
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you from bringing on the public service side, they don't look at it that way. It's a mindset. They're
Oh,
not
yeah.
physically in the building, so they think they're outside.
In a tent.
Yes, that's true. You're talking about, say, Rob Dyer.
I don't know, well, there's two places in town that do that, but from the guest side, they don't distinguish. Or, they see it as two different
Being
things.
inside a tent is being inside.
Yeah,
And maybe the solution for some of these that wanna have a tent repeatedly is, look, just build something. Build something that meets our design standards, besides a piece of, steel posts and some plastic. Nice tents. Rob Dyer bought a very nice tent. It ain't $500. Very expensive. And they've made that investment because the people are still coming. They want to eat outside, or there's two things. They want to eat outside, and there's just so many more people that are here. And our restaurants can't serve them an hour and a half wait at a restaurant that can't provide it.
Well,
That's some of the
and-
issues we're dealing with.
Two, with not all that, you have to go with not providing the seating. A lot of it's not providing the manpower in the last year or so. I mean, you've got to, when you go into a restaurant and they got a whole vacant section over here, and you're wondering why the line was an hour and a half long, you have to understand that was because they don't have the help.
So Kevin, am I hearing you that this particular topic and the downtown topic you just discussed are could be one and the same from putting together a committee to look at it, or do you think it needs to be a separate issue? I know we're not always talking
Well,
downtown, but most of these entities are considered downtown. I mean, they're not,
They are.
maybe Sunset, et cetera, but
Well, if we don't do something with the outdoor dining, and do it soon. I'm just in a holding pattern,
I think
figure out what to do.
I think it's something we need to address.
Yeah,
can
outdoor
do it separately.
dining needs to be addressed before season starts,
Yes, I
because you have
agree.
restaurants that are in,
They're in
they're in a
limbo.
holding
Exactly. I
pattern
mean,
too.
They're
Yeah.
serving tonight. You know,
Yeah.
Somebody's not bringing a project downtown to us tonight.
Yeah, outdoor
We can
dining needs to
address
be
that,
addressed.
but, if it needs to be on a separate track and be sped up, we can put some things together.
Yeah, I think it needs to get addressed. I think, my personal opinion is we need to go back to what our ordinances are, enforce that, and then start from there. I think the town and your department has been more than gracious about, over the last 2 years, being flexible and helping these entities out. But based on occupancy and sales tax, we don't have any lack of traffic. And we're not under any kind of 50% rules anymore. I think we need to enforce our ordinances. And then, as part of that downtown study, we can roll in, look at making those changes at that time. Under the umbrella of looking at everything, parking.
You know, the problem with that whole thing is, like I said, we've got a lot of people that are walking from hotels.
Well, that's part of looking at it, but
Yeah.
But I mean,
My-
we don't need to go a year.
My
This
other
needs to be
concern-
addressed for the business sake.
My other concern with going back to the ordinance is not so much that people are walking, but we have lost multiple restaurants. And so we're putting a strain on the restaurants that we do have, and then you take seating away from the ones we do have, that's putting a strain on our tourism. I mean, we don't have Sixpence, we don't have Savannah's, trying to think, seems like we've lost 3 in the last 6 months.
Papa Joe.
Papa Joe's is gone.
I mean, you're blaming the pandemic on that?
No, I'm not blaming the pandemic. I'm saying we've lost where we could send other tourists, and now the restaurants that are open you're gonna take seating away, so now you're putting even more strain on the restaurant industry in town.
But the issue I have is, I think that these restaurants may be taking advantage of our graciousness now. And then you've got entities like Foggy Rock that did it right. They paved the parking that they needed to pay. They went about it in the correct manner. They're not adding more seating than they're allowed. But then you've got restaurants that aren't conforming, and we've allowed that for the last 2 years, and they've got an advantage. They're not doing it correctly now. And I would like to, I'm not saying outdoor dining is bad, or I'm not saying outdoor dining is good. I'm just saying I think it is time to bring this back into line, into our ordinances. And then let's look at that. Let's look at outdoor dining in the context of these downtown regulations, in light of our parking, in light of the Roger Brooks study. Look at it holistically instead of piecemealing it out and just looking at that particular issue. I think that it needs to be a more comprehensive look at all of the pieces.
Well, I think the real issue that we do have is, yes, you're correct, like Foggy Rock, they had the property available. They could have the parking. Downtown, we have businesses that don't have the property available.
And that was
So
the way
they get
that's the way it
penalized.
was when they bought it,
That's
Charlie.
right, but I know, but times change and things change, and we've got to be flexible somewhat.
Do we?
I think we do, because we're here to support the citizens and the business
Well,
owners.
being flexible sounds to me like not following our ordinance.
No, I think there's rules and there's reason to have rules and regulations. But there also has to be a point where you can deviate some that's allowable.
I'm
Like
not
we
s-
did for COVID, okay?
I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying let's study it.
Well, you're right, David, you're exactly right, and Charlie's right too. But it's a two-tier thing. Yeah, but Foggy Rock did it right. Papa Joe's always had enough parking. But like Sixpence doesn't. And yes, they knew that when they bought it. But look at the availability to rent a place in downtown. How many hotels have we got this year, new ones? 4, 3?
3.
Those people are downtown, they're parked somewhere. If I put $800,000 or $900,000 into opening a restaurant and some man and his wife shows up and the parking police comes and says, no, you can't do that. I mean, I think the problem is two-tiered. parking and serving. Now, maybe I'm wrong, I
Well,
never have been, but
I think we need to be consistent, and
I agree.
there's a difference in doing what's popular and doing what's right.
But there's also a difference between 321 Valley Boulevard and Main Street downtown Bowling Rock.
All right, well, you used Foggy Rock. Foggy Rock didn't have outdoor dining. So they bought Sundays next door, tore it down, and they made outdoor dining. I mean, I'm Sixpence, excuse me.
Oh, okay,
Sixpence.
okay.
They did it right. I don't know if they
Did they
buy into the parking fund. I'm sure whatever they did, they did correctly.
They just.
No, because
So
they
they
took
said-
an existing building down.
Yeah.
And-
There was a credit.
Yeah.
So, well, they did it correctly.
Right, they did.
You know, and Foggy Rock has done it correctly. We have restaurants that are not doing it correctly, and I understand why they're not doing it correctly, but I believe it's time to bring that back in. Let's look at the code, let's look at the study, and make an educated decision instead of an emotional decision.
Well, I think that needs to be done before summer,
I agree with
don't
you.
you?
I agree with you,
Yeah.
but I
Who's
don't
gonna
know
do
that,
it?
I don't know that we have the time to do that.
Gotta make time.
What is your time reference you're gonna give the restaurants out of compliance to get back into compliance?
Well, that's Kevin's job.
It is, but I'm gonna go on your guys because a lot of different factors come into play over the past couple of years. And one of them being the amount of people that are here is a lot higher than we've ever seen, especially in the fall. So that restaurant owner in years in the past would like to have a few more seats just bringing in more money. Now it's, how can I serve enough people because there's people standing down the sidewalk? So I understand it's a little different now. We got the numbers, we can enforce it, not a problem. I think we need to take two separate paths. If we're gonna talk about downtown building development and everything, this thing on outdoor dining is a separate path. That if we're gonna address it and be consistent, we need to focus on that in a separate way.
Well, I think we need to be equitable too. I need more employees. Can I put a tent out in my parking lot and put some desks and phones out there? I mean, why is it a restaurant that gets special treatment, but other businesses don't?
How many restaurants do we have out of compliance right now for outdoor dining?
Uh, 4 or 5.
Are they all downtown? All on Main Street?
Yeah, there's
None on
issue.
that, yeah,
No issue on
In Sunset.
and Sunset.
Sunset. Yes. I'd say 5.
That's half of them. Right?
Yeah, pretty close.
I don't know.
Well, that's what makes a horse race. What's your gut feeling? Just tell me.
Why are you grunting over there, Shane? You want me to not say? He asked me.
I mean, everybody needs a leader. Now,
I think
We've talked about this. I'm not speaking for you for 23 years, but we've talked enough about this particular topic. This, like a lot of things, is as complicated as it can be. I mean, in a lot of ways, because there's many perspectives coming in. The rules are the rules are the rules, and the reason the rules are put into place is to keep everybody in the same playing field. The playing field has changed, and so we know we have to readdress the rules somehow, and the outcome may end up being something very similar, completely different. That's where we've got to put some work into, because it's, the game, the playing field has changed so much, it's impossible for decisions to be made on the fly. There needs to be a more comprehensive look at what this looks like going forward. The last 2 years alone have changed everything so drastically that
in a position that we've never, been in before. We, looked at this in 2010, I guess, was the biggest change in this, is that right?
But
Yeah.
what
So it's been a
triggered
long,
this?
it's been a lot change. Well, COVID triggered it.
COVID.
But I mean, your acceptance of what David is saying is correct. We've got these rules in place, and they're not being followed now. Now, who made the decision to allow mission creep here?
I did. Yeah,
Okay.
during the restrictions early on with COVID, when the restaurants were limited capacity, we made rule changes essentially on the fly as the rules changed every week with allowing them to come back in versus not, so the leniency that was given during that time wasn't anything that we invented. It was something that we copied from every other community just about around the area, something that was being done within that. Because the rules did change. They changed on a daily basis a lot of times, and what was allowed and what wasn't allowed from occupancy to, percentages, et cetera. Restaurants and entities in town have absolutely, made up over that period, I think, with volume and quantity, and they've struggled at the same time with workforce. I mean, all the things we know are absolutely real, I think, for every single restaurant in this town. They're doing probably better than they ever have before as they struggle, as they never have before. So what was allowed continued during, our ups and downs and our peaks and valleys that we've had. And now we're in need because of that, of getting some clear guidance of how we go forward. And I think the timing of that is, better sooner rather than later, getting that guidance. Whether that's in 90 days or, 6 months is up for all of us. That's what we're discussing now. Guidance is needed desperately. What we do in the interim is, do we follow the ordinance that's in place right now, or do we, put some type of moratorium or whatever, language you want to use? That's what we're discussing. So I originally made the discussion, or had the discussion with Kevin about, making those changes in the summer of 2020, when we started opening things back up with takeout, et cetera.
I don't put words in your mouth. It's time for us to fish or cut bait, this county.
It's time to look at the rules that we have in place, the ordinances we have in place, and say they're sufficient in how the world has changed and how it may be going forward, or we need to reevaluate and put different rules into place. And that could be a litany of different options that we put out there. Do we continue with the parking the way that we know it and paying into the fund, because that is a whole separate issue? Do we change that? Do we force others moving forward to participate in the same type of an arrangement, lesser cost, same cost, no cost? It is a bigger picture that goes into this than just
Oh, I'm
what
sure.
we've been dealing with.
You know
We
what
have-
my gut is? You asked me? You asked me what my first thought would be?
Yeah,
Require parking for indoor dining, for anything that you're building, gross square footage of that building, permanent. Outdoor dining, don't require parking.
and that would be as it is now for 6 months a year.
No, I think
I
he's
mean,
saying,
If you
he's
wanna
saying
have outdoor
period.
dining, have at it. Don't block public sidewalks. Don't put it in your parking lot. You wanna put it out there, and you can have a place for it. Don't require any additional parking for outdoor dining. That's my gut.
Other
People
cities,
wanna do it, but that's just me, it's one opinion.
other towns and cities have implemented that too.
Well, why would you require inside then?
Because the amount
What's
of.
the huge difference?
Well, the amount of employees that you're providing, and because it's consistent with the, you have to, if you're gonna build an office building, you gotta provide parking for that, based on our code. If you're gonna retail, same thing, restaurant,
But you're already
The ratio's
talking about
different.
changing the codes, you know.
yeah.
I can see
Why
that.
would you require parking then for inside and not outside, when more than likely you're gonna have more people outside than you're gonna have inside?
There's still gonna be a lot inside, you're gonna have people inside, cooks, chefs, waiters, bus people, servers,
So you're saying.
and you're still gonna have people eating inside. There's some days you just can't eat outside, you're gonna have to eat in.
You're saying change the code to the number of parking spaces based on square footage, not number of seats.
Well, it's like that. It currently is. I mean, you have to provide, keep that as it is.
Yeah.
One one space for every 250 square feet. Outdoor dining, it's one space for every 6 outdoor seats. If you get to 40 outdoor seats, it goes 1 to 4. I say, my opinion, it don't have to be this way. Do away with the outdoor dining requirement for parking. If they can provide outdoor dining, fine. That's what people want to do. That's just my
I
thought.
can envision some of them looking like a football game, people eating out there.
If they've got the space, I mean, they can't.
There's not many restaurants in town that would have that much space. I can only think of one.
So I could go down behind Woodlands, buy all that land. I got 200 outdoor seats and 10 indoor seats.
Downtown.
Okay.
I'm talking about downtown only. I'm telling
Well,
you, Bypass has more room, they can provide it. Keep the
They
rules as
can,
a-
but I don't think we should force them to. If you're gonna not force it uptown, you should not force them in the bypass.
They're different rules anyway. If you're gonna build a restaurant out on the.
Well, I will tell you now, I would be against making
Okay.
one saying up here that you have to and one saying that you don't have
The
to.
rules are different now.
Yeah, but we're
I
not
don't-
enforcing what we've got, so if you're talking about changing, I'd just soon change it to where they're same playing field on outdoor dining, period.
Okay, indoor dining out on the bypass, it's one parking space for 100 square feet inside. Downtown, we changed it to 1 for 250, less requirements, so it's different now. But the environment's different. You don't have space downtown, you got plenty of room out on the bypass. So if we want to treat them the same, we'll write the codes the same.
Well, what has changed between, let's say, 2018, 2019, and now?
For outdoor dining,
I'm,
I mean,
from what perspective?
People's perspective, maybe?
well, we've got the same or more number of people coming into town, correct? It's not like summer of 2020 when nobody was here.
Right.
And we had only 50% dining. Well, I don't understand what the issue is with going back and enforcing our ordinances right now.
We can do it.
I know we can do it, but why wouldn't we? There seems to be a reluctance, and I'm trying to
Think it's-
understand that reluctance to
So,
go back.
with COVID, it's not been one steady stream of mindset. It's this kind of thing. We just went through another peak. Now we're coming back down on the backside. We had the same thing in the fall. So we're reacting to what people are telling us that own these restaurants. Hey, man, they're really wanting to be outside.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
The choice to forego the rules was unilateral on the administration side. It didn't come from town council. So what is your department's mindset right now going into summer in terms of enforcing the rules or not? I mean, you're looking to us for guidance, but we weren't looked to for guidance when the rules changed, when the enforcement of the rules changed.
You were informed.
Informed,
But
but you didn't ask for guidance.
Why should we micromanage?
Now you and Shane are asking for guidance. Correct?
yes.
I'm not
Asking for
I'm not trying to
guidance,
put
yeah,
anybody
no,
on the
no,
hot
no.
seat.
Asking for guidance going forward, yeah, long-term guidance. Short-term, we absolutely can go back to enforcing what we receive back, and this doesn't change the rules for us to relook at this. And so I think that's the big picture, long-term, relook at this and say, has the rules or the game changed? Do we need to look at changing the ordinances long-term into that? The short-term is, right now, they're out of compliance, and I don't think, any of them would want to go back into compliance if you ask them. From a town's perspective, we're charged with following the ordinances that are in place. And so, once we sent out the letter, we did have some go back into compliance. We had, I know a couple that went right back into compliance. We had some others that reached out and individually, different times. I know they've grabbed you all at different times and asked for us to relook at this. And so, the guidance piece will come with the long term. I guess in the interim, we're asking, when we make the decision to do this, look at this long-term wise, with the ordinance potential changes in that. The interim piece is what we're looking at right now. Do we absolutely crack down on our ordinance, which is doable? It's a handful of restaurants, so it's not
500, it's a handful. And they're aware of this conversation, I'm sure, going on right now today. You know, that's where we stand now. We're charged with following the ordinance, and if that's in agreement, then that's what we'll do. We just need to give some, probably, timeline, put a timeline in place of what we're gonna do. to
30
look at this.
days?
Timeline for them and a timeline for us as well, and looking at this, is that's a subcommittee, you know, what does that look like, you know, coming back to you all?
I'm certainly willing to look at it and want to look at it. My immediate concern is that all things being equal, if I bought Story Street at the same time someone else bought Town Tavern, I don't have the opportunity to capitalize on this graciousness right now if I own Story Street. And the guy down the road does, just because he has some extra land that's outdoors. And I feel like we're granting an unfair advantage, because they're both competing for the same diner. We're granting this unfair advantage to some people, and by not enforcing that rule. Now, if we want to change that rule, and that helps those particular businesses, let's do that. But let's do that in the context of these other things, the Roger Brooks study, parking, downtown development, density, all these things that we're talking about. Because they were first, the rules were softened because of 50% dining and these other things which aren't in place anymore. And so that's where I'm trying to get to, is if we allowed it to happen because of this and that doesn't exist anymore, then why haven't we gone back to where we were? And then looking at changing is a whole different matter to me.
Well, that pretty well sums it up. I do think in the equation relating to downtown, you do have to take a look at the increase in number of places where people sleep and park their car and just walk to the restaurant. I think you have to do that, because it's increased.
I would also encourage us to think about the overall vision too, that we have more people in town than we've ever had. We have less restaurants, so if you take away seating, and this is not, I'm not talking dollars here, I'm talking feeding the people coming to our town. We're gonna have even longer waits, we're gonna have even more upset people in town, and I'm not just talking tourists, I'm talking those of us that live here. We're gonna go from 1.5-hour waits to 2-hour waits because there's less tables to seat people at. That can be a bad image on the town.
Or a week's delay in even getting a reservation.
So I'm not saying that's a reason not, I'm 100% for following rules. I'm the one yesterday that said that we should follow our own rules in doing stuff. But at times, there are reasons to consider laxing rules until we figure this out. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think from this point, I agree with everybody in this respect, but I feel like it's something that we do have to address on an upcoming meeting, regular scheduled town council meeting, so the public can address it, and business owners, and give us some insight on how to go forward. And I think that hearing what everyone said, that until that happens, it might be a good time to revisit our ordinance and follow it accordingly until such time the council is able to hear from the business owners and the citizens, and Kevin, on how we should maybe change that ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
fair enough?
COVID just sped up a trend that was coming.
I think so, too.
That was it, outdoor dining was coming, you know, it was you could see that, and I think COVID just sped it up, you know, so it is a time to go back and relook at it. And like you just said, let Kevin come forward with
Yeah.
with
Can you do
something
that,
for
Kevin?
us.
say, would you all be amenable to March?
Well,
David? I'm sorry.
I'm almost thinking maybe the planning board needs to get involved.
If you're rewriting an ordinance, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's
Albert,
true.
You know, you have 5 people on the planning board right now, right? That you can get to a meeting and have a quorum?
No, I've got 7, but I've got 5 serving, but after
This next
this month,
Right.
I'll only have 5,
Okay.
so I'm gonna need y'all
So
to decide.
we have to select at our March meeting
Yes.
Which is,
4 people,
which is later than normal, so.
later than
we gotta
normal,
adjust.
and they wouldn't be in place until April, right? Or
No, they
No, they'll
they
be
can
in
be in
March.
in March.
they could be in March,
It's the
okay?
next week, they gotta,
It'd be the
You
first
gotta
meeting,
suit up
it'd be the
ready.
week after.
Okay.
Well, haste makes waste, and
Well, what's
I
the
think we need to be
urgency?
careful.
The urgency's for the business owner.
For this,
For 5 business owners.
50% of our restaurants are down.
Strong's, right
Well,
now.
What, Charlie?
I just said 50% of our restaurants.
I
are
would
down.
say you would want to have it decided by May for the industry.
Yeah.
For May?
In season,
May?
starting, yes. Because you figure first weekend of May usually starts, first or second weekend starts ASU graduation. And once you hit that, you're in season. It goes from there.
Kind of be hard for May, though, because then that would mean you would have to make a decision in March, bring it to us in April, or,
we can only move as quick as we move, so.
that's what I mean, so.
So my hearing, the March meeting is going to have a topic setting the scope of what we're asking for,
I think that would
what the
be, if
council's
everybody's
gonna ask
amenable
for.
to that,
Is that,
setting scope.
Setting
Yeah.
scope on
Come up with
outdoor
a-
dining?
I mean, setting forth the next action step. So
Yeah.
at this point, we don't have any action steps, so I mean.
To formally ask the planning board.
Other than our
to
ordinance
do
in
that.
place, so we,
Right.
so formally asking the planning board to put together
A plan,
options
yeah.
or a plan that comes before you. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think,
I think outdoor dining really needs to be a part of a bigger picture and a bigger conversation about downtown.
I do too. I do too. But.
Because I think it's an integral part of activities and other activities that happen because of outdoor dining. Outdoor music, outdoor noise, a lot of things come with that. And I think that if you examine it in the vacuum of just itself, we're not gonna be considering these other things. And I feel like this perceived urgency is clouding our judgment on when we should examine this and in the context of what we examine it with.
Well, we're out of, we've avoided ordinances in a percentile way, is that right?
I'm sorry. say-
We've just forgot about our ordinances in a percentile basis.
I think that's fair to say to an
Okay.
extent.
And I mean, we can say today, we will get back to the ordinances.
I think that's what Charlie said.
And
So,
then go from there.
yeah, I think next step is again, so first step can be, we'll send notice out. You know, we'll have to give them at least a little period of time. We gave them 30 days the first time, I think, is that right? To come back with compliance. I
Yeah.
mean, we can set a timeline so it's not Friday. I mean, we can give them a fair enough warning. The March 8th meeting, if that's what I'm hearing, is, 3 weeks away, so it's not a tremendous amount of time down the road. But we just need to determine from that meeting, if that's what I'm hearing, where we're going.
We're
with
probably
this.
in our slowest period right now that we've been in a while. So we can handle that enforcement part. We can put some things together to bring back to you. But.
Put things
Exactly.
together, I mean, all you do is tell them.
Yeah, no,
No, no, that's fine, I can do that, I'm not talking about that. But you want us to bring something back to you, or do you want us to put it in a comprehensive approach? I hear David, and I hear Melissa. I'd like to hear consensus, what you want us to do.
Well, if
I know you want us to work on the downtown setbacks and all that stuff.
If it's a problem, it needs to be worked on. I
Okay.
know.
So action's
But-
not taken here, but action
That's right.
could potentially be taken on March the 8th. is
What do you
what I'm
think, Doug? I mean, we're out of enforcing the ordinances that didn't come about overnight. Now, do we want to get back into complying with that? I do,
Well, we
because I
just-
believe in rules.
And they're gonna do that.
Yeah. What I'm hearing and what Kevin's hearing is that we want to go back into compliance now. We're going to be addressing this formally, or at least in a actionable stance, potentially on March 8th, on what the next steps may be.
And
within that.
that's going to involve some wailing and gnashing of teeth.
So be it.
Right.
It's an part of the process, right? It's a topic that, again,
I mean, how can we, it's pretty difficult to let one little group by, and you're gonna have to step on somebody else somewhere in the future. How do you reconcile that? That's tough to reconcile.
It is. We addressed everyone. Some did it, complied. Some did not.
So I'm hearing that we're gonna get back in compliance.
You're hearing correct.
I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
What else y'all want to talk about?
Why don't we just talk about this again?
I'm done.
Done?
I'm hearing you. If there's anything else on, that y'all want to
I
talk
mean, is
about related
everybody
to.
amenable to that? I mean, I'm not running this show.
Not changing the subject, but looking ahead, Kevin, are you looking at, what are we looking at as far as, are you hearing a lot of things with some building that may be coming to town, some things that may be getting ready to happen, or anybody talking to you about hopefully bringing some things, or?
No. Not, 7-acre piece, we'll talk about that openly. Nope. Haven't heard anything.
Well, I mean, like, I'll go
So-
back to Manpower, I've heard of a couple of places that would look to come to town at reopening in some of our other restaurants, but nobody's wanting to take the chance when you can't find anybody to work right now.
I just feel that will someday pass.
Yeah, I hope it's soon.
I mean, this property across the street from Town Hall has sold, has it not?
I think it has. I know it was under contract.
So now that's gonna be more residency, part-time residency, motel, hotel, whatever it's gonna be, in town.
Not yet fully determined what that will be. Those are rumors.
But let's just take the rumors, not at face value, but if it's a hotel apartments or whatever, that's more people that are downtown that want to eat. That's a big thing to me. I mean, it's grown.
It is.
And it was always something that a lot of people wanted.
Kevin, can you,
So we have to look at that, in my opinion, differently as we are, maybe not as much as we should.
Yeah,
Okay.
We never had, and this is, go to Boone, go anywhere, the game never changed as quickly as it did with COVID. Never. We thought things were coming, and within a matter of what felt like, overnight, they changed. And whether or not they continue is the big unknown that we all are asking ourselves.
Right.
And how do we potentially change our outlook, ordinances, et cetera, to be ready for that or prepare for a change back is
Well, we
part of our
reduced the
big picture
pressure.
conversation, for
We
sure.
reduced the pressure when the pressure was highest. Is that fair to say?
That's exactly right. We made the decision to do what we did, again, truly on about a daily basis, to relieve pressure, to allow for things, to encourage people to be here, to encourage people to be safe, which was always number one. All those things came into factor constantly and consistently, as much as they could.
So now we can see things tilting a little back more toward normal.
They appear to be.
So normal says you don't do this anymore.
All right, moving right along.
I did have one question about staffing and planning and zoning, and I know that we've added Brian, and does that allow the margin to do everything that your department needs to do?
Yes. Except we're gonna need to fill the front. We're gonna need to fill Tammy's spot. Which is, that's not just a spot.
Yeah.
That is institutional knowledge, years of, it's hard to replace that. Very
I
hard to
understand
replace
that. But in terms of getting enforcement done, I see the number of permits that we have, that are we adequately staffed now
I believe
and for the immediate future?
we have needed to be this way for a while,
Right.
but we're there, and I think it's gonna serve us for a good while coming.
Thanks.
We good, guys?
Yep.
Good. All right, we're gonna recess for break and lunch, I guess.
Is it that time already?
Okay,
We're back in session.
we're back. Last session before lunch, and I had no clue what to title this, but I thought it was a good time. We've never done something like this before, but just kind of a brief overview of our current town code, Chapter 2, which governs this board and procedures, along with a discussion, our code of ethics, and just kind of open up for some best practices and things of that nature. So we'll start with just a quick review. Like I said, we'll talk about one slide on the history, just because as I dug into some things, I found just a couple points I'll make that I thought was interesting. Go over Chapter 2, which governs this governing board and our meetings. Code of Ethics, which was put into place in 2010, and discussion of other items that is up to us. Town, everybody knows, was incorporated in 1889. Interesting enough, did you know that we did not charge taxes other than May through December? We were designated as a seasonal town, and we could not charge taxes during the winter. I did not know that. So that was a 1905 change. So from 1889 to 1905, that was in place. So interesting enough, I didn't know that even existed, that you could prorate taxes based on what was considered a seasonal town. So when we were incorporated as a seasonal town, I'm sure we were seasonal well beyond 1905, but I'm sorry. The tax collector was put in 1905, and that was the months in which the tax could be collected was only during the months of May through December. We all probably know this, but only 3 council members governed this town until 1973, when it went to 5 council members. That was a change relatively soon, or relatively recent. And then in 1987, which was not that long ago, because I remember that year fairly well, this town changed over from a mayor council to a manager council. So, and most of you probably that were here remember that change. So, I'm the just the 6th town manager, permanent manager that's been here. So, relatively new town, so to speak, in a lot of ways. Even though we've been here since 1889, the town had been governed primarily a much different way than it is now. Mayor and clerk being in charge of that. Again, these are reviews that we probably all know, but it's always good to, I think, of a refresher. So our town code, Chapter 2, is all governing body, all about the governing body and meetings. Things that you may not know is that we are set up to have our meeting every second Tuesday, but that time is not determined within the code. That is up for you all to determine. It has to be consistent, and it has to be advertised. But the time of the meeting that I know has always been 6 o'clock, but that time can change. And Boone just recently made that change to their meetings. They went from a nighttime meeting to a daytime meeting. Not saying that I'm requesting that or asking that, just for you all to know. Second Tuesday is in the code, so if you change that, that has to change the code. But the time can be determined by you all. Just needs to be an advance notice, more than likely at least a month in advance, or what most do is a year. So as a new council's being seated and they're putting the calendar together for the new year, they put that out there. So that's what is most customary.
Didn't it used to be 5 o'clock?
Yeah, it's changed twice since we've been on it, because we used to have winter hours and summer hours. Whenever the time changed, we would go to a different time.
A special meeting, so the next 2 are about special meeting and emergency meetings. And I'm not sure, for the folks that have been on the council the longest, I'm sure we've never had as many special meetings and emergency meetings as we've had during COVID. I don't know how many we've had, but there's been a lot. We've had more meetings in 1 month than we've had in a year, I think, in times within that. But a special meeting can be called by the mayor pro tem, or any 2 members. So that's come into play a few times in the last year or 2. Must be put in writing. I put email sufficient. That's something that is not determined, but after talking over things with Alan the last couple of years with COVID and changes, what used to be a handwritten request, email now is sufficient in doing that. So any 2 members of council that's not the mayor or the pro tem may call that meeting, or call a special meeting. And it is customary to give 48 hours notice. That is within our code. It does so we can do it as early as 6 hours, but customary to do 48 hours.
An emergency meeting.
That's right. Emergency meeting can be called by the same individuals, so mayor, mayor pro tem, or 2 individuals. The definition in our code says circumstances must be unexpected and require immediate consideration. So there is a little vagueness within that, but typically in the past, emergency meetings have been called for things like some COVID issues we've had or weather-related issues that we've had in the past to call state of emergencies and things of that nature. Written notice, same as a special meeting, must be given prior to that being distributed. Like everything with notices or meetings that are put into place, we have our sunshine list that includes the media that's not here today, but all that has to be done in accordance with the same procedures that we follow normally. So if a member, mayor, pro tem, or two members would like to call a meeting, email is sufficient. Handwritten, again, is what, what used to be done. That would be to the clerk, and the clerk would then post that, obviously, out to our sunshine list for them to be aware that the meeting has been called. No time notice is required with emergency meetings, but, it's customary to give everyone time, everyone here to be there, obviously, along with, again, the media, give them ample time. So that's something that doesn't come into play as often, which is good. Agenda. So requests must be received in sufficient time so that the agenda may be printed and distributed. I put here, we need a formalized time because since I've been here, we've not ever put a time on this. So the clerk is still in the code as well. So my name does not exist within the code. But that's typically, since I've been here, and I think it's probably even previous to me, how items get put on the agenda is it's either through the mayor or through council members, into my office, and then Hillary assists in putting that together on the administrative side within that. But we currently don't have a good or best practice timeline. So our meetings are held on the second Tuesday. I put here Tuesday ? I mean, potentially the Tuesday before, giving us a little bit of time there. That's also, as you go down, to the next item with agenda packet, we don't technically have a packet deliverable timeline. So right now, a lot of times it comes out on Thursday, sometimes it's Friday mornings. A lot of it's depending on my schedule in some ways, if I'm out of town or if I'm working on something that's a little more pressing. It would be nice to be able to have some consensus here on our timelines of when items are being submitted, and then when the packet's expected to go out. So I'll pause for just a second if there's any thoughts towards that, or if that's.
I think Thursday would be good. What do you think, Dave?
I would like to have it earlier. Now, I
Would
don't
you?
know what's involved in that, but having a job. I'm finding that I'm preparing a day or two ahead of time, and then I find out, wow, I really needed to talk to this person or that person that I didn't know I needed to talk to, and there's no time left to do that. I mean, I would love to get the packet a week before, in a perfect world. Now, is that reasonable? I don't know. But I would love to get it, a week before our meeting, which means the agenda needs to be probably at least a week before that. So, can we do agendas 2 weeks before a meeting? I don't know.
I think all doable, absolutely. It's about, and it may take us a month or two, obviously, to get into the rhythm of that. But primarily the way things work right now, we've got the planning board. That's a big key in putting things on the agenda. That is the week after the town council, usually the third Thursday, right, Kevin? So that does give us time. So if we were a week after that putting the agenda together, we normally have those topics. What happens now is there's usually kind of a mad rush that last week of getting the agenda put together, and then putting the packet together is the afterthought. So the reason the packet gets delayed sometimes is because we're not putting the agenda together until last minute. So we absolutely can put together a timeline that looks like that. If we want the packet going out the week before, then I would absolutely suggest that we try to have the agenda finalized the week before that, so it gives us time to get the items prepped that are needed, obviously, to put that out there.
I think another reason to do it earlier, and I'd agree with David, is the new effort of promoting and informing our residents that things are coming up so that they're informed earlier. So if they want to participate and come to the meeting, I think that earlier venue would help. And especially since you're promoting it on the newsletter and online and things like that, I think we've had that conversation before, to let the public know give the public more notice, I should say, that things are coming up.
Thoughts, Tom?
Well, a couple of things on that. One, it is nice to get it earlier. Two, I remember at times when we used to get it earlier, this is back earlier in the years when I came on, is that you found out, it also gave the public more time to come to you, to talk to you, but then you ended up running to the manager wanting to add to the agenda a lot. So if we need to set a time, if we do something like that, a time that we can really add stuff to the agenda, because it does push our staff more after we set an agenda, talked about it, you know, and then we come back and want to add and add, it pushes the staff more, you know, and then we end up, like you just said, getting the information again just a day or two ahead of time, you know.
And just,
I think, I don't know if it'd be any easier for the manager, but as far as, you know, our meetings with him, I'd like to see, I need personally for me to schedule a time with him instead of just calling time. I'm bad to just drop in, you know, and I know that takes away from his time. He's been very good about listening every time I come, and I know that takes away from him. And I know he's got an agenda and he's got a work schedule too. So it may be easier too if I think if we knew what times that we were meeting with him all the time, you know.
Albert?
Well, I think Shane would verify when I will meet with you, I'll ask you before.
Sure.
I don't have any problem with the way it is now.
Melissa?
I'm not the 10% that doesn't get the word.
Melissa, what do you think?
as to Doug's thing about the agenda and adding things, I would say once the agenda's set for, say like the March agenda would be set, nothing can be added. It would have to be continued, you know, they would have to either go on April, May, whatever, would be the solution to that. If somebody came to you and say, you know, sorry, this agenda's set, you know, unless it's a dire emergency, and then I would say it would take two of us, any of us, mayor pro tem, council, it would take two of us then to address it to Shane to get it added.
So I think best practices is that we put a timeline on setting the
Yeah.
agenda, and that gives us
Yeah.
X amount of time to get the packet out, and then we set that timeline. Unless something is absolutely time sensitive, you know, and what's at the bottom here is additions. So once the agenda is normally set and becomes public record, typically the way to add that would be at the beginning of the meeting, and that's normally, as I put here, by consensus or majority vote, to add that at the back of the agenda item. Again, we would all, from a staff perspective, have to have adequate time to get prepped whatever's being added to that agenda. So, you know, like with anything, if you don't abuse it, which I don't think we would, it would be helpful to us to get some things kind of set into place. The agenda timeline being set is probably the most critical that I'm asking for, because that's the one that really drives everything else. And some months, those items are insignificant, so to speak, and we have what we need. Other times, I feel like we fall short on delivering the deliverables, so to speak, as a part of the packet, because we're just a little it's a little crunched for time within that.
Could we use, in my business, anytime we set a meeting, at the end of that meeting, we know when we're gonna meet again on the subject and what the agenda of that meeting is.
Mm-hmm.
Could we do that at the end of our meetings? We could say, well, this is what the agenda, and then you can have 2 weeks to add to it. But we could say, here's the 3 main things we're gonna talk about in a month. Is that, again, unreasonable?
I think the big things, the things we know that are coming, that's easy. It's the things that because we keep a particular file, so to speak, of things as they're coming up, for the next month, that type of thing. So some months that may not be anything. It may be we know one thing. Some months we may already know 3 or 4 things coming up. Planning board drives that a great deal, the unknown. So it could be here's what's on the planning board's radar for the week after. We know that by the time we're meeting in the second Tuesday. So that type of stuff, absolutely, we could put out there that we know that's coming up.
Well, I think, first off, we need to determine, when would we like to get the agenda? And then when would we like to get the packet, period?
My thought, and I put on here, Tuesday, but the more that I thought about it after I did this, one night, I can't remember what night I did this, would be the Friday before. So the Friday before the week that the packet goes out. That gives us, Friday at 5 type deadline, is something that I would ask for you to consider, having the agenda set, and then us putting the packet out.
That next Tuesday.
The next Tuesday, or Wednesday, either one is doable, yeah. But we put a time on that as well. What we're finding, and I think social media, and Nicole can attest to this, people do want to be informed. They want consistency when they're getting things, newsletters, that type of thing. So this is a big key piece of that. Like I think Pete says, is being more transparent, with our communication, is expectations being there that agenda set at this time, packet will be coming out by 5 p.m. on this date.
Why don't we try Friday and Tuesday, see how that works for us?
That works for staff, that sounds great.
Is that okay with you? I'm just give you time to,
Yeah, that works for him.
does that work for you, Hillary?
Give us a month, give us a month.
Come
to get
on, you
used to
have a
it.
vote.
Yeah. Give us a month to get used to it.
Waiting on stuff, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Hillary's peak, so if we have a finite date in which things are due, then that helps us all plan for that, absolutely, within that. And that's what we're all asking for. Kevin has a comment?
Uh-oh, incoming, incoming.
For this coming month, because it's the first, it's the earliest of the month that you meet from this.
Yeah.
It makes it tough when we're trying to get you monthly reports. Not just me, others, because get it the week before, you got one day. If the month is finalized out on day before, Monday is the first, or Monday is the.
Right, March is the earliest date, March 8th is the earliest we could ever have a meeting, so.
Well, keep in mind
so-
this, the packets,
Well, why don't we look at January and March? Why does it have to be the week before? I mean, that's tough to get. We can always be 1 month in arrears, I think, on some stuff.
Yeah, on monthly reports. So, and the monthly reports, Kevin, don't have to be a part of the packet.
That's
So
right.
that's a different thing, so. Yeah, the monthly reports, we don't send out with the packet, and you all may not realize that. They usually go out on the Monday of the week of the meeting, Friday or Monday.
so
So we
that-
can,
that's not really
we can
a part
handle
of the
that.
packet.
Yeah, we can handle that. We're talking the packet.
boy, that'd have been nice to know.
We're just talking packet.
Way to keep them in line.
If you're
Shane.
not on the agenda, then it does not affect you. Yeah, right, so that's what we're talking
It's like
about.
this uniform.
Yeah, I see them back there,
Sign back
and I'm like, the whole back corner's looking at me, and I'm like, what am I saying wrong within this? I thought we want time. Yeah, so for the agenda, we're all good with putting the agenda timeline on there. Okay, so
And Shane will apologize for.
so at the
If you don't
March,
have a finite time, it's
Yeah.
gonna be finite time.
okay, so we're good with Thursday, the agenda.
Friday.
Tuesday, the
Friday.
packet, and we'll just hope like
Give us a
whatever
month
we
or so.
get
Yeah,
the
that's right.
department reports.
That's right.
They're a bonus whenever we
Yeah,
get.
exactly.
You're saying Thursday, you're saying Friday.
Friday at 5. Yeah,
Okay.
We're
for
getting
the
the
packet.
That
agenda
good?
For the
Friday.
agenda.
And what
Yeah.
happens at Friday at 5?
The agenda's set, which means no items should be added after Friday at 5,
Prior to the.
other than
to the
things
next
that
week's
absolutely
meeting.
have to. That's
Then
right.
it would be like a week and a half.
Okay.
Yeah,
Before
so
the
So
we,
you can't come in from the beach.
10
from the
days
weekend,
prior.
And add something on Monday.
yeah, it's
Okay.
10 days prior, and the packet should come out 7 days prior, is what we're saying right here. So we're setting the agenda pretty much in stone 10 days prior. If we add things, it really then goes into being added at the beginning of the meeting by majority vote, which is something we do all the time.
Because
but
we always ask for
Yeah.
approval of the agenda.
That's right.
And, so.
Okay.
Good with that?
Got it.
Presiding officer is the mayor over the meetings. That is part of the town code, chapter 2. Rules, motions in and out of order, rules of the speakers from the floor, to call a recess anytime, and to adjourn in the event of emergency, which we've not had to do. So let's hope
We have a
never
few
to.
times with Albert.
Yeah. A quorum, so believe it or not, a lot of places don't do this or don't know this. I ran into that when I got to small towns. But the majority of council plus the mayor, excluding vacant seats, constitutes a quorum. Previously, I'm not sure, how long we had been since we had a vacant seat, but we ended up having one for several meetings, special meetings, et cetera. So that came into play, could have come into play within that.
So when you say plus the mayor,
So we start with 6,
thank you, not,
not
we can
5.
have a meeting without the mayor.
That's correct.
Yes, you can.
That's correct.
Don't push it.
Which is the mayor pro tem.
I was confused by plus.
Yeah, I didn't add.
I'm a plus to your
And-
organization, okay?
When you read this, and you may have this coming up on your slide, for the point of the quorum, the mayor can call the meeting to order and then walk out the door and go on his merry way, and we've met the quorum. The
Yeah.
meeting can go on. He doesn't have to be
Because
there.
I don't have a vote.
He doesn't have to be there present.
Yeah, so,
give
and a
any
council
ideas.
member the same way. So a
Right.
council member who withdraws without being excused by a majority vote of the remaining members shall be counted for the purposes of determining quorum. Also an affirmative, so, but you all can vote. So by majority, if Melissa needs to leave for a particular reason, family emergency, et cetera, it would require a vote in order to keep things legal. If not, her vote is in the affirmative moving forward with that. But you can excuse her by majority vote. And it, that's obviously, again, not to be misused, but, and we do go into, debate. We talk about conflict of interest in just a second as well. So, excusing yourself because you have a conflict of interest is not counted in the same way as obviously being excused because of majority vote within that. Once a motion has been stated and seconded, the mayor shall open the floor to debate. The member who makes the motion is entitled to speak first, and a member who has not spoken on the issue shall be recognized for someone who has already spoken. This is probably the one that gets the most convoluted in every board and every history, because people that want to make points want to make points, and it gets a little heated at times. But this is within our code of the order of speaking, so to speak, from a motion to a member that has not spoken. Once a council member is physically present, it does say physically present, so I know that's our current code. I'm interested in how that could be determined now as things are with COVID. At a meeting, any failure to vote shall be in the affirmative unless the member is excused from voting by majority of vote from the remaining members. Again, so you voting to excuse a member is allowable, and council members may be excused from voting.
And then
If
if someone's
matter.
excused to vote, then the mayor will break the tie if there's a tie.
Correct. Should be if the matter involves the member's own financial interest or official conduct. So again, that's the one that we have ran into just once or so, I think, in my memory of having someone have to be excused because of that. Ordinances, we know that, David?
One back, so conflict of interest.
Mhm.
You're getting to that, or,
This was my slide on that.
okay, so conflict of interest, it's not enough to be asked to be excused, you have to be voted, correct?
Correct. It does need to be a part of the official record.
Yeah. So I just can't stand up and excuse myself.
That is correct. Everyone has to agree.
Has to agree.
So typical thing to do is you would state for the record why you have a conflict of interest, and then they would vote to allow you to be excused within that. That is correct. You not stating that and then voting has happened as well. So that's where it gets complicated. I think that happened in 2019.
Yeah.
My 1 month of coming in to observe before I was hired. So, hasn't happened since, so that's good. Ordinances, Kevin can speak to this, public hearings, et cetera, involved. You can't vote on an ordinance that you hear for the first time unless you have at least 2/3 passing vote within that, which, based on my math, is 3.33, so 4 out of 5, so 4/5. I don't know why it said 2/3 unless that goes back to when it was originally 3 members of the council. I thought about that when I was looking at it that night, Kevin. It says 2/3. We can't do 2/3. We can do 3/4. We do 4/5, but can't do 2/3 when you're talking to 5. What's that? Is that general statute? Maybe North Carolina general statutes. That would make more sense. But again, doesn't do the math. So requires a 4/5 vote, is a better way of putting it, to pass an ordinance in the time in which, in the first reading of the ordinance, the same night. Board appointments, I think we just talked about this. Mayor technically has opened the floor to nominations. Members shall cast their vote. Majority vote or highest vote. This is what we've always done, and we'll do that next month for nominations of other boards. That's what this.
And I don't get a
purpose
vote for that either.
No, you do not.
No,
get a vote
we've
for that.
been voting by ballot.
Correct. Does
I'll
not
let-
go
no,
into, it does
no.
not go into to details on how we vote, so that is up to you all on by ballot, et cetera. It just talks about, obviously, how we, who's in charge of opening the floor, nominations, which we essentially get nominations here. I mean, that's how we have done it in the past. Nominations are on a deadline that the clerk sets for those to be submitted. Then here we essentially see those nominations.
Now, one time, I did break a tie in some of the nominations.
Not during my time, but I guess it could happen if we had
Jim.
something,
Yeah.
and play that.
We played it back, we went back twice, and there was a tie.
Yeah, my recommendation is that you would, if you had multiple individuals competing for a position, and the first reading obviously was a tie, then you would go back to a second vote.
Right.
At some point, though, I would say for the record, you all would then need to vote to determine how you would break that tie.
That's
Which
right.
is maybe what happened at that time.
Yeah,
Wasn't
and
during
it
my
was,
time with
and
me.
that was just a couple of years ago.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know if everybody knows this. We have a town code of ethics. It does not get brought up as often. It was put into place in 2010. It is available on our website, and most of you may be aware of that and may not be aware of that. But it was a push across the state to put these into place. If I recall my memory correctly, about 15 years ago, we put ours in place, 12 years ago. But code of ethics was something that was fairly new to adding that essentially to our book. So talks about integrity, proper structure of the town itself, and independence. I've got a couple points here, so for those, I don't have this online, but it's a 4-page document, so it's a fairly lengthy document that's out there, and I can share this with you all. But it goes through a very essential start like we do now, talking about the Constitution that we all talk about when you all talk about when you take your oath. Goes about the general principles underlying the code of ethics, and then goes into 6 sections of code of ethics. And I'll just read those topics. So laws is number 1. Section 2 is mostly about integrity and independence. And again, this was the most lengthy one. It talks about how to treat other board members, how to treat, obviously, staff, how to treat individuals in the community, things that we don't have issues here with. Impropriety is section 3. 4 is faithfully performing the duties of the office, and that's where the language gets put in, the oath that you take within that. Section 5 is conducting the affairs of the board in an open and public manner. That's about transparency. And then section 6 talks about the censure procedures, which is not something that we've had to encounter, and hopefully we won't, but does talk about the censure procedures within the code of ethics.
I have a
within
quick
that.
question
Certainly.
for the council. Those that, have you all gone through your ethics training?
No.
Okay, that'd be,
I got my link this past week
Yeah,
to do it.
he would put me on, I've got a link to it.
okay, good.
Gonna do it.
Already done mine.
You've got yours memorized.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But this one, if, for anybody who hasn't read the town one, it's very interesting. It really is.
I know I'm kind of flying through this stuff. I know lunch is here, so I'm not sure how we want to do that, if we want to stop and have lunch. I put concerns up here, questions, opening the floor up for other conversations, or if we want to wait. It's
I do have a question about debate,
absolutely.
because I feel like sometimes we talk about things that we debate items before there is a motion. And there's a difference in asking staff a question, getting clarity on something, and debating something. But sometimes I feel like we jump into the subject matter and debate it before there's a motion. Then we debate, then we have a motion, then we debate again.
So, saying that, section 210, taking official action. I
Okay,
think
oh,
that's,
I'm sorry.
I don't have it up here, so I didn't want to put all this up here, but I thought a question like that may come up. So, section 2.10 says, "The board shall proceed by motion." A motion, when duly seconded, brings the matter before the board for its consideration. So if you read it the way that it is being put in here, I believe, other than getting clearance or clear,
Clarity.
Questions, clarification.
clarification from staff, it's been a long 3 days, then debating amongst yourself waits until the motion has a second.
After the second.
So, yeah, so.
After the second.
After the second.
Yeah, before the
So-
vote, after the second.
I'll read it. So the board shall proceed by motion. So I think proceeding means next step. A motion, when duly seconded, brings the matter before the board for its consideration. A motion may be withdrawn by the introducer at any time prior to a vote if the member who seconded the motion concurs, which I think we all know. So the person that makes the motion has to be the one that's willing to take it back, but the seconder has to obviously concur within that. Then the next section goes right into debate. And so once a motion has been stated and seconded, the mayor shall open the floor to debate upon it. The mayor shall preside over the debate according to the following principles. Number one, the member that makes the motion is entitled to speak first. Number two, a member who has not spoken on the issue shall be recognized before someone who has already spoken. And three, to the extent possible, the debate shall alternate between proponents and opponents of the measure at hand prior to a vote being taken.
And are you reading from Robert's Rules?
I'm reading from our town code, which is
Robert's
taken
rules
from
is
Robert's
just a
rules.
base to go by.
No. our
No,
town
but I'm
act-
saying, this takes it a little bit further, though.
No, our town actually says we are to follow Robert's Rules.
Yeah, the last section of our 233 of
So
our,
much so.
yeah, so chapter 233, reference to Robert's Rules of Orders. Robert's Rules of Orders shall govern all procedural matters not addressed by the provisions of this chapter. However, no action taken by the board shall be invalidated by failure to abide by Robert's Rules. So it does play into what's not written here or how it was written to begin with within this section. of the
There
code.
is there not a procedure, if you want to change your vote, you can do it? But there are parameters for that during the meeting? You have to be,
I think that's a
What we
different
did
subject
one
than what
time when we
David's
had
talking.
that is it was a month later, a person wanted to change their vote.
couldn't.
And, well, couldn't, but because I think the person who made the motion seconded to be able to change your vote has to start
to.
with them all over again.
That's right.
But I think we were.
The motion has to come
We
out
ran into
again.
that problem, and I think that's what we,
I thought you had to be a yay to change your vote or a nay. I've read that somewhere.
You have to be able to change, now, correct me if I'm mistaken, but if you have to change a vote, that motion has to come back to the table, seconded with discussion
That night.
that night, respectively, because after that's really too late.
Right.
Well,
But you
Am I
have
not
to
correct?
be in a position to do that.
so I would say yes and no to all of it. So, once a vote is taken, on the night it's taken, it is not allowed to come back up within the same night. Once action has been taken at
Okay.
that night, because the agenda is set. You're not allowed to go back and add another piece to that. So once an item has been voted on, it's for the record. If you bring it back you can bring it back every month if you want to, but it has to be brought back and go through the same governing procedures as it would any other time. And a person can change their vote every month if they choose to, but it has to go back through the same procedures
On the
as the
agenda
prior,
and-
on the agenda,
Okay.
motion,
There has to be a
second,
motion.
vote.
Motion made
I'm
and
reading
seconded.
Robert's rules, which is not our code. That's where I got that idea. It addresses that. But
I've always been told that Robert's Rules was a baseline to run on, and that different corporations, different cities, municipalities can take the baseline and build from there. Am I not correct?
Robert's Rules is the standard.
Yeah.
This code was taken from. I mean, that's how this code was written within that. And it is always, in my opinion, and what's written here is it's the go-to when we do have something that's not clarified within
Okay.
here. If we want to change this, it's the go-to.
But-
Shall govern.
But,
It is.
but the
It shall govern,
debate
that's right.
part is written in our code how to handle it, so we don't have to go to Robert's rules.
Right.
you're right.
So we follow our code
So
on
if
the
we,
debate
if we wanted to
side.
make some
Unless we
change
wanna
that's not
change it.
here, then I would say, then we need to make the change here. I mean, that needs to happen within the code just to make things, which
Because in
very
reference,
rarely.
in reference to David's question, just hypothetically, if we were in session and there was something on the floor, David made the motion, Doug seconded it. When we went into debate, David would have first say
That's correct.
in the debate.
That's right.
Yeah, according to Robert's Rules.
Yes.
I would be first to talk about it.
But my point is, because it's written in our code supersedes Robert's rules in this instance.
They're
It's
guidelines.
stated in our code that if it's
Guidelines.
written in our code how we want to follow it, that supersedes Robert's rules.
I agree
That's
with
written into our code.
Guidelines.
I agree that. But,
So-
but in terms of debate, I think we follow Robert's rules.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think our code and Robert's rules deviate from one another.
Sometimes we don't alternate like we're supposed to, because you're supposed to, if you're against it, I'm for it,
I think that's a little hard
Pete's
to do
against
because
it,
Well-
Melissa's for
Well,
it.
the first,
You're
if,
supposed to go back and forth and hear a yay and a nay and a yay and a nay.
I agree.
Yeah.
If we're following Robert's rules, first two comments are gonna be for it.
yeah, they're the same.
First and second. And then the remaining three council members ideally would alternate between positive and negative if there are positive and negative.
Yeah, but
And also Robert's rule states that the mayor should speak last, debate last,
That's correct.
so as to not influence.
If there's any debate, if the mayor has something that is neutral, but yes, the mayor speaks last on that, if he so wishes or she so wishes.
No,
You know, a lot of
according
times
to the
I
rules,
don't.
If you want to speak.
Right,
But if you
exactly.
do want to speak, it should be after the council members.
correct. Yes.
but the person making the second doesn't speak right after the person that made the
No,
motion.
does not. No, the person that makes the motion speaks first.
Only the person that makes a motion speaks then.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then
So,
it goes.
I mean, you were
should
saying,
go-
so if we put two yays there, only the person making the motion speaks to that side to start with, and then anybody against it speaks next.
Yeah, it does not state that the seconder gets to
Right.
speak second. It's the.
I'm
it's-
sorry,
yeah.
I misinterpreted.
Yeah, no, yeah, so the person making the motion speaks first. After that is whomever would like to speak that has not spoken, but best rule of practice would be someone speaking
On the
against.
opposite, yeah.
Against, that's
The other
right.
question is,
Bless you.
in talking about the agenda,
Mm-hmm.
so am I understanding correctly, anybody can add anything to the agenda?
Correct.
Well, then there's certainly the opportunity to have too much on the agenda. And who makes
Correct.
that decision to finalize and call it? Is that Mr. Mayor?
It does not state, so it is, so when you're talking setting the agenda,
That's why I contacted you, or if somebody would say, hey, do you want to add this to the agenda? Or,
So-
You know,
so section 2.6 says preparation of the agenda. The clerk shall prepare the agenda for the meeting. Section B, request to be placed on the agenda. Request to have an item placed on the business of the agenda must be received by the clerk in sufficient time so the agenda may be printed and distributed. Number 3, request to address board. That goes into request, obviously, public addressing board. The contents, agenda item shall include for each item on the business placed on it as much background information as subject as available and feasible to reproduce. So there is no guidelines, so to speak. It is not clarified within this. I looked at Robert's rules, that doesn't necessarily talk about the agenda. It's more presiding. So
I think the town manager should
Same,
have say
go ahead
in
and
that.
address, same with that, address taken off the agenda.
I think that's a key to bring up, and I had my notes here, so thanks for doing that, was items placed on the agenda. So is something that has not been an issue, but is periodically popped up from time to time of what items to put on there. Based on our current code, all of you have the rights to put items on the agenda. Now, that would be up to us all working collectively to figure out if those are feasible items or items.
which I think is left
Which
up
is
to
the-
our town
yeah.
manager.
But that could be a very time-consuming process, which is part of putting the timeline in, is obviously putting the agenda piece together. The way that's happened since I've been here, it's kind of a collective effort that flows through the mayor, so to speak, in a lot of ways, but that's not written anywhere. It's just, it's a very vague, like I said, that's word for word how the agenda, section 2.6 is written. So a very vague section on what items go on there. So allowing me to have full discretion, I'm not sure is the right plan either, because, things grow legs. And so just because David has something in mind today that isn't supported doesn't mean necessarily it's not going to be supported by the time it were to get to a vote, or vice versa, with the opposite happening within that. So
You're referring to just being, one of us just
putting
bringing
the
anything
agenda
agenda?
together, that's right.
But what I was leading into was the proper time of taking things off the agenda is before the agenda is.
It's public
adopted.
record, that's right.
Right.
Well,
Before it goes public.
Before it
Well,
goes
before it's
public.
public, right.
that's right. Once it becomes a public document, all changes need to be made at the beginning of the meeting prior to adopting the agenda.
And isn't it two to take off also?
When we're at meetings and
When we're in the
you
meeting.
ask us,
Right.
majority, I would think.
So, again, taking official action, going through debate, looking at voting, look at what we have here, it does not address that.
Okay.
We do not address taking things off the agenda. We add things by majority. So I think in the past, and I don't know if we've, how many times this has come up?
Maybe
We've-
twice.
We've used this exact scenario that by majority it must be taken off. But again, and I'm glad that I did this because, as much as I've read through this, I've never really thought through different scenarios that have come up in the last few years. That one's not
I feel
addressed
like if
within.
something's gonna be pulled from the agenda, just my personal opinion is it should.
And we
by
have
majority.
pulled things from the agenda.
Don't you think?
By
Yeah.
majority.
Yeah.
By majority.
By
I think,
majority
yeah.
vote, you know.
Yeah.
Would it be something to consider that it takes 2 of the 6 to have something requested put on the agenda? And the reasoning behind that is that so we know there are those among our citizens who like to fish us out one by one until they find the one that will say yes to getting something on the agenda, to prevent that because they know they can't do that anymore.
Well, if it takes a majority to put it on,
No, I'm talking
doesn't.
about before it's formalized. I'm talking about before the Tuesday deadline.
And we're talking, so the majority of the agenda is set by staff. I mean, that's how it's always been here. So Kevin knows what's on the planning board, Aaron, Nicole, Matt, someone, we all have our things that come. It is those types of topics that I guess that, since I've been here, where we get into the debate of what to put on the agenda and what not to put on the agenda. And a lot of times, that's usually the Tuesday or Wednesday before the meeting is when we're talking about these things. So we definitely have that needs to be at least considered. And we're not making decisions. These are codes, so anything we change, we obviously probably need to consider potentially doing here.
That's more of a protection thing, not just for the 6 of us sitting in this room today, but for future council members too, that you can't be, for a horrible word, but kind of predatory behavior from the public, that
Right.
they can't
Just simply add something.
beat you down until you say, yes, I'll finally get you on the agenda if you leave me alone.
I've seen examples of this taking place where a member of a council put items on the agenda each month and then grandstanded. I've personally seen that. So that's not something that we've ever done here. Putting rules into place would help alleviate that. But I have seen that where there's been hours of time, consumed by a member on a topic that's not growing legs, that's not going anywhere within that. So, but, you all as elected officials have the right to put items on the agenda. That's how this is stated. It's all of us, it's all of you putting things on the agenda. We just need to determine, and it doesn't have to, we're not trying to decide it today. These are thoughts that I don't know if we've had or things that we probably have had and we've dismissed them, but we need to clarify. Putting the packet together Friday at 5, or the agenda, packet the next week, we can do that. That's easy as long as we have enough time, to prep for it. But, the agenda item is something that, putting items on the agenda is something that needs more
I think
discussion.
it's run fairly smooth. I mean, most of the time, if somebody wants to put something on the agenda, they call other council members.
Well,
or-
it's run
You know.
smooth, it runs smooth until it doesn't, right? And so
Yeah,
I
true.
think,
Exactly.
everything does that.
and then I think it's when it doesn't is when we need rules to navigate that. To govern that. And so, I think that needs more study, and that's maybe what we just need to.
I agree. I think, and I can provide you other examples of other places that do things differently.
That would be great.
And so, yeah, the purpose of this was open up discussions for this exact purpose within that. A big part of our issue, my issue a lot of times is just the timing of things. So that's helpful to get some timing generic thoughts into place. And then the other part is when it doesn't go right, I find myself in the middle 99.9% of the time trying to figure out where to go next within that. So that's what we're trying to alleviate.
Yeah, and that's not fair to you.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, because most of the time, I guess, I look at you as the PIO, so.
Yeah, That's the shrink, or whatever you want to call me, that's in my job title, right? So, yeah, mediator, facilitator, mediator, whatever, yeah.
You guys want to break for lunch?
Yeah.
One item of trivia, the manager council form of government, the first city in America that adopted that was Hickory.
I thought you were going to say Newton. So,
Hickory.
Conover.
The other trivia is the mayor of Hickory votes on every issue, which means that when this was done, there was a powerful mayor.
yeah,
I have to defer to you.
But it's always been interesting to me, Hickory was the first in the country to have this form of government.
You see everything from 3-member council still in this state to 9, 11, 13, I've seen. It is 5 is typical with a mayor that doesn't vote. That's the most typical across the state, but it is different everywhere you go from the numbers, all across the state.
So, it's nothing that's an emergency, but you're gonna work on this and kind of
Absolutely.
put some feelings that we've heard and.
Absolutely.
Well, it comes up from time to
Yeah,
time.
I want you all to think about it as well and provide feedback, especially with the agenda. And then what we can do is bring some things to a meeting that, you all can discuss formally to inform the public of what we're changing. I think it's important, maybe just as important to the public as it is any of us, a lot of times, to let them know what our new rules are of setting agendas and things of that nature.
When to
Because
look at our website for the stuff's available,
because that's normally who's going to contact you all. These aren't normally things that you all are coming up with that somebody's bringing to you. But
Not really.
Let's go. Let's break for lunch, guys.
Snacking.
Thank you.
missing Albert, paging Albert Yance.
So we've done this before.
He wonders.
Albert, we need you over here. We need you. You're being beckoned. Shay, would you like to introduce Kathy?
Certainly. So starting the afternoon session of our day 3 of our 3-day retreat, so we're in the home stretch here. We called it stakeholder presentations. This is something that's a little different. We haven't done this in a while. At least in my time, may have never done something like this. But we've asked some of our most important stakeholders in the town, the Village Foundation, the BRCA, and Historical Society, to come and give a 15 or so minute overview of who they are, what their mission statement may be, kind of what their plans are for the upcoming year. So we're starting with the Village Foundation, like I said, and then going to the BRCA and Historical Society. So Village Foundation is going to be represented by Kathy Robbins, and she'll start first, and then the BRCA will be Tim Gupton, who's joining us via Zoom. Patience with that technology. Hopefully that works well with our setup today. And then lastly, but not least, Tom O'Brien's here, Historical Society, to give us an overview. So we'll start with Kathy Robbins.
I have a handout. Does anybody need a copy of a handout? I think I got everybody before I start.
Is that this?
Hey, Jim.
Good afternoon, how are you guys doing?
Hey, Jim.
I'm just here from.
I was gonna say, you don't look like Kathy.
Yeah, I changed.
Nice to see everybody.
Thanks for coming, guys.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate you taking the time to hear what the work we're doing with the Village Foundation. And Jim is our past president. I'm the current president of the Village Foundation. And John Aldridge, if he's looking, he is our founding father of the Village Foundation.
John's always looking.
Yeah. And so.
Is John actually joining us on that?
No, by camera. He's
Oh,
right
okay.
there. So anyhow, but,
Hey, John.
so we hope to do you proud. But anyhow, the Village Foundation, this was John's idea to come up with this, to support the chamber and to support projects in helping the town. And one of our missions is to help the town with economic development. So we started this foundation, a while ago, and I've put a fact sheet together. We have put one together just to kind of show who's on the board now. We've added some new board members, what our mission is, which is business, education, solicitation and retention, economic development, which lessens the burden of local government. That is what our mission is, to help you and raise money to do a public-private partnership. And so we decided to do a little fact sheet so that you could go back and refer to the projects and how much money we have actually contributed to the community in the town of Blowing Rock. And then our board of directors, and we've increased that number. We did a strategic plan. We finished that last year. And so we decided with the amount of work that we have, we needed to increase our board and the support in the community. And so some of the projects, we have grants, so that, as you can see, the total project for specific grants to date is over $1 million. 75% of the grants are directly impacting the town. One of the things that we've done is we've supported the kids going to the Science and Math School. We helped support Blowing Rock Elementary with a 3D printing project. So we try to support our young people in the community through the Blowing Rock Elementary School. We have total unrestricted, and we did $192,000 there. And then we have total unrestricted giving with our Rockstar program. And Jim Claybo has been in charge of that, and he has done a great job with our Rockstar program. And so that has increased, and that's at $51,263 with part of the Rockstar program. And we've got down here, one of our first projects was the winter lighting in the park. So, and then to see how it is now It was just so beautiful. The town, you all did a beautiful job with the lighting this year. I just want to compliment you because it was just magical. But that was our first project, is trying to help the town do the lighting in the park for the downtown area for the holidays and for Winterfest. And then we helped with the Southern Gateway green space. And I'm going to save the history walk till after. I wanted Jim to talk about Legion Hill and Mayview Plaza because Blue Ridge Country Club, and he's with that, has really helped us tremendously with renderings and things. So I'll let him talk about that because that's been his project.
I'll do that, yeah.
And to just explain, and there is on the back of your handout, there is a picture of the rendering of Legion Hill.
I might provide just a little bit of additional color commentary. You know, the Village Foundation is really a funding organization. It's not a projects organization, but it has lots of projects. Those projects typically are a joint venture or some sort of mutually agreed upon objective that comes from either the Chamber or from the Village Foundation. The Chamber works very closely with the Village Foundation with a group called the Economic Development Corp, LLC, and that Economic Development Corp is the contracting arm for any projects that the Village Foundation does. So it's important to at least understand the relationship that the Village Foundation has with the Chamber and how these projects get executed. So, you know, we didn't really have to let a contract for downtown lighting or the Southern Gateway, but for the History Walk, we have to let a contract for that. For Mayview Plaza, we'll have to let a contract for that. And for Legion Hill, we'll have to let a contract for that. And the whole purpose of that is to still lessen the burden on local government. It allows us to go out and negotiate in a different way that the town can, and possibly even get bids or costs that are less expensive than what the town would require, and then it's dedicated to the town. And as you know, for those of you who've been on the council for all these years, you understand that you've approved these projects and approved to take over these projects once they get their certificate of occupancy and they're ready to be delivered. So specifically let's start with Mayview Plaza, because Mayview Plaza is something that you can see. That was completed, I guess, 3 years ago. It was the first significant fundraise effort that the Village Foundation took on. And frankly, Kathy and I are part of the founding board of the Village Foundation, as well as many of our other members. So we've kind of been carrying this on for the last 5 years. And while we used to try to raise money for around $10,000 to $20,000 or $30,000, Mayview Plaza required a $250,000 raise. That's a pretty significant raise in a small town like ours. And that's where John Aldridge really plays such an important role, because he is the guy who is happy to get out there and harass anybody. It just doesn't matter. If we needed him to harass the President of the United States, I think he would agree to do it. But he's really, really good at it, and it was a pretty significant raise, and we were very successful in that project. And, you know, the cornerstone of that project was not only that it's right on Main Street, and it's an additional public green space that's right on Main Street, but also that identified the four attractions, the four original attractions that brought you know, so much economic development strength to the town of Blowing Rock and the region. So that was the first thing that we did, and it was, you know, in all regards, I think it was pretty successful. We learned lessons through these. We learned lessons about how we coordinate with the town through these and with vendors and in construction techniques, but at the end of the day, we felt we learned a lot of lessons there. Legion Hill, actually I'm going to say something about History Walk because it's connected.
Okay,
it's connected.
Yeah, that's good.
The History Walk is connected to Mayview Plaza. Essentially, Mayview Plaza, you know, has these four columns for the four attractions. And in another JV with Tom O'Brien and the Blowing Rock Historical Foundation, we started talking about how do we, you know, better develop and realize and understand kind of the history of this place and how could that turn into another project. I'm going to save that for you to talk about, Tom, so you get to talk about that. But it actually, the History Walk starts at Mayview Plaza with the first column. And it ends, it goes through Broy Hill and comes around, and it ends at Mayview Plaza with a new column as well. And so they'll all be kind of interconnected, so you can start to see how these groups in the area are working together and doing JVs together to try to elevate kind of not only the character and the experience of Blowing Rock, but also providing economic development. And then Legion Hill was a project that was conceived several years ago, before COVID. And it's this entire space that exists back here. I think it was in 2015 the Virginia Tech study was done. In 2015, Virginia Tech's School of Landscape Architecture or Land Planning, I'm not sure which one it was, did a study for Legion Hill, or did a study to figure out how you create connectivity between Broy Hill Park and Memorial Park. And there's this big green space gap that exists between those two, as well as there's a pretty significant change in terrain and elevation. And this has largely been an unused or unusable space for all these years, and the purpose around Legion Hill was to bridge those two parks, create ADA accessibility from lower parking lots and lower parks to upper parks, and find other features and benefits that we could provide to the town of Blowing Rock. So if you look at that image, what you'll see is there's kind of three key features that exist as a result of this. One is a boardwalk on the left-hand side, and that boardwalk is actually an elevated ADA accessible boardwalk. And you can see it zigzags through the landscape to try to get down to the point where we can really just do a paved ADA path. That boardwalk is conceived to be like a bird arboretum. So the idea is that it has overlooks and decks and bird feeders and so forth, so you could attract all kinds of birds for bird watching to this area of the park. The ADA walk actually still has a serpentine walk that goes from the end of that boardwalk and gets all the way down to Broy Hill Lake. And it takes a while for it to get down there, but it is an accessible spot. And then there's kind of two features side by side. One is an amphitheater. Village Foundation has often considered trying to find ways to bring performing arts back to Blowing Rock. We started with the Firehouse opportunity or initiative that we weren't successful with, and so now we're looking at the amphitheater here to help bring that performing arts ideal back to the town of Blowing Rock, and this could be a place where you have music and performances and whatever it might be, or community meetings, whatever it might be, inside the park. And then there's another history gazebo that exists up just to the right of that. So that kind of just touches on kind of the big things we're doing. The unique thing about Legion Hill is there's really two very clear components. The component that we call the sex appeal, which is easy to do fundraising around, and the ADA accessibility part, which doesn't really have a lot of sex appeal. It's hard to do fundraising around. So in our most recent conversations, we've been discussing with Shane and with Charlie and the council about a JV where the council can bring the full power of its grant writing possibilities to ADA accessibility, while we, as the Village Foundation, work to do a private fundraise around the amphitheater and the other features of the park. So, and I'll answer any questions if you all have any.
And going into the history walk from that, since it's all connected there, and we've been working with the Historical Society on the benches going around. Phase 1 was approved, but we need Phase 2 approved by the town, which is 11 additional benches. And right now, we're working on getting bids, because it's hard to find a rock mason right now, and then landscaping. Yeah, it's hard to find any.
We do have a
right
rock
now.
mason though, and so we are actively working on it.
Yeah, we're working on a bid right now, and so we really want to ask the town to kind of help us get Phase 2 approved, because it would be more cost-effective for us to do Phase 1 and Phase 2 together, getting all that funding together. And I know Tom will talk more about the History Walk, but the Historical Society, and it's nice to see the groups working together. It really is, because we're a small community, and in order to accomplish many things, we all need to be working together. So we're very excited about the History Walk and the benches there, and they can sit and enjoy the beauty around, you know, the town and the park out there with the lake. We also, one of the things we've done, we helped fund the playground restrooms there. We're proud of that for the kids and everything over there near the elementary school. And one of the things during COVID, we had the Rock United Relief Fund where we took grant money and helped the small businesses in the community that were struggling during COVID. Because it's been I can speak for that personally, it's been 2020 was a very difficult time. So I know that the businesses probably really appreciated knowing that we were supporting them out there with their business. And some of the things, of course, he just hit on about Legion Hill, and we want to help the town implement some of the Roger Brooks recommendations. It's a rather thick thing, but we're here to support you on that. And one of the things that initiatives we're going to work on this year is our legacy giving program and our annual giving programs. And if you would like to leave some money in your will for our legacy program, we would be very much appreciative of it. But we also, we just want to improve our relationship and the coordination between the foundation and the town, and also the other groups, because we all, and my word when I was chamber president was collaboration. We all need to work together and collaborate in order to accomplish all these things to enhance Blowing Rock. I mean, we all love our community here. I mean, Blowing Rock is so unique and so charming, and the one thing I want to give you that you have, you know, maintain the charm of the community here by Smart Growth. I went through a whole Smart Growth thing program one time, and I think Blowing Rock has done a really good job of making sure that we keep the character of the town with any kind of development that we have coming in the town and around the town. So thank you for letting us speak today.
I'm going to make one more comment about the strategic planning process we went through. Shane and Charlie were part of this as ex officio members of our board, but that process was a really significant process for us. It didn't take very long because we had a lot of really smart people in the room. But it had three key factors. One was fundraising, one was public relations, and one was project base. The fundraising all the problems of the world can be solved in many cases just with the proper funding. And so we realized the importance of that in a town as small as ours and in a county that has as few resources as we have. So the fundraising piece that we're going to be doing, going over the next 3 years is significant and has multiple different channels. It's not just one way that we plan to fundraise. Kathy mentioned the legacy giving program. Our workhorse, John Aldridge, is going to really be focused on that. But we're also realizing that we're getting more, the Village Foundation brand is increasing significantly. And as a result, we really believe as a result of the Rock United Fund, we're starting to see our unrestricted giving go up significantly year over year. And so we're going to focus on that. We have a strategy for that. But the most important part of it was the collaboration that Kathy's talking about. And as part of that, what we want to do is we really want to align ourselves with the town. We don't want to just be out there kind of grasping at projects from thin air. We want to understand what the town's pure objectives are, true objectives are, as it relates to projects where we may be able to get involved, and then do specific funding around those projects, specific design and funding around those projects, because we have all those elements kind of in-house in a volunteer form. And then that's the way that we can really connect with the town and provide true value to the town of Blowing Rock and to the council. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Kathy.
Good presentation. Well done. Great to see you, sir.
All right. Did you guys have any questions for the foundation?
Yeah, anybody have any questions?
Any questions? Oh, okay.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. All right, moving right along, we have,
Tim, you're on if you're there.
I'm here. Thank you, Shane.
Hang on, just, give me just a minute to try to make sure we can, all right, do a little test there. Talk to us, Tim, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Better,
Up a
better.
little bit.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Could be
I think.
better, but-
Maybe a little bit louder, we do that, Thomas, or is that on our end? Where's the speaker after this thing? Yeah. It would help if I knew where to put the speaker, Tim. Hang on a second.
In many respects. So first, congratulations on a really well-done retreat. I appreciate the fact that the town has invested in making the video access to all the meetings, because it's really improved our ability to keep up and to communicate. Also, I appreciate the forward-looking nature of this retreat. And the hard work that Shane, as town manager, and the department heads have invested in making it productive. It's been productive for me as a citizen to be able to hear it. Second of all, thank you for allowing, as Kathy said, the community organizations to speak to you and collaborate with you. You know, we talk about public-private partnerships, and often we think of that as financial. But in reality, and as you know, all of the stakeholders in town, first of all, love Blowing Rock, and second of all, want the best for Blowing Rock. So collaborating and working together, the town, the citizens, taxpayers, and all the community organizations will result in a better outcome for all of us. Our overall purpose is to be a voice for homeowners. Our mission reflects that. The underlying part there sort of sums it up. The deliverable, if you will, is to evaluate civic issues, educate and engage residents on key issues, and work with local government and the business community on all of the aspects of our town that we all really have a stake in. So in general, it's all dedicated toward improving our quality of life. I'll say one thing, on our website, to be transparent, we have an annual advocacy plan posted and adopted every November, and it is the guiding document for us to, it's sort of our roadmap, kind of like what you're working on. It's our roadmap for the future. And the primary goals are to promote the village, promote residential economy, and promote neighborhoods. So this is all interrelated to the objectives of the town and our citizens. So I want you to think about our mission, and maybe the biggest thing we can provide as a partner in the town is a communication link to the homeowner community. So I'm going to go through just an overview of what's going on at the Civic Association, a few slides, and then we'll talk about shared priorities for 22 and beyond. 21 was a busy year. I'll just sort of summarize the two. One is community-focused and the other is town-focused. First of all, the Broyhill Community Service Award is an annual award which we chose to honor the Harper family and friends, and along with the Winkler organization for the Green Space project that was the first partnership of its kind in the town. So that was significant. We're working with the Blowing Rock Historical Society in a partnership to produce a series of history videos that are sort of tied to the history walk. And so Barry Buxton and Gene Kitchen are working with Tom O'Brien on that partnership speak. We supported a couple of community groups that came to us with concerns about speeding and noise, and you've talked about that during the retreat. We worked closely with the Harper family and their friends on the Green Space project, and I think that's going to lead to more opportunity in the future. Heather Ridge residents came to us and asked us to help them understand how the special use permit process worked, supported them in that regard. And the Cannon Hayes Foundation provided the initial funding for our video series, and we've done a number of videos that you've seen over the last 2 years. We're going to do a lot more of that. We produced over 50 fact-based news posts. And my goal as president is to present the facts and let the facts speak for themselves. We're hopefully not trying to have an opinion. We want to produce the facts so people can make clear decisions. And last, we were fortunate to receive a grant from the Broyhill Foundation and funding from our Board of Trustees to start the process of hiring a full-time executive director. On the town side, as you know, we hosted the 24/7 Transport Ambulance meeting this summer, and that was well received. We funded and produced the consulting report from Joe Lord on the 24/7 ambulance and sort of laid the groundwork for the community to understand what the national standard is, the 90-9 national standard. And I heard Chief Graham speak about that the other day. We funded the Mosaic Civic Studio report on Valley Boulevard, and I'll mention that in a minute. We worked with Albert Yount, George and Betsy did, to secure speakers for both the Memorial Day and the Veterans Day events that were well attended and were very meaningful, I thought. We did this election cycle kind of really because of COVID, we chose to do election video, and that turned out to be very well received. Gene Kitchen is really the driver behind that. She did an outstanding job putting that together. When Roger Brooks was preparing the sustainable tourism investigation, we garnered homeowners to meet with him and others to make sure we had homeowner input in the survey for that report. We met with and wrote letters to the county commission and to the newspapers about the 24/7 ambulance, trying to get that moving. And we've attended all the town council meetings and planning board meetings. And then finally, we worked with the town. Often the town through the league will let us know about short-term rental legislation that's pending at the state level, and we worked side by side using our board of trustees to contact a number of key elected officials, the governor, and as you know, that proposed bill or piece of the bill was pulled from the budget. So that's an example of what we've been working on and what we do as a group. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what's next. We know that, BRCA has been a volunteer organization, and like most organizations trying to go from one level of effectiveness to another and to be sustainable, we needed to make some long-term changes. So we expanded the board of trustees. I'll show you the names in a minute. Established an executive committee model that I report to on behalf of the day-to-day thing, decisions for the board. And we're transitioning to an executive director model, and Tom Ross, who has been on our board, volunteered to serve in that role in the interim until we're at a point where we feel comfortable actually recruiting and hiring a full-time executive director. We launched in the membership category, we launched a new membership development committee, and there's a lot in the works on that. We launched and actually added a few corporate sponsors this year for the first time and hope to expand that. Membership revenue increased by 33%. Communication is really what it's all about. And so we just made decisions and invested in implementing new membership software. Tom Ross is heading that up now. We're switching from one system, basic system, to a much more robust system. And this will enable us to include surveys to the audience, the mailing audience. And I think that's an important next step. We want the communication to be two-way. And for the retreat, we plan to do our first survey in the first quarter, focused on voters and encouraging them to respond to a survey about what they think is important for the town. And we'll share that with you. We're upgrading the website, its functionality and look, and we're adding what we're calling a summer series, which is kind of like the idea started last year with the ambulance meeting, but having 3 community meetings in June, July, and August. And the first one will be Barry Buxton will update the community on the partnership with the Blowing Rock Historical Society on the video series. So that'll be an interesting topic, I think, for the community. So the other 2 are yet to be determined, and we can consult and make available a slot that perhaps mutually beneficial for both the homeowners and the town. Our board of trustees is up here now. You'll notice that we put the neighborhood that everyone lives in. The idea here with our 25 trustees is to get representation around the town from different neighborhoods, and also to have a mix of full-time and seasonal and part-time residents, because, residents are residents, they're full-time taxpayers, but people do have different choices about how much time they spend in Blowing Rock. But they, they all love Blowing Rock and want to be here and have chosen to be here. The skill set among this group is phenomenal, and we use the Board of Trustees primarily as an advisor for their wisdom, for their connections, and their expertise. And so they're available for everyone. So I'll stop there with the Civic Association update and move ahead to the priorities for 22, which, as you already know from your retreat, is a significant year. We sort of summarize the priorities in terms of how we see them in these 4 categories, being to encourage the town council to negotiate with the county and to enter into a 24/7 transport ambulance service agreement. I know we've talked about this, it's been an issue for 40 years, but it would be, but I think from a health and safety point of view, it's probably the most important issue for our town, not only its residents, but the tourists, numbers of people that are here. So we would encourage you to make that a high priority. The second is to collaborate with the community on addressing improvements needed to address speeding and noise on the highways and streets. As you know, there have been a couple of different community groups, and if we can help in any way to bring those together, perhaps working with Shane and the police chief, we'd be glad to help in that regard. We appreciate the progress that's being made, but it's complicated, as you know. The third and fourth, I'm going to share a slide. Priority is the Valley Boulevard vision outcome-based Mosaic Civic Studio report that we put together and funded. And the planning board has seen this, the council has seen this, and the planning board has approved both of these recommendations for action by the town council. So we would encourage you to take these up in 22. The first, and really the reason we got into this was there was no information around one of the key points in the comprehensive plan, which was to include a connector from Middle Fork Greenway to downtown. So we wanted to find out where that made sense. And so Mosaic did a lot of work and did a drone video. We walked the property and concluded that if the town wanted to install a walking or a connector, it should probably be from the Middle Fork stream at North Main Street at Chatola through to Sunset Drive across from the First Baptist Church. And that's the best piece of the stream that could probably be restored and install a walking trail, not a paved trail like Middle Fork, but something more leisurely and enhancing. It would have the benefit too of improving the stream quality. And then the second recommendation that came out of that was when you look at West Valley Boulevard, the watershed and the water quality and water quantity issues are complicated by the numbers of properties. And so going forward, if the town were to adopt a watershed overlay district for West Valley Boulevard, it would allow the town to have consistent rules and guidelines for new development and eventually result in improving the stream and the extension of the New River water source into the Middle Fork through these streams that flow eventually into Chatola Lake and then down to Middle Fork River. So those are two recommendations that we hope you'll take up in this coming year. And then finally, I'm lumping all these together under the downtown vision process because they're all interrelated and they're complicated, they're expensive, but you've addressed most all of this in your conversations this retreat. So just to reiterate this, we believe that Roger Brooks's recommendation to establish a destination team to bring the community together on this is a good idea. I think it's helpful to work with people, get to know them, listen to them, respect their opinions, understand their positions, and I think this will bring the community together on these complicated issues that all affect downtown, and obviously using the water and sewer project as the catalyst for all these other projects. You know, there's going to be a lot of work needed to evaluate and implement the sustainable tourism report to solve the congestion problem that involves parking and all the pieces to that, and also, you know, ultimately improving the quality of life not only for the visitors but for the residents as well. I'm glad you talked about number 4, updating the land use code for West Main Street to preserve the authenticity that's consistent with the recommendations in the comprehensive plan. We think this is really maybe one of the most important pieces of the puzzle to retain the unique village image and experience that we have. Number 5, Tracy went over this with you, but approved for recommendations to the North Carolina legislature, the change in the TDA ordinance that would provide flexibility to the board to allocate funding from the fund balance for either promotion or support expenditures based on what's needed. Number 6, to evaluate and improve a downtown business improvement district. This could actually be the entire business districts, if you will, from Maine all the way out to the valley, depending on what the goals would be. But really using that as an additional source of funding for future infrastructure improvements, particularly if the town decides to move forward on underground utilities. Then finally, to evaluate requiring special zoning permits. I believe Kevin talked about that earlier, for downtown or for the town center at a minimum. That might improve the process for both the developer and the town council and the community to really understand and approve projects that make sense in downtown. So that is the conclusion of my formal remarks. I want to thank you for letting us speak and ask you to think about us as your communication link, and we're committed to working with the town council, Shane, or whomever you think is appropriate to help in that regard. So thank you very much. I'll take the share. I'll try to not share. Yeah.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Gupton?
Thank you, Tim.
Tim, thank you. So it's 80 what down there?
No, it's only about 72.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Tim.
All right, take care. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Ooh, that's loud.
Okay, council, coming up here in just a few minutes is representative from the Historical Society, Mr. O'Brien. Did you bring a picture for you to put up there? Bring a picture. Tom, let them get set up here and you'll be good to go.
It's going.
All right.
Can't give you that screen, Thomas.
It's technology stuff, isn't it, right?
More than it should. I mean, it's infuriating.
Before I got involved in technology, I had a full head of hair.
Super.
Ready? Ready, Thomas? Yes? Shane?
Make sure that it works.
Okay.
So where's my slideshow start? Oh, there we go. Slideshow. We good to go? Think so. Let's see if this works. Hey, there we go.
All right, go for it, Tom.
All mine. Okay, thanks. So Shane asked me to spend a little bit of time telling you about what the Blowing Rock Historical Society does, some of the things that we have done recently for our community, and a little bit about the 1888 Museum, because we're going to ask you at budget time to approve some money for the 1888 Museum. So I'm going to do that. You can read faster than I can talk. I'm from Texas, so you can read the mission statement if you'd like to. But basically, we consider ourselves to be a community service organization. We are here to do things for the community, things that have to do with our historic charm and culture, maintaining it, bringing it to life, that sort of thing. So that's really what we're here for. And I'm going to go through some slides today and kind of show you a little bit more about what we do. And I guess, yeah, this thing works. I'm going to start with one of the three things that we really do for the community has to do with community events. There are several events that we sponsor. The Historical Society is kind of known as a whole bunch of old fogies and codgers like me, but that doesn't mean we don't like having fun. We do, and so we have some events, and they're generally a lot of fun events. Some of them that we are responsible for, the town birthday party, that's ours. We sponsor that. Jerry Burns Day, we sponsor that. We play a key role in the Hometown Harvest. And all of these are really well-attended and fun events that we're proud of. The most important event, probably from our standpoint, is Artist in Residence at Edgewood Cottage. This program is really a fabulous program. It's very popular.
we get 400 to 600 people a week that walk through Edgewood Cottage, and we have artists in there in the summertime. We have had the opportunity to give over 150 artists a chance to go into the cottage, sell their work. Many of them were emerging artists and weren't known, and some of them today are represented in galleries and art galleries. It's really a great service for them, and it's a fun event for the community. It also is a fundraiser for the Historical Society. And it's a great way to use Edgewood Cottage, Elliot Dangerfield's first home, one of Blowing Rock's, probably Blowing Rock's most renowned artist. It's a really good way to take advantage of his home. So that's the event. Same thing, we're a nonprofit, and we're not a wealthy nonprofit, but we do take our responsibility to the community very seriously, and there really are some financial contributions that we've made to the community. So, that's the wrong direction. Got this figured out. Recently, we made a couple of major donations. One, when COVID hit, there's a lot of concern about the business community in town, and we felt like it was important to do something for that. We made a contribution of 1/2 of our membership dues for that year went to the Rock United Fund. We, for several years, for our Artists in Residence program, we donated 1/2 of our proceeds to the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation to restore Moses Cone. And as you know from remembering things like this picture, it needed a lot of restoration. They've done a great job with that so far. So those are a couple of examples of things that we've done for the community and for the businesses in the community. I think the most important thing that we do as a historical society is bringing Blowing Rock's history to life. It's a matter of, we've got an incredibly charming, fun, entertaining history. If you've read Barry Buxton's book, A Village Tapestry, you know we've got some delightful history. And it's our job to let the public learn more about that. So bringing Blowing Rock history to life, let's start with Edgewood Cottage. Edgewood Cottage, as you know, is a town property. It's owned by the town. It's run by the Blowing Rock Historical Society. And frankly, that was an underutilized asset in our community. That was something that in the summertime, we were blowing the doors off of people coming and going with artists in residence. But the rest of the year, it sat sort of empty. We'd have meetings there, an occasional function there, not much going on. So the Historical Society invested in it. We upgraded security. We curated it as a museum, put text panels up and that sort of thing. And we opened it to the public daily. And it's popular. People now go into Edgewood Cottage and take advantage of that public asset a lot more than they did in the past. And this will be the first opportunity I have to thank Aaron and the police department because it's the Blowing Rock Police Department that actually open this cottage every morning and lock it up at night. And we really appreciate the work that they've done with that. And of course, we'll revert to Artists in Residence this summer. I'll be back in Artists in Residence business, and then we expect for it to be Edgewood Museum come September of next year. Next thing is Blowing Rock Art and History Museum. There may be some people in here that have memories of the Blowing Rock Historical Society and the Blowing Rock Art and History Museum being a little bit of the Hatfields and McCoys. They weren't always have a perfect relationship. I've got to tell you that was then and this is now, and we have a fabulous relationship with Brom. We work together on a lot of different initiatives often. I spend a lot of time in Lee Carroll's office, and we do a lot together. One thing that we partner on is the history exhibit on the second floor of Brom. And within the last few years, we've done 2 updates of the history exhibit, and we're currently working on a major overhaul of the history exhibit that's going to go into effect in 2023. So we do a whole lot with them, and we really look forward and enjoy working with them. You're going to hear a theme in my presentation about partnering, and I think each of the organizations that's gone before me today talked about partnering.
that's one of our 4 strategic priorities. Partnering is really important to the Historical Society, and it's something that I think we're doing a lot better job of. And this next initiative, which frankly is my very favorite of everything that we've done since I've been involved in the Historical Society, is the History Walk. And what a great example of what a partnership can do. This is a public-private partnership. The town of Blowing Rock is dedicating the land to this. The Village Foundation is responsible for the fundraising and for the construction of this, and the Historical Society is responsible for the narratives that are going to go there. So it's a great example of a partnership and how a partnership should work. It's doing really well. So a little bit about this. Just as a refresher, the reason that we're doing this, it's going to be great for our community. Our history's fabulous. We're bringing it to life. What a great way to do it with these narratives that are going to be around town that people can walk by and see those. I can envision Blowing Rock Elementary School kids walking over to the park and looking at some of this and going back to the class and talking about Blowing Rock's history. I think it'll be a great educational opportunity. Heritage tourism, you've all heard about this. People that come to town that are heritage tourists spend more money than other people do. And it's good to have things for those people to do, and this History Walk is going to be part of that. Seating, I know that there's been a lot of discussion lately about there needs to be more places to sit. As old as I'm getting, I love to have more places to sit. Maybe some of you do too. And this is going to provide a lot of seating. Almost all of our stations will have seating. And it will draw some people off the crowded sidewalks of Main Street. So this is really, I think, going to be a valuable asset to the community. This is just a refresher. This is sort of what the stations are going to look like. There are 3 different types of stations. Almost all of them will have seating. 1 or 2 are just going to be a column with a history narrative on it. And the narratives will look a little bit like what you see here. Bringing you up to date, Phase 1, which is what the council approved in 2021, the Historical Society's role in this is the narratives themselves. Y'all approved 10 stations for the History Walk. Those 10 narratives have been written. They're complete. We are currently working on what we hope is going to be the next 11. I'll talk about the next 11 in just a minute. And I'm really proud to say that the Historical Society, out of our own funds, made a major contribution to the History Walk through the Village Foundation. And a number of our members made contributions to the Village Foundation for the History Walk. So we've been involved in the fundraising aspect of this too. A lot of really fun, and our criteria for the narratives was, I don't know about you guys, but I went to sleep in history class. I couldn't stand history when I was going to school. Blowing Rock's history can be very entertaining, very engaging, and what we really want is for whether it's a 5th generation native of Blowing Rock or a day tripper coming up from Charlotte, when they wander by and look at the history narrative, we want them to then walk to the next station and read the next one, and read the next one, and read the next one. These are going to be entertaining and engaging stories about our history. We hope in March, but we've been working with David and his Parks and Recreation Committee. We hope in March, but whenever David gives us a green light, we'll come before the council and ask for approval for Phase 2. And the reason that we want to come sooner rather than later to ask the council for Phase 2 approval, it's going to be less expensive if we can build this all at one time, and that will be beneficial if we can do that. It also, and this is really important to me from the Historical Society standpoint, it gives us flexibility. If we were only going to do 10 of these, we picked the 10 stories that we thought were going to be the most important stories to tell about Blowing Rock's history. If we get to do all 21 of these, they will not be in the same sequence that they would be in if we only do 10. We'll be able to order the stories in a more logical flow, make them more entertaining and more engaging. So we would prefer to be able to know that we're going to be able to do all 21 of these before we stick the first 10 on the monuments. I think it'll be less disruptive to do the construction all at one time. And one of the things that's come to mind is when we start this, we would like for every one of these stations to look the same. And all of us know what's going on with logistics and, the shortage of materials and that sort of thing. We would like to be able to buy the materials for all 21 stations at one time and not worry about, do we all of a sudden have to put pink bricks in when we used brown bricks before, and that sort of thing. So those are the reasons that we would like to come to the council and get approval before we begin construction on the whole thing. David, we're not going to do it until you're comfortable with it.
No pressure.
No pressure or anything. So that's what we're doing there. The last part of my presentation is about the 1888 museum. Just a little history about that. Back in late 2019, we came to the town and asked for $45,000 for some maintenance, some repairs, and some improvements to the 1888 museum. The museum was not in very good shape. The museum was also open whenever we could find a docent to come open it, which wasn't all that often. And we wanted to do some things with it. So I think that the town was receptive to doing this, but then COVID happened. And when COVID happened, a lot of the town's money kind of dried up. There was a lot of concern about the budget. So we took a little bit different approach. And what we did in 2020 is the Historical Society funded some enhancements to the 1888 museum. First thing we did is we completely recurated it. We made it a very entertaining and engaging story about Blowing Rock tourism. There's so much fun stuff about tourism in Blowing Rock. If you haven't been in the 1888 museum, go read those text panels. They're fun. There's a lot of really interesting, fun stuff that happened. We also installed the ramp in the deck. It's an ADA compliant ramp and a deck. We put a door back in the side of the building to help with traffic flow. We repainted. And above all, we added security because without the security, we weren't comfortable leaving the museum open daily unattended. Once again, Aaron and the police force have been so kind. Daily, they go open it in the mornings and they close it and lock it up at night. So that's been, and this is really popular. This is part of our park. I mean, it's right there in the park, and it is really now an attraction in the park. Dozens and dozens of people walk in there every day, look around, kick the tires, look at what it was like to, we're glad that we're tourists today because they even have restrooms in our rooms nowadays. They didn't in those days, old beat up bed, no microwave oven, that kind of stuff. It's really interesting to see what it was like when all these people started coming to Blowing Rock a long time ago. It's a great story about Blowing Rock's history as a tourist destination. Now, we've done a lot, and it's a neat community asset. It's a property that the town owns, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to this town piece of property. And it's in a very, very prominent place. It's in Memorial Park, which is kind of the epicenter of Blowing Rock. So we are asking the town council to include funds in next year's budget for improvements to the museum. To give you an idea of what that is, there are really three categories of issues that need to be addressed, and we're asking for money to do it. Safety, maintenance, and historical, accuracy. From a safety standpoint, if you've taken a close look at the chimney up there, someday a brick is going to bounce off, it's falling apart. Brick's going to bounce off, hit somebody in the head, and we're all going to be in trouble. We don't want that to happen. That is really a problem. And it's also a very, very heavy system that affects the structure of this old building. The front room, and part of this is because of the weight of the chimney, the front room is sunk. And I have personal experience. I have tripped walking from the front room to the back room, and several other people have reported to me that they have stumbled because there's a difference in the height of the deal. So we want to redo the flooring. And we do, we'll kind of make that more of a ramp getting into the back room than it is now. We'll also replace that old kind of moldy looking carpet that some people sneeze when they go in there and complain about that. So those are safety issues. Maintenance issues, the front porch structure we found this year has really become pretty rotten. It needs a lot of help, and that front porch structure needs to be repaired significantly. The windows in the place won't open, there's no airflow. You approved in the budget for this year that we're currently in, I think you approved, Shane, $10,000 or $12,000, I don't remember the exact amount, for three things. One was Edgewood Cottage, you can restain that. And I I know that I've talked to Jennifer, she still intends to make that happen this year, if you can find somebody with a paintbrush to do it. The other two things were painting the 1888 and putting gutters, replacing the rain gutters. I would suggest delaying that, because if we do the things that we're asking to do next year, you'd have to repaint after you do those things anyway. You might be changing the roofing system, so you'd have to re-gutter. So I don't know exactly how that works from a town budgeting standpoint, but if we could roll that money forward into next year, that would be something that we would suggest doing. And last but not least is the appearance and convenience. We have always wanted to have a roof over that new porch, and that's for several reasons. And one, so people can stand out there and not get rained on. To me, the important thing is to be able to leave that back door open, which right now the police, they unlock it, but they don't open the door. If the door is open, there'd be better airflow through there, there'd be better traffic flow through there. But if you open the door and then it rains, everything gets wet inside there. So having a little roof that comes out over that would be historically accurate, and also it would allow us to keep that door open. Funding for this, we think, and by the way, we tried to get contractors to come give us some bids on this. A little over a year ago, we paid $444 to come do a study for us about what this would all cost. We've changed the specs on that a little bit and cut the cost down a little bit. What we're really asking for is about $32,000 to do all the things that we're asking to do. We'll get details to Shane and to Jennifer and others for in time to put it together for the budget. But that's roughly the dollar amount that we're asking for. And one of the things I'll tell you, we like partnering. We want to do our part. The Historic Society will contribute money to this, and we also will do some independent fundraising. We'll ask some people for some grants to help with this too. So we hope that $32,000 will cover the cost of this. We will contribute to that also, so it doesn't all have to come out of the town's budget. So that's my story. See, hopefully I'm under 15 minutes. I didn't mean to do that. We're here to partner with you. We're here to, in fact, Shane, I think you'll testify to this. Almost every time I talk to Shane, he's doing me a favor. I'm saying, what can we do for you? If there's something that we can do for the town of Blowing Rock, please tell us. That's why we're here. We want to do that. So you let us know if there's a way for us to partner with you and be better partners. Any questions or thoughts?
Questions for Tom, other than the green light from?
No, you don't need to do that today.
You can put that on the agenda if you want to.
I tell you, I was on, I definitely remember the day when Historical Society and Blum were at odds with one another. And I was very much caught in the middle of that. And I have to compliment Tom on all the work that you've done. You hit the ground running in Blowing Rock. I don't quite understand that, but you have brought a unified organization together and served very well as their voice and ears, more so their ears and their voice, which is always a good thing. Listen twice as much as you talk, right? And so, and I appreciate all our conversations and strategery, and if that's a word, is not. And I just, kudos to you.
Thank you, David. I appreciate you saying that.
Fantastic leadership for that organization, and I appreciate everything y'all have done and what you've done with Edgewood. It's great, much more accessible. What you've done with 1888, and the things that you're still planning on doing.
We've got a lot ahead of us. And, one of the things, I didn't do a very good job of looking at my notes. One of the things I failed to say that I want to say it, especially with I don't know if Tim is still watching, but George is here and others from the their organization. We are partnering with them also on a history video. And Barry Buxton is, you guys are not going to believe this video. I've seen the raw footage of it. Barry did a phenomenal job of preparing this video. It's going to be a really entertaining, engaging history of Blowing Rock that we're partnering with him to do. It's going to be something to look forward to.
Any other questions for Tom? Tom, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Quick break? Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, we're going to take a 7.5 minute recess. I'll let Shane lead this final section off, and this is prioritization for 2022 and beyond.
So I think we're about 21 hours into this retreat, and we are 3 minutes off schedule.
Feels like a lifetime, doesn't it?
So take that into consideration. That's pretty remarkable. I think I've said that each year. We somehow find a way to get right on schedule by the time we get to this point.
That's good planning.
The last session of the day is prioritization for 2022 and beyond. And there's 3 hours on this session. That can be 30 minutes or 3 hours. I wasn't sure because we've done this different ways each time that I've been here. And this year, no different than any other year. I think we're looking at a little different layout and how the retreat has looked. Previously, you've received binders before the retreat. This year, you didn't receive anything. And that was somewhat purposeful because we knew the amount of information we were going to share. And you'll get all this afterwards, just like we talked about yesterday. So prioritization in the past has looked like a voting. We've tallied things up, and we may do that again tonight or today. I just want to kind of talk through some of those thoughts. Before we get into that, we used to have kind of an other items list on there. Have we missed anything of substance that you all feel like we need to bring up or discuss before we kind of go into that last section that's on here?
I have one thing, and not getting away, just something for
Please.
the council I would like for them to look at. That I've been approached by and have talked with Matt Snyder, also for the Board of Elections, about moving voting off Main Street. Because one, the parking problems that they've been having along with us have been able for the voters to be able to park and get in there. Plus some disruptions. I mean, it would open it back up again to staff and everybody in town hall without having to worry about that. We have looked at maybe moving it to the Ruatan building out there at the pool. Because, they will need the building, at times, especially with early voting, of 3 weeks, So that was one reason we didn't really look at this building because of tying it up it's too hard to tie this building up for 3 weeks. And it would tie, it ties town hall up for 3 weeks. We've had to change a lot of our things around at times. But anyway, just wanted the council just to think about it and look at it about the possibility of changing the election place out to the Ruatan building.
Speaking of elections, I've had a number of people that live up near Gideon, and the people that vote in Caldwell County say, why do we have to go vote in Caldwell County? We used to vote at Blowing Rock. Why can't we have it back in Blowing Rock? So,
In that state?
So they would start with Caldwell County, the Board of Elections of Caldwell County, and have that discussion. So just like with this particular topic, they need our permission, but ultimately the Board of Elections, correct me if I'm wrong, I know you talked to Matt, would have to vote on that location. So the Board of Election in each county dictates voting sites.
Right. Even if we say that we're not opposed to that idea, then it's up for the Board of Elections to.
And they technically have the ability to use any public building. We work with them. And I think, to echo Doug's point, this really is all about parking. I mean, just like we're talking about parking, and we'll talk about parking again in a few minutes. Parking for them is a nightmare. Has been for the last few years, continues to be an issue. We talk about it regularly. So I think this began with a parking discussion, primarily utilizing Main Street, for parking. If you're doing early voting, it's during October. So can't get a busier month for us with Main Street. So we do our best in coning off and tying up parking spaces as much as we can, but that's only as good as someone standing out there and maintaining it during that time. So I think that's where this conversation started, with parking. But yeah, Pete, Board of Elections of Caldwell and Watauga would be the two that would need to work together on changing that location.
good, thank you.
Did y'all have a discussion about what kind of parking we would reserve for them, if any?
out there. Usually during the week, we don't really have, in October, I don't think we have that big a problem with parking out in the pool area. Usually it's the weekends, and then the weekends they're not open anyway, you know. And the only other thing, and I talked with the chief about it, is that, and the town manager, is for handicap, we can make a lane right there next, so it's already ADA accessible. We can make a lane, reserve a cone off a few places right there next to the ADA access going in.
Sounds like a good idea.
I think next step for them would be their board probably needs to come and take a tour. and
Right,
see if
they wanna
like
come take a
See if
tour
the
and
facility
look.
is adequate for what their beliefs are.
Well, and since you're talking to Matt, could you also voice Pete's concerns about Caldwell County?
Yeah, I'll be glad to.
Because that's been
That-
voiced, I
that-
think
that's
we've all
an-
heard that.
That's an old thing.
Yeah,
The problem is not Watauga County.
it's Caldwell.
Absolutely.
Okay?
With early voting, 3 weeks this year,
So early voting changes year to year. So early voting may not actually be in Blowing Rock at all this year. That's not yet been determined for this year because it's not a municipal cycle. So they determine that, or should be determining that all soon, I guess, the voting times and locations. So,
we do have some rentals
okay.
at the clubhouse.
Yeah. We can.
Know the better.
Yeah, we can work with them on what that looks like. In municipal years is when early voting normally will be held here unless they change something about their current schedule. Other items that are of interest, the cemetery came up as well. We talked about the cemetery last year. Is that right, Matt? Correct. Okay. And so the cemetery was not on our list this year. Not because it's changed, everything's still the same out there. We continue to have I believe, Hillary, correct me if I'm wrong, a fairly high demand in those plots. So that is something that we do need to, keep on the radar. We will run out of space at some point. And if that's okay, or if we want to expand, and if that expansion is going beneath ground like we are now, or if we're talking about something that's above ground. And above ground comes with partnerships, which is what was essentially discussed last year, was potentially a partnership with a or some of our local funeral homes. That's something that's done pretty regularly off, as well, off the mountain in locations. So did not talk about that this year. That was brought up during one of our breaks the last couple of days. I can't remember what day that even was now. We talked about that, but still on our radar. Just did bring it up this year, but. Other items? So this year's a little more complicated when we're kind of looking at our list. And I'll pull up a list, not 1 through 17 in any prioritization, but 1 through 17 in the order in which I think we heard it. I thought we would look at it this way. So we started with our EMS discussion. And I say we started. We had obviously the beginning of the day in property tax. These are items that I would consider potential actionable items that we can discuss and prioritize. EMS and then solar and sustainability. Underground utilities ended day 1. Parking was all about the morning of day 2. Went into our CIP portion at that point. So I broke a few things out here. So and I can flip over to our CIP spreadsheets that Doug showed. They were hard to read up here. And so when I send them out to you, I think they'll kind of make more sense. Staff had already kind of put into some categories some of the things that we felt like were more urgent than others. Broyhill Lake was one of the things that was brought up with the dredging, and then obviously Annie Cannon with the spillway as being a part of that as well, and potential bathroom options from the Park and Rec side. Those were some of the big items that we talked about as maybe being more time sensitive as we move forward. Then we get into the North Main sidewalk, and I know Doug talked about and Nicole talked about how we potentially could wrap some of that together with the Main Street project. That one's a little more time sensitive in that regard, potentially, or at least phase 1 or phase 2. And then we talked about a surface lot. So parking and the surface lot are going to go hand in hand with that conversation as well, as much as anything, is whether or not we plan on moving some parking out to 321, and then what that looks like. We put surface lot because we have not discussed a deck. Early on when we discussed potentially purchasing the property, we looked at some of the cost numbers, and they were similar to Roger Brooks. Big numbers with the parking deck, so that's still out there as well as a discussion topic. And then with the water and sewer plant, wastewater plant upgrades along with our pump station and water meters, those were the things that I know Doug presented as what we feel like are fairly crucial as we move into the next couple of years of our timeline. And our buildings are the biggest unknown from a price tag standpoint, where they are, what we do with them, what they look like, and what we change could be anything from obviously, several $100,000 to $4 or $5 million. So big difference there. And Doug Chapman talked about the potential for a next step would be to involve a more formalized study of the block, so to speak. Traffic and pedestrian safety is what we started today with, the grant, extra officers that Chief Miller discussed. Downtown overlay zoning and outdoor restaurant seating, finished up kind of the morning session, along with my piece, from a procedure standpoint. And then this afternoon I put 1888. I wasn't sure the ticket item that was going to be placed on 1888. I heard that it was coming. $32,000 to me probably doesn't necessarily have to be on this list as much as I would say we'll go ahead and talk about it during the budget time this year. It's not as large of an item as what these others are here from kind of a long-term planning. But we still have the long-term plan that we've put together that was meant to be presented not as an exact document. It was meant to be presented as a ever living, breathing document that we will hopefully revisit every year, and we will make changes to every year, prioritize every year. So I think there's a few ways of going about this. And if I miss something on here, let me know. Like I said, if I go over to our 10-year plan, that's where you got the big ticket items. So if you look at our water, sewer, you go past the water plants, pump stations, and water meters, we went out and started talking about replacing lines, right? That was years on out the road. And we talked about potential expansion and the reserves there. If you look at our park and rec side, there were 2 pages worth of information that was presented because that was all of our parks. And some of those are, more operating in nature. Some are large-scale capital in nature. And then if you go to our streets, really the first couple items on our streets before you got into paving, and paving we put out, 10 years was our sidewalk potential expansion on the North Main side of town, and then that surface lot, whether or not that was something that we wanted to move forward with parking. So have I missed anything? I know David's got probably the most detailed notes of all, and he's looking he's looking at the screen. So have I missed?
The only thing would be, I don't know if it needs to be up there, is the TDA 1/3, 2/3.
Yes.
And
The new allocation.
That is something, I think, once TDA's agreed to it, not now, it just comes in front of council. And
yeah,
then
like,
from
I don't
us,
know if it needs to be up there, but that was,
That's a General Assembly determined, I would assume.
Yeah.
It would, ultimately, it has to go before you all for formal request. You would meet in an open meeting, regular meeting, and you would formally request of the General Assembly to put that forth as a local bill. And Representative Pickett and Senator Ballard would take that on.
Yeah.
I think what's going on right now is there's a little bit of shopping going on of what that may or may not look like, whether it's favorable or not favorable at the state. And then, timeline on that one is not as crucial because I don't think we're planning on a session anytime soon. The bill that would need to be put together would be fairly straightforward, not a difficult thing to do. But the timing of that's going to be completely on the General Assembly in which they think the timeline should be to take that up. So,
It would probably be some.
PRVs?
I didn't put it on there because we're moving forward with them. But we definitely can add it on there. On the PRVs, great point within that. We are, McGill may be meeting now, or is it? Today. On the first 2 sections, so Green Street, which is number 1, and then Possum Hollow, which is number 2. And then there's a lot of thought going into, we may want to do the Main Street project before we do much more, because that's going to change the entire pressure of most of downtown and everything associated within that. So PRVs is one of those where it may not really come back up after those two. And Matt, please chime in until we finish up with Main Street. Do you think there's a,
No, I think those two, get Main Street in, kind of see where we're at, and I think that'll give us a better idea. Maybe one we can.
Eliminate,
Down and not
yeah.
replace, and then where we need to go there, replace it, the next.
Short-term rentals?
Why don't we, like, do not add that, I can add short-term rentals.
Other thing I was gonna ask is, not a deal breaker or anything, but, the list from last year's retreat that we put in priorities, what we did not accomplish from that.
Okay.
That's last
Do it.
That's last year's, if you include
I just thought it might be interesting
Yeah.
to see what we didn't get accomplished from last year's, priority list.
Hang on just a second, and maybe we can look back. Maybe what's gonna be easier is to just read them off as we go through this. The easiest thing to do, I've got them screen printed here.
Yeah, except short-term rental.
So,
Well, what about short-term rental?
that was the only thing.
Well, I mean,
So last,
what have we really got to say about that?
What are we doing?
So last year, Main Street water and sewer replacement was number one. That's obviously well underway. Blowing Rock ambulance, back up here. Crosswalks, pre-construction meeting was today. So that's, that should be in the next 10 days, you'll see activity. PRVs and vaults, I think we have a plan for at this point. So, this was pre-COVID money last year, so we've utilized, we'll be utilizing a good portion of that first COVID payment to help pay for those first two PRVs at Green Street and Wallingford and 221 and Possum Hollow. And then, as Matt was saying, we probably want to push pause until after the Main Street, because there's going to be some elimination of those PRVs once we get Main Street completed. Part of project number 6 is complete, or will be completed. Funding is there. So McGill's preparing documentation and site plans for that. Police Department retention, you heard from Chief this morning, and we've had extensive conversation with what that may or may not look like moving forward and what we may or may not be able to do. And I think he would tell you, of the 3 officers that we hired, we lost this year. We didn't lose anyone else. So interesting enough, because as I have talked with officers, I think morale could not be higher with them, especially with the phase 1 of the pay plan. They know that we care. They appreciate the fact that they're now getting to be competitive and soon to be as competitive, if not more, than local folks here. And I've heard that from a handful of them, come out of nowhere to have that conversation with me. The issue with the younger officers, I think, is going to continue to be a fight with us, is coming out of basic law enforcement and then finding themselves on the night shift here in Blowing Rock. And there's not a lot to do on the night shift here in Blowing Rock. And if you go just off the mountain, even if you go to Boone, there's a little more activity on ASU's campus, et cetera. And that was the reasoning for the 2 that left to go to the Sheriff's Department. The other went to Boone. So we lost all 3 to local competitors. So 2 went to the Sheriff's Department to work highway patrol, or the highway deputies, and then the other went to Boone to work the night shift at Boone. And there's definitely more activity there. So I think that one is going to continue to be something we've got to think outside of the box with. I will tell you who we replaced them with, as Chief said this morning, had experience. So we did not hire right out of basic law enforcement to replace them with. We hired someone with a year experience. We hired Tanner Bird back from Highway Patrol, who had left here to go to Highway Patrol and decided he would like to come back here. I think that was a family decision. And so those are the things, as we're starting to look towards more recruits, is that do we want to look more towards experienced officers? We may have to pay them a little bit more, but at least we're getting someone that's aware of where they're coming to. That was number 7. 8 was short-term rentals. 9 was parking. North Main sidewalk was 10. Downtown Municipal Service District was 11, and I didn't put that up there yesterday because that's a ways, that's a means. I mean, that's a way for things if we want to go that route of paying for some of this stuff. And then we get into, cemetery expansion, sustainability, meter replacement, things again that we've talked about up here. So it sounds like in a lot of ways we're rehashing a lot of these things, but it's because we are. I mean, these are big things in this town. We've been able to accomplish a tremendous amount as well. If you recall the slide that I put up there, in the last 3 years, over $10 million worth of items and projects and initiatives started and finished, during that time, which is a tremendous, tremendous thing to be able to say. So,
What I suggest, you all can give your opinions as well, but I think it'd be good to go around the table and each one of you give whatever you feel like needs to be prioritized for the first year, this year, okay? And then you can decide on where you want to list that on your priorities, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, like we've done in the past.
and I would say, so every one of these come with a price tag for the most part. So there's varying price tags from EMS, which is for free. The county decides they're going to give it to us, and all is well, versus potentially paying for it, all the way up to millions of dollars within this. If you go back and remember the last of the day Monday, which feels like days and days ago, Nicole showed you some hypotheticals of what our debt could look like. What we've talked about, and I think I'm speaking for Nicole, so if she can nod or up or down or yes. On the water and sewer side, there's some pretty finite things that are in play there. So we know what our rate structure that we've put into place this year looks like. We believe we know where we're heading next year, subject to change, but a 5% increase overall. And we also know that because of the monies that we're received from the state, there's $4.8 million of those projects that are paid for at this point. So water and sewer, in my opinion, is a little bit easier when we're talking of funding capacity because we aren't really looking beyond some of these items that are up here right now. Everything else is a planning process, whether that's expansion or whether that's replacement of lines. There's some things that need to be put into place, but it isn't necessarily as urgent as what we're talking about with some of this other stuff. Then you transition over to the general fund side, is what I would call it. You've got we talked about our sidewalks, and we talked about parking as being a big piece of that. Both come with a ticket item, price. Then we talk about our parks, and David can speak better than anyone on, as each park went through, how do you prioritize a park over another park? If we had to prioritize, I think it's fair to say Memorial Park was going to be our first priority. And now that we've got a plan for Memorial Park, it puts into play what's next, what's kind of our next thing. Some of those are operational in need. Some of those are more capital in need. Expanding our parks or taking care of what we have is the discussion that we had yesterday. And then you get into the other items, that are out here that are a lot of unknowns. So underground utilities. We heard from that group on Monday. They believe the price tag is $4 million. I don't disagree with them, but as Doug stated, he doesn't know either. So next step there, if this group chooses to move forward, is that in a fairly timely manner, there needs to be consideration given to that first initial phase, which is the true design work. So a lot of what's been done at this point has been speculative in a lot of ways, a lot of conversations had, but there's a price tag out there of about $100,000 that needs to be spent sooner rather than later if you vote to move that direction, to get a real design of what that could look like, and then get a real price tag of what that potentially could look like. There's no reason for us to think that the price tag won't come in exactly where they think it is. But we, as in the town and McGill, cannot stand here and do that without having a real design that would come not only from McGill, working with our water sewer project, but from Brimco as well, and helping put together a finite plan.
Brimco won $75,000 for their.
Yeah, we talked, Doug and I talked, so $25,000-ish would be somewhere in the neighborhood, but, so when I say, $100,000, let's give or take a little bit on that, but that's about the price tag to get both parties together to design what that could look like,
Both parties.
meaning McGill and Brimco.
So we need to, we would have to spend that money to decide whether or not we want to do it.
Yeah, so you all may vote to do nothing. You all may vote that you want to do the whole thing soon. Or you all may want to look at spending.
And every day, the inflation clock is ticking on their price.
But before I could stand here and give you a recommendation to move forward with that project and that price tag, I would, like with anything, and Doug would tell you the same thing, just like the water and sewer project or anything else, until we get final design work, it's not fair for us to stand here and give you a price tag, especially since we haven't been involved. I think the Chamber Group did a phenomenal job. I believe they've put countless man hours, or woman hours, and whomever else on that committee into this project. But at the end of the day, there's not been a formalized design put together to give everybody truly apples to apples of what that project could cost. So, you know, as we go through these items, and then, you know, going back to the list with the buildings, we heard, you know, briefly, the fact that if we look out 20 years from now, we know for a fact that we're going to have different spaces than what we have now, whether that's different spaces in the same spaces, or if that's different locations, all yet to be determined. Next step there potentially would be we'd want to move forward with getting some formalized highest and best use type of plan put together. And I don't have a price tag on that. I mean, that's not something we've looked at in a great level of detail, and I would assume that McGill would look to potentially even hire that out as well, and what all we wanted to, you know, the scope to look like within that. And then as we go down, some of these other items are more operational in need. Some are, you know, putting together subcommittees and man hours and volunteer hours with overlay districts and outdoor seatings, and not necessarily a cost factor to some of that, but nonetheless, just as important as the others in putting that together.
You want to start a list as far as priorities for the council?
Yeah, I mean, just like, as you said, Mayor, just hearing some feedback, you know, kind of how we think we should go through this. You know, this is.
It would benefit me a lot, because I think we all want to be collaborative. It would benefit me a lot to kind of know, not a 30-minute report from everybody, but out of this list, what is important to each one of us, and any strategies you might have. I don't know how everybody feels about that, but I certainly have stronger feelings about some of this than others. It would benefit me to know kind of how the rest of y'all, because we've sat here and listened for 2.5 days, and we've had some discussion, but it would, now that kind of all the cards are laid out on the table, it'd be nice. What's important to each one of y'all and why?
Yeah, I think, you know, like I said, in the past, it's been as we've thought back through this, you know, putting together a top 10 list has been fabulous because it keeps us on track, and we've been trying to deliver that to you ever so often. But that was on a voting, you know, mechanism. It wasn't that the top 2 items were more important than number 9 on there. But that's kind of how we started looking at it. I would hear folks in town say something, you know, oh, number 9 on your list was this, or number 6 on your list, and then I started realizing, you know, I knew why we did it, to put it in highest to lowest, so to speak, but it'd be beneficial to hear some thoughts and feedback on some of these things, because they are very different. I mean, they're very achievable in different ways. Some may be a 90-day process, and some are going to be 2 years, you know, that type of thing.
So you were talking about the water and sewer. That seems pretty, to me, it seems pretty kind of cut and dry. We've got critical needs there that need to be addressed. What comes in goes out. It's the, you know, we had to have a balanced fund there. And although I didn't study it because it was in, you know, 6-point type.
That's with glasses.
With these readers. My guess is the CIP that you laid out is probably a great path to follow. And, you know, I'd like to examine that more, but I'm not I'm not as indecisive about water and sewer as I am general fund stuff. And with general fund, I feel like I'm like in a candy store, but I only have $1 to spend, right? And it's like, what is going to be the best use of my dollar on this? And you know, there's certain things we've got to do, but I want to do some things that, you know, are kind of spirit lifting as well. You know, doesn't all have to be drudgery items. Replacing the hand dryers in the,
Right.
in the pool.
Well, so to answer, so the way, the water and sewer, I think, is some of the easier conversation because it is fairly straightforward. There was about $2.4 million to the plants, so 1.6 to the water, 800,000 to the sewer. Water meters, we put 1.2 million. Again, that could be a very high number. And then the lift station, pump station, and force main replacement was right at 1.4 million. So total, we're all over $5 million. And that was somewhat purposeful as well as we looked at the plants to try to fit something in with what was originally going to be a potential debt package there. So there was a lot of purpose put into that, thinking through the highest and most critical needs of the plants as well.
I think that ought to be on the list as most critical because it is service-oriented. The Mayview Pump Station is critical. We've been kicking the can down the road for years now on water meters. I think we need to go ahead and do something with that. And I'm glad you brought it up, David, because I think that needs to be at the top of the list. That's probably one of the easiest that we can cut through because it's like you said, it is on water sewer. So I'm going to lead off. May I?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the water sewer thing that David mentioned needs to be at the top of the list. Okay? Because we do have availability for USDA funding for that. That takes care of the water meters, the pump station at Mayview, and additional water sewer needs of the plants, potable water or drinking water and waste. Secondly, the utilities on Main Street. Electrical, telephone, spectrum, whatever. That needs to be put on the list because it either needs to go by the wayside, we need to move forward with it or we don't. Because this is our window of opportunity. The paid parking. Paid parking, I feel like in town needs to be, we need to make a decision on that this year. I think that's critical. And that also goes along with the service lot, you know, the surface lot out. Does that also give us some funding moving forward to make that a one-level parking lot with lighting? Of course, additional police coverage. I think we ought to support that with what Chief Aaron had brought up. I think that's a priority. Once again, the 24/7 transport. I don't think we need to let that fall by the wayside. We've battled with that for 40 years. What's another couple of years? Maybe we'll eventually achieve that goal. Just off the top of my head, I look at those things as items that we need to address this year. Oh, and cemetery expansion. I think that's something that we talked about before COVID, during COVID, and, you know,
Can we rotate it this way?
why not? Whatever y'all are comfortable with.
Okay. Thanks to Shane when he took Melissa and I to the water facility, and we got a tour.
You asked for it, yeah. Yes, you did ask for it.
We asked for it. Both upstairs and downstairs. You know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words. If there's anybody in this town that hasn't seen a picture of that, would question the amount of money we have to spend since they drink water 24/7. I think it'd be a real good idea to have that picture disseminated so that people have a really good idea of how bad some of those pipes are, and they have to be done. So I think like Charlie, I would put water and sewer first, water meters, you know, maybe 2, 3, 4, somewhere in there, but certainly I think that's good. The Mayview plant definitely needs some help there, because if that doesn't get fixed or breaks down, there's some serious problems. Again, underground utilities, you know, I think you said it best at the debate. Do we want to be here and have people come up and look and say, this is the only town in North Carolina that hasn't put.
It's historical.
It's historical, so maybe there's some value to keeping it up. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I think we haven't talked about it, but I think there's ways that we can get other financial help with that, and that's a discussion if y'all choose to move forward. And then I would agree on the EMS service. There just has to be some way to figure this out. I mean, we've got a room full of smart people here, and I understand very clearly from what you say and, you know, the problems, but man, there's got to be some way. Albert, I mean, you could figure it out, right?
Well, I basically have given up on the county helping us, frankly.
I was being a little sarcastic.
Well, I mean, I'm a great advocate of our first responder service here. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be living here.
Right.
And I think, you know, let's do all we can to keep that at least to the level it is now.
Right. Anyway, those were my thoughts. David?
Yeah, personally, thank you to Shane, Jennifer, Matt, who am I missing? Cole, Hillary,
Thomas.
Aaron,
Kevin.
Kat, well, not Kevin.
Jennifer.
Baker, yeah.
You've noticed Kevin's patterns are around food, right? So he's here in the mornings, he's gone, he's at lunch.
And Ellie, whatever Ellie did.
We could thank him at dinner.
No, thank you to all the department heads and all of their staff and Shane, and thank you. Very well organized, very well planned. We've moved with great expediency, and as much as I think I know, then I come to retreat and realize I don't know as much as I think I know, right? So always a good experience, and it literally is like a candy store. It's like, look at all this we can do. I want to do it all. But back to brass tacks, I concur with Pete and Charlie on the water and sewer. I'd love to see those things done. I think they have to be done. I would really like to do a lot of the critical needs in our parks. And those would be looking at the dredging and the creek bed restoration in Broyhill, removing the pier, and the staircase between American Legion and the lake. In Devant, looking at either replacing or renovating those restrooms, only because that not only serves that park, but it serves everybody that parks a car there, and the various events we have there. And I think those are way past due. Annie Cannon, I would love to see us start a planning process for that park, Annie Cannon and Glen Burnie. I'm kind of rolling together in terms of what happens with that park in terms of parking, restrooms, and trailhead amenities. And at the swimming pool, I don't think we can wait even until we've got to get the fixtures, the sinks, the hand dryers, all of that replaced. And then I would go ahead and get the Marsite done and the stone columns repaired there. And that's just a portion of all the things that we talked about. Those are just, none of that falls outside of critical needs. I haven't even touched on essential needs or desires, so. Did I miss anything this spring? I would like to see us put together a advisory committee of some mixture to look at all things downtown. And by that I mean an overlay district, our zoning and ordinances, parking as it applies to downtown. And I think that would be a good starting point. If that is planning board, if that's some other kind of committee, I think that we could certainly use some input. And maybe that includes public input in terms of a survey or something.
Would you involve the churches with that too?
Yeah, I think so. I would like to see, they're downtown. So I think the downtown churches should be involved, Brahm. So I think that would be a great first step because there's so many moving parts there that I'd like to start to get a handle on what it is we want to do. I vacillate on underground utilities. I think it's a great idea. It has all kinds of aesthetic improvement to it, but economically, I don't see that that's going to have. But I would be willing to move forward with it because I do agree there's not a better time, and we're going to miss that opportunity. And so, because of that, and because of the water and sewer line on Main Street, I would say that we should move ahead. I absolutely endorse pay to park. And I think we need to look at a comprehensive plan on rolling that out. There's some low-hanging fruit there that we could grab immediately, and we need to go ahead and move forward with that. And then on EMS, I abhor the idea of paying twice for a service. But I also abhor the idea that we're going to lose somebody because we don't have that here. And I'm like, I don't want to speak for Albert, but about just giving up on the county. And I think if we wait on them to make a intelligent decision, we'll never have an ambulance here. So I would be willing to put funds toward getting that. That's all I got to say.
I don't have near as lengthy of a discussion myself.
Sorry. Did I take your time?
No. You took Albert's. Echo down the line, my number one priority is water and wastewater plant, followed by pump station line and maybe 10 and 11. Third on my list was a tie with, or I tied them in, is number 4, parking, and number 9, the surface lot. I felt like that was still part of parking, and they tied in together. Next on my list was number 14, the beefing up, because that seems to be a lot of our complaints coming in has to do with safety, speeding, everything else, is beefing up that part. And last on my list, or that I listed in my top 5, was Brohill Lake, or Brohill Park and the lake. That's one of the most seen places in town. It does need getting to the point that it needing dredging, some work done around that. Love to see some benches inside the gazebo over there, places to sit. But that was number 5 for me. So my top 5. I'm done. You're up, Albert.
Oh, I didn't yield to David, by the way.
Pull that microphone a little bit closer so the public can hear you.
Well, I'm totally for water and sewer plant renovation. I mean, you just have to do that. I think we have to do the pump station, or it's gonna be down in Lenore. And then what are we gonna do? Tell people in Mayview, I'm sorry, you can't live here anymore.
Or they may have the best sewer system in the world. They just, yeah.
Called straight piping.
Head on down the river.
I do disagree with David on one thing, and it's only, it's not on the issue, it's how it's approached. I think the planning board should be the lead agency of anything done concerning underground utilities. We're looking at a pretty good list of pretty sharp people that we can implement what's on the planning board now, which is good. And since they are controlled by us, that's a big thing with me, control. Underground utilities, I mean, I didn't hear one bit of testimony from anybody that put on that great presentation speak to the need or testify to the need. I just heard won't. Now, I would be a great advocate of looking to put the conduit in the ground so we wouldn't have to dig up the road again. If, say, a year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, we've got the money to do all that. But there's nobody in that group can tell me that you start digging down one of those side streets and you might run into something that says, I'm sorry, you can't get to the back of those buildings. Because I've been in the plumbing business, was in it a long time. You start digging in the old town streets and you find things you don't even know how to name. So I wished that we could have talked about, and we didn't, and maybe I'll be scalped for this. I think the sidewalk, at least on the east side of town, needs to be expanded. And maybe parking eliminated on one side of the street, and I think that'd make a huge difference in the way our town looked. And as far as the underground utilities, it is really bad when you turn south coming up Sunset. It's not so bad when you turn north. So can that not be remedied without millions of dollars being spent? That's what I would like to know the answer to. I mean, it's true, AT&T has underground conduit quite a ways in that part of the town, but they've never been used. I don't know much else. This is an overwhelming list. I mean, it'll take your breath. But it ends up being the cost of doing business as a town of Blowing Rock. And I'm glad we're trying to prioritize things, because that's the only way you can tackle some problem this big. The parking, I think doing the above-ground parking surface on that property we bought beside the fire station, it would be a double-barrel return. I am not convinced that Blowing Rock is a shuttle town. And before I would invest tons of money in a parking deck, I want to be sure we are. And that is a cheaper way to do it than to gamble a bunch of money on a parking deck that maybe be vacant half the time, because people say, I'm not going to Blowing Rock, they will drive me around to get me to town. Just a thought. So I yield to Melissa.
The best to last.
I don't know about that. After I talk to you, I might be like, oh, God. I will agree with Albert that that's a huge list. And the way my brain works, my first instinct is to start dividing the list into groups. So when I look at the list, I start looking, there's funding things, task force things, and then even within those groups, there's priority of critical need, and then there's things that we have to look at. We've all talked about timing, so I agree, like 10, 11, and 12 go together. That's kind of, to me, one project we've talked about that the USDA loan can cover for us, and those, oh my Lord, I will be honest, when Pete and I went to the water plant, I actually asked them our equipment. I saw something like this at the Hoover Dam Museum. So yes, it needs to be, not, if you want to see something scary, ask Shane to take you to the water plant. It's, kudos to Matt's boys running our stuff and keeping it going. It's kind of scary down there. So yeah, that's number one priority on my list. That needs to be fixed. The police department, I believe we need to support our police department. You know, first responders, whether it's police department, EMS, that's not only for our citizens, but for our tourists, is a huge thing with me. The parking, to me, that kind of falls in both the funding and the task force. The paid parking, I support because I agree, probably, Aaron's presentation, if you took his worst case scenario and he miscalculated by 50%, we still came in 400,000. I don't know what we pay a year for the parking deck at Braun, but I have a feeling that's probably going to take a good chunk out of our payments. So that's income to pay for our future parking. But I think we need to study, like we were talking about with the churches and stuff, for permit parking to get some of our employees off of what we already have. And then we can still work with the churches for their special events. We're not taking up all their parking, and we're not pissing people off, oh, we can't park here to Wednesday because there's a funeral or. So I think those are things we need to study before we implement anything. Things like, I put like the outdoor seating, the downtown overlay, things like that. Those are more task force orientated. I do believe we need to rank those, but again, to me, I need to separate my mind. Are we talking money today, or are we talking, those are two different things for me. By far, we need to spend money in the parks. I mean, I've spent 7 years on BRAC. Our parks are scary, some of them. We've got serious issues, Boy Hill, Annie Cannon, Devant. We've got to spend some money in our parks and start. The spillway has got to be fixed. The lake needs to be fixed. I don't think it's necessarily we're going to have to spend 100% town money. I do believe we've talked about, the Boy Hill Foundation, the Annie Cannon. We talked about if we want to work on the trail, redoing the trailhead, there's trail grants, but that's stuff that's got to be done. I'm kind of going through, I'm not even going to go to EMS. That's just we all want it, we all need it, but we're not controlling it. I mean, I believe to continue talks. I'm on the fence if we spend money, how much we spend. I think that's still an ongoing conversation. I mean, like I said in all my debates, a 24/7 ambulance is the aha at the end of the rainbow, but how we get there is not really in our control. I mean, we all want it. I think we do highly need to concentrate enlightening our citizens that we do have the best first responder care by far anywhere in this area. And we're just talking getting transport here. And those guys can't get on the transport with you. So I think I got everything. I told you I might not want me to hear what I had to say. So.
You did good, Melissa.
Very, very helpful. I believe, we heard a lot of consistent things. So from my notes here, we heard water and sewer is a check mark. I mean, let's start with McGill moving forward on putting together a plan for our water and sewer items that is going to similarly follow within, I think, what we had planned previously from a dollar amount wise. So I do agree that one may be not easy. $5 million is not going to be easy, but I think there's a plan already in play there that we can do a little tweaking and work with them on moving forward. that potential option. I will say, so if I can just ask a few questions as we go down through here. So EMS, there's a meeting coming up hopefully soon with Caldwell. We don't know their intentions. I know they have all new leadership down there, new county manager, new deputy county manager, same EM, but they've got a lot of other folks that are playing different roles now. And I know this is one of their biggest priorities is continuing to scale up their overall emergency management, EMS and fire. So they've got some different things going on the fire side as well with some paid folks they're talking about to help out and support the volunteers. So I'll be really curious. I don't know if there's anything that'll come from that will help us, or it just may all be about the Caldwell side. But Chief Graham and I were talking about, a similar arrangement or something that was similar to what Beech Mountain has had with Avery County and Watauga. So, we are on the border. We're on the line here. Don't know if there's anything that could come from that or not. I believe the next step, if there's nothing there, is to do nothing on EMS, or at this point, pay for it. I think that's what the county has instructed. That's, like you all said, that's kind of the two options they've put on the table. And I don't know if anything's going to change within that. Solar sustainability, I think, no one said that, but I believe if you're okay with it, we'll move forward, with especially our new designs of putting that into place. I think that makes sense, as we know there's some return on investment potential there with the bathrooms and et cetera.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mention it. I think that's low-hanging fruit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
We're,
nice.
what,
Adding solar
So good
to
for-
our facilities as we
You know what I'm saying?
build them, like the restroom facilities in Memorial Park, have those solar powered.
Aren't those,
well,
that's
that's
gonna,
not a, that's not a kill you figure.
We can do all
That's right.
day long.
Those are easy fixes,
that's gonna require some ordinance changes. isn't
potentially.
it?
And Kevin and I talked about that, so we can tackle that one, kind of as we get there within that. Underground utilities, so if, next step would be, if we're in agreement or majority, depends on how you all feel about it, probably at the March meeting, and we keep bringing up that March meeting, so I don't know if we'll meet those deadlines or not, Hillary. We'll have to figure out what we got on the agenda.
Don't let David put the agenda.
Yeah.
I can put anything I want on.
And I think the group will tell you, I think the group from the chamber will tell you, the first step is to get approval for the design phase. There's a lot there that may come out that we're not aware of and they're not aware of, and they would admit to that. I know William Brinker would admit to that, is all the work that's been put into it, without sitting down with a full set of plans and designs, it is going to be impossible to come up with a final plan of how that project can move forward, because we're not even sure what's in the ground. But without going through and spending some money to do a site design, we're really not going to know what's out there. So,
So that'll be on the March agenda.
I was gonna say, I didn't comment on the underground utilities, but that kind of fell into the priority distinction thing for me, where we have a critical need priorities, but you also have to take into consideration timing priority. This one kind of falls into that timing priority for me. Underground utilities by far is not a critical need for us. They can hang in the air for another 200 years if we're still using them in 200 years. But, but as a timing priority, it's now or 50 years from now. And, I'm just gonna be upfront. In 50 years, I'm gonna be 100, so I'm not gonna be having this discussion.
You're not gonna carry underground tonight.
So, we're tearing up the ground, and I think it's one of those, we, at the very minimum, need to figure out if we're gonna put the conduit in. We don't have to do the whole project, but we at least need to have a decision on if the conduit's
Well,
going
that's the
in.
point you made the other day, and that's the point Albert just made. And that's why, and I said we need to put it to bed, put it to rest, because it's the only opportunity for 50 years now. David can vote on it again in 50 years if he wishes. You have to put it on the agenda. But I think that, one, that study has to be done before anybody knows what they can do with conduit, okay?
Well, I don't. I think you can put the main conduit in on Main Street.
What I'm saying is the study has to be done by Brimco, doesn't it?
Yeah, not study, but the design, so the
Design,
actual,
yeah,
so
design has to be
Brimco went as far as putting in a lot of effort to finalize the design, and there's going to be a $75,000-ish fee. That's 5% of what they believe it would be, which is about $75,000, in order for them to sit down with McGill, and the two of them work together on an actual final design of what that project would look like. And from that, you would then take that with the water sewer project to bid and get cost numbers with it. You can get a little closer to true cost once you have those plans in place. What was done up here was tremendous by the chamber, but by no ways was that anyone standing up here that is an expert in what that's going to look like. I
So
mean,
they
total
s-
going to look like.
Well,
We
thus-
need Brimco
Yeah.
to give
It's
real
gonna cost
plans.
us $100,000 to put the conduit in, no matter what. Bottom line.
Well, and
It's
I
a million.
accuse
To
them
design
of
to put it in.
somewhat misleading me and others by not mentioning, look, before we do anything, we're gonna have to spend $100,000.
They did mention
He did mention it.
75,000.
He did mention the 75,000 from
That ain't
Brimco.
100.
McGill's portion's going to be another probably 25-ish thousand to
If
take
that's
the
what
two
it's gonna
to
cost
take the
us
two
to put
projects
in
into one.
The conduit, I would support that.
That's what it's gonna cost us to get the design to put the conduit, for the conduit.
And then if you decide not to do it, you're out to 100,000.
Yes.
But you have the
So,
design.
so there's about, and again, I'll get you exact
Catch
numbers
22,
because
roughly.
we haven't
That's
taken
what I
this.
said, except for you on the design.
We have not taken this, like I said, Doug Chapman's not been overly involved. He's watched from afar, that type of thing, because we didn't necessarily want to spend town resources. You didn't give authorization to spend town resources, and I was waiting until this group presented. Next step would be for Doug Chapman and McGill, because they are designing the water sewer project, to work with Brimco on getting some finite designs that potentially could be looked at to, one, true up some cost number, probably within that, and then two, to bring back to you all the feasibility, maybe with an option one and an option two. Maybe option one is the entire project, maybe option two is just conduit. Our concern, and it's no different than the concern of the chamber, our concern is we don't know what we don't know. And so until we sit down with the folks that are going to be doing the work, Brimco being the primary contractor on the utility side, we don't necessarily have a finite project. We know enough about what we know based on this group's work without spending. So it's a $100,000 decision, and we can't vote on it today. So in March, we can bring that to you after we work, and more than likely Doug will bring that to you. We'll work, get him to bring it to you as well. Because he has those relationships with Brimco, and we can work through that. But it is a $100,000 discussion in March-ish. Again, if it's 98,000 or 108,000, I don't know the exact number. We've got to sit down with the two of them.
It's
and get a
2.5
number.
police cars.
Well, I just thought I'd throw it out there, because either we do it March or April.
Really needs to be March because
The
of
window of
it's about a
opportunity.
90-day to 120-day design time for the two of them to work together. So even
Whatever you
if
guys
we
want.
if we vote yay in March to move forward with the $100,000-ish, it would be summer before the two of them have a deliverable. So we don't want to be pushed on our water. We don't want to delay our project.
No, we don't want to delay
because of that.
water sewer.
Yeah,
We can,
yeah, it's moving
I
ahead.
don't think, delay the water and sewer. I think the bias of everybody is the water and sewer.
Okay, so I'm hearing that one's coming.
I
From at
just
least discussion standpoint.
can't right now swallow spending $100,000 for something you might or might not be able to do. I mean, they brought us a great proposal, but I didn't see any skin in the game.
Parking is more complex. I mean, so I heard parking on everybody's list as well, and I think that we all know that that's coming. Next step in that's going to be deciding who our players are to help sit down with this, because we've talked churches, we've talked businesses, we've talked tourists, we've talked council, we've talked planning, we've talked a lot of different groups. You all, if you don't have enough homework, we're going to have to start thinking through what that group looks like. Ultimately, you would be in charge of putting that together. I mean, it's the same as I look at it as similar to a 321 committee, in which we're going to ask council. I mean, we can give recommendations, but we're going to ask council to ultimately because it's coming, everything's gonna come back through you on parking, decision-making, what that looks like, whether that's you all trying to tackle that, which will be more difficult because of open meeting laws and et cetera, or if there's a combination of council member or members and, you know, a subcommittee put together. So that's kind of what I'm hearing from you all. Correct me if I'm wrong, is.
In talking about parking, and I think I asked you this question, you know, maybe last year. I mean, why would we keep the Bluff property when we have the 2 acres there? Why not sell that property and dedicate that money to the 2 acre project? I mean.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's.
I mean,
it's-
that property, I mean, I think you had McGill look at it, and they could probably get, what, 40 or 50 spots up there, but then you'd have a couple $100,000 to pave it.
Yeah, I think once we, and I'll speak for what I think we all talked about, is that property is probably not going to be as conducive for parking as what the Buxton property is. It's, never will be, probably.
Right.
I mean, unless you're spending a fairly sizable amount of money within that. So what we do with that project, I think, or that property is again, up for us for discussion, because in closed session, when we decided to move forward with that property, parking wasn't just the only thing that was discussed in that. It was discussed for other things as well. It's been discussed for a potential building location of some sort, or whether or not that turns into economic development opportunities. Or so I'm not sure from a parking standpoint that it makes sense. 40 or 50 spaces probably doesn't make a lot of sense there, but I would say that's for us to discuss moving forward.
Yeah, I'd be interested in what the rest of you think about that. I mean, there's, what, maybe $500,000 sitting there?
We
Yeah, a
didn't
lot
pay
of
that for it.
That, I mean, you paid what, $480 for it?
Yeah, 30.
I'll
430?
throw out my opinion on it, is that, for me right now, I would rather hold on to it, because we don't have a whole lot of land that we actually can do things with here in town. We had the idea of doing with the Buxton property of the park, but then we don't really have another parcel in town if we decide to do something else. And we were able to get it at a good price. I mean, that's just
Right.
my opinion.
No, I understand that part of it.
And leading up to what Doug's saying is, when we start the water sewer on Main Street, we're gonna need a laydown yard close by for gravel, pipe, so on and so forth. That might be the location they might have to put it. I don't know, whatever Matt thinks, but that's the closest. You know, at that time for supplies.
Right. I just throw it out just as a talking point.
Where you want to buy it.
I mind.
So
Well,
I'm gonna consult with Albert.
if you own it, you're in the catbird seat.
So I'm hearing
One thing
paid
to say.
parking, so back to parking, I'm hearing
Let's-
paid parking is on everybody's radar. So I'm not hearing anyone just absolutely against paid parking, which I think is a huge first step. Next step is going to be figuring out what that looks like. And so getting all the players that need to be involved in that, and that may not start with everybody, maybe it starts right here and then goes to the next level. But as Chief said, as we talked about, very key in getting everything on the front end right. The implementation and back end of it is pretty simple for the most part, once we all agree what we're doing and where it is. Getting our stakeholders, like the churches and the schools and others involved, even some of the private lots, I think, will be absolutely crucial in keeping things consistent and controlling what we're doing there. Doesn't have to even be from a financial standpoint, but I think overall, it would keep things simpler, cleaner, and logistically, it would make sense to keep everyone on the same page if we can get everybody to work together. So I'm hearing that's next steps, is what I'm hearing from you all. Broyhill Park and Lake, I heard that from quite a few of you as well, is we're hearing that piece of property right there needs to be looked at, dredged, spillway as well, needs to be priority. Fair to say? Yeah. I think I heard that from everyone. And then there's some things within that, potential rock work, pier, that type of thing. Smaller ticket items that we can discuss once we kind of figure out, I guess, the next step. I would assume dredging would be first and foremost, and then the things after that would be putting it back together. But spillway, obviously, as well as we're doing that work, needs to be crucial.
I think we need to figure out where the sediment's coming from first, before we dredge.
And I think that's a fairly simple thing. After talking with Doug, we've got some thoughts there of what we can do to do that. But, yeah, that's doable. You know, heard from David more than, I guess, and Melissa on the other park items. And again, maybe that's, if it's fair to say, without putting David back on the hot seat, but, you know, that committee, maybe we need to reevaluate after hearing all the comments from this at a meeting soon about what next steps may be with the other parks and critical needs, if that's
fair.
if that's fair. North Maid sidewalk, we didn't talk about that. You didn't bring that up. So there's, you know, we've talked about, well, I think someone brought it up. Somebody brought up the sidewalk.
Me.
Albert brought it up. So, similar to the timing of, and this doesn't have to be decided obviously today, but it probably does need to be a part of the final bid, package. But if we want to move forward with a phase one or a phase two, I agree with Doug. Phase three, we're all in hopes that somebody is going to develop that piece of property down there. If you look at the ticket, price that was put on there, you're talking belief-wise, and a lot of this, to keep in mind for the folks that are out there, putting down the sidewalk is cheap. Everything underneath that, putting in the stormwater, putting the curb, gutter, and all the things that aren't in place right now is where the cost comes in. Tying those in across each one of those subsections is going to be where a lot of this cost comes in. So, you know,
Phase one and phase two, you feel like need to be implemented with, or bid on with the
Well,
water sewer project?
I think if you're going to move forward with a timing wise, it makes sense to put it as part of that project.
With what, Charlie?
Shane was saying, the sidewalk, phase one, and at least phase two need to be bid on at the same time as the water sewer project.
If we're going to do it,
Okay.
and I'll tell you that one reason why is that there's going to be a lot of stormwater work under the street that has to be taking place. You don't want to go back and tear that up after you're done with it, of course, and that's why.
Right.
But,
Tack
you
it
know,
on.
that can be over the next few months. We can discuss that a little bit more in detail. That's a very fairly easy to last design piece for McGill to put that into that piece within that. But kind of like underground utilities, that makes sense if we're going to do it.
I was gonna say,
To do
that
it.
falls into that timing.
Now,
Thing.
question comes in about the 7 acres. So if somebody comes in, obviously, and buys that, or develops that property, it's already bought, somebody develops that property, you know, whether or not they put a sidewalk in is up to you all, depending on what they ask at that point. There's going to have to be some tariff work involved. But again, that's more on their dime potentially than our dime, if that's something that's amenable to both parties.
What was the price on that? $500,000, $750,000?
Probably between 3/4 and $1 million. There's a lot of rock and stuff in there as it goes around that is going to be required. Service lot goes into parking as well. This group that we're talking about is going to have to talk about satellite parking and shuttle parking, or shuttle as well. I heard nothing but water meter, or water stuff, you know, and wastewater plants. I heard that number one across the board. Buildings. Is it dinner time?
He's hungry again.
No space, yeah.
Yeah.
On the 7 acres, you know, we've had discussions with Lovewood.
Yes.
Talked with Brett.
Yes.
And I can tell you that some of their plans are to incorporate sidewalks into their project. Just a straw vote. Where does council feel about making sure that there is a sidewalk right beside Main Street? Or is it adequate that a sidewalk work through the front edge of the property? Do you have any thoughts on that?
So the question that was asked for those at home is the developer that owns the 7 acres has not brought a formal project, but has been to the town staff multiple times about a potential project. And the question is, our typical sidewalks in town run along the edge of the street. And whether or not that is something you feel strongly about, or if it is close to the front of the street or meandering through the front of their property. That was a question that was asked, I believe, by the developer. Is that fair, Kevin? Did I recap that?
I have a question though, Kevin. Would he not be required to put in curb and guttering along that street if he developed that property?
Well, not necessarily if he doesn't put a sidewalk right there. I mean, we could require him to at least put curb and gutter along that edge.
Mm-hmm.
But the curb and gutter doesn't mean sidewalk.
Well, how do you warrant he's gonna do that?
There's various options within that, that he's, again, roughly proposed. Nothing's been set in stone within that, but it could go up out of the ditch line essentially and go more towards the wooded area.
No, I don't mean that.
As it's cleared.
I mean, so we agree to do that, and then he drops dead.
Sure.
So what happens then?
We hope like hell he gets the sidewalk.
And we've already got our new road and everything.
Well, maybe nothing. I mean, that property may never be developed. It's never been developed, right? So it's not had one bit of development on it ever, and there's been probably millions of dollars spent over the course of of that property.
It's 3 owners while I was there.
So I think there's always a what if here with this property, because it's a big piece of property and there's a lot of what ifs within that. So the question, I think, was what if it does get developed? I believe it's the consensus of this council. It may not be this council sitting here, is that one of the requirements is that you're connecting our sidewalk system if you're building on that property, at least what I'm hearing kind of now.
Well, we've required that of other projects.
It would be required, Gene, but with a sidewalk that is up on the front portion of that we use through the project, is that adequate, what the council would want to see? Or is the council-
Kevin's just looking for some feedback if you have any or if you don't.
My-
Some
I
guidance.
don't-
guidance.
I'm not
Yeah.
locked in stone
I
on
was gonna say,
being on the front.
my personal opinion, and I spent 20 years next to that property, would be if they're not cutting the front of that property down, because the front of that property is high. If they are not cutting the front of that property down, they're leaving the height along the front of Main Street, as long as the sidewalk connects off of Hill Street all the way up to Chatola, and they're keeping it towards the front of the property, I do not have an issue with that. I was gonna say, because in order for it to run right along the street, they're gonna have to cut down the front. And I mean, if they're choosing to work with the landscape, the.
The terrain is there.
Thank you. Topography, I guess is the word I was looking for. I personally would not have an issue with that if it fits in with the plan of the property and the topography of the land, and they're not cutting it down. I personally would not have an issue with it.
The thing I say along that line, if that's what our guidance is it'd be nice if we could get DOT then to maybe rock or something that ditch from Hill Street all around, because that's one of our worst ditches right there. I mean, every time that it comes a hard rain, it comes right out of the ditch, right across the street there. I mean, it'd be nice if we're not.
Ditch line repair.
Yeah, if we're not putting a sidewalk there and we don't want to dig it up again. If they can clean it out and berm it, rock it, do something to make it a little bit, conducive in looks and actually better use. I mean, it just overflows right there.
Could that be a Cully Tarleton question?
And that may be part, or the developer as well. I mean, so it's ditch
But
line
while they're
repair is
coming
what you're
down through
asking.
there, it might be a good time, at least ask for.
I might know somebody could help us with that too.
Don't use it up yet.
If that's kind of the general idea of the council, that gives us enough, if we work with someone. If they never develop it, we're just gonna put it alongside the road. That's no problem, but if what they decide to do, will still meet that need, I feel good about it.
I would mirror what Melissa said. I don't think there's a huge advantage keeping it right up against the road. There's no it's not a good curve for a crosswalk or anything like that, so. But I also don't want to see it going catty corner meandering through a parking lot. So within that 50 feet radius of the road, I think would be.
We gotta work with DOT on all of it, with traffic counts and all that. That gives us good information.
Again, just for clarification, as we go down, we're getting towards the bottom here. Buildings, so bringing back to you all sometime in the near future, some thoughts towards putting together a formalized study. I didn't hear that, but I did kind of hear that. I think that was, I won't say that was given, but is that fair to say that I think we're all planning towards the future?
It wasn't on mine because we really didn't talk about it,
We didn't get into the weeds.
We didn't get into the weeds, but we're out of room.
Yeah.
And I think that what you call the Bluff property, who knows, maybe that's where town hall ends up someday, or a department of the city. So,
Right. Please.
I mean, we need to do something with, town hall.
Yeah,
And
we, and
we
we would
need to do
echo
some-
that. Those in town hall would echo that we need to do some updating. But we also,
And it's not even just town hall, it's police,
So
it's
we-
Parks and
we're-
Rec.
Yeah, the whole complex.
Now, I just took it as a given, that's what.
Okay.
done.
Just wanna make sure.
You were coming back with us. on
getting that guidance, making sure. So,
That guidance.
I did hear number 14, traffic pedestrian safety was on everybody's list, I think, just about, right? So everyone is saying, move forward with hopefully receiving a grant. If not, we'll have that as part of the budget going into next year as well, some additional.
You should have had this
assistance
retreat
there.
in the break room, and then we would have respected that a lot more.
Yeah. And then downtown overlay zoning, outdoor restaurant seating is on Kevin. I mean, so there's gonna be a planning board piece of both of those, obviously. Right now, what we heard is on the outdoor seating, enforcement, ASAP, getting the enforcement piece, and then coming back to planning board and council with some next steps of what that potentially could look like. Downtown overlay zoning, bigger picture, part of the comprehensive plan as well, as we're talking, moving forward with that. 1888, again, I think that's a small ticket item, we can put that in the operating budget.
That
I
falls under-
believe,
doesn't
I
that fall under
believe
Parks and Rec.
it does, and then we can work with the Historical Society about what they're thinking on a donation side. I think last time they came up with, quite a bit of the monies to do, they paid for everything that was out there.
They did.
And then short-term rentals on here, that we continue to be leery of, so to speak. And, Doug's relationship with the league, your relationship literally with the representative and others is, and our senators, Ballard's representation. I think it's just key for all of us to keep apprised, what the work, BRCA, others have put in. Just, we've got to keep our ears open to what's being talked about with short-term rentals. At the end of the day, we might not have a say-so in it, if that is the wishes of some, but at least we sound the alarms as soon as we hear them being put out there, so. Short-term rental.
I'm convinced it's gonna come down to a neighborhood protection.
So, did I miss anything on here?
What do you think? It all ran together about, after 3 days.
Well, I'm hung up on one thing.
What's that?
This $100,000 for the study. Okay, thinking about it with my left eye,
How about your left ear?
if we have that, they can say, yes, you can do it. Or they can actually say it's not feasible, forget about it.
Well, that's right.
Now, that takes away the argument, not yours, but you mentioned it, that this is the time we've got to do it. That gives us some time. If we put the conduit in. If we don't put the conduit in, we would not put it in because they've said this whole thing's not
We
not
can't
feasible.
put the conduit in till
Unless-
Blue Ridge does the study.
That's my
The
point.
design, it's not, it's the design.
Now, the other thing is, and Pete and I have talked about this, it's been done at Appalachian pretty big time. Hickory's doing it big time. Public-private projects. Private money almost seems to have no end. Ours is finite somewhere. You can just get so much out of the people that pay taxes in this town. We get what we want, they get what they want. We can afford part of it, and they can afford part of it. And maybe we need to get proactive on some of that.
I think with the timing of this, though, the 100,000 is going to have to come from us in order to get
No,
the
I
design
don't mean
done.
the 100,000.
The final
The
project, I think, will
100,000
be
is not 5 million, and I don't think it'd be 5 million anyway, 4 million, they're saying. Think 6. Think 6, when they get done.
Yeah, I would add,
I'm
some,
talking about all, like a parking deck.
yeah, some of these things up
Like
here.
another
so-
building.
So my experience, and please tell me if you think otherwise, is that the public-private partnerships, potentially play a role in things that are moneymakers up here. I mean, that's the only reason, I mean, otherwise it's a donation, it's a gift. I mean, so if we're talking Andy Cannon, we're gonna be asking for some gifts. If we're talking the Broyhill Lake, we're gonna be asking for some gifts. Probably no one's gonna give money, not so sizable, at least, to underground utilities. They're probably not gonna wanna be a partner with
No.
underground utilities. Parking is gonna be the key that's gonna come up. Maybe it's the parking company, maybe later down the road if we go to it, because I can foresee us being successful in parking. And if we're successful in parking, we will absolutely have opportunities to have those conversations about probably what that looks like. And we may choose to not do them, we may choose to partner with someone, but a lot of people will be very interested in Blowing Rock doing paid parking to see what the outcomes are gonna look like in paid parking. So if we start reporting that we're doing pretty well, then I'm sure we will have opportunities to partner with others to come in and do that. You know, same with, you know, with the buildings, et cetera, that's on there. I don't think you're gonna get anybody overly willing to do anything unless there's a piece within them to do, you know, make money for parking or rental
Or something
property.
that's pleasing and visible,
That's right.
aesthetically pleasing.
That's right. So I do think that's coming. We've never really had it before, but I think, I mean, from a true for-profit side, but I think that potentially is coming with parking as being the consideration. But we're gonna have to, we gotta prove to ourselves that we can make money, and then they'll see that. Somebody's gonna see that within that. I don't know if anybody's gonna take that risk yet.
Well, I feel like we have a good list, but as usual, we know, and we, even though we hope not, that things pop up that can change the order of this, what moves up, what moves down, what gets accomplished, you know.
So I will put together kind of a summation of what we've talked about. Hillary, I know, is taking some notes, and then we'll update our capital plan. This is gonna be key moving forward. I do think there's a chance at some point, there's gonna be some additional monies flowing down from some area that we may be able to take advantage of. If that happens, then, again, that's right back to the drawing board. It may change our priority altogether, depends on what's out there. Some of this stuff is easier as we update it. You know, we can slide some of these things like with the water and sewer into column 2, so to speak. We know those are coming up. But I'll send this out as well, you know, kind of as we update it, or Doug updates it, to give us a little bit of a guideline moving forward. And that's key. I don't want to keep harping on it. It's key for us to not lose sight of these long-term items. And we'll add to them. We'll hopefully take them away as we do them. And if they change in prioritization, then we'll move them up. And if they don't, we'll move them back.
Shane, that was our list.
Fair.
And, you know, and as our chief executive. Do you concur, or would you add or delete from that list?
I would concur. I would concur that water and sewer, to me, is a whole separate category. If you don't do that, there's going to be major repercussions. So we've been kicking that one a little bit, not purposely. The Main Street project, and we've talked about this, Nicole and Matt, that Main Street project being paid for is really the only reason we're sitting here today talking about some of these things. We didn't have a plan to pay for $10 million worth of water and sewer debt next year. There was going to have to be some rate discussions in there. So, you know, when I look at this list, and I think, you know, I speak for Nicole and Matt and everyone else, we look at what's feasible. I mean, what truly is feasible? So what are the needs? And then just because there's a need doesn't always mean that it's feasible necessarily within the same. So we've got to try to match those up. So the allocation from the state makes these water things all of a sudden become feasible because we plan for it. And planning's key. That's what this is about. Key, planning. We're going to start setting rates and things and mindsets to this, you know, as we move forward with some of these things that are out there. We don't want to be reactionary. We want to be proactive, and I think that's what we're doing now. We haven't always done that because of various reasons. And so putting this plan together and putting together a funding strategy with it makes a lot of sense. On the general fund side, I couldn't agree more. It's a list that could be whatever we want it to be, including underground utilities and parks and that type of thing. None of those are as crucial necessarily. You know, if the lake or the dam gives away, then that's different. But if the water plant shuts down because we've not acted, we all suffer from that. So the general fund's a difficult thing to put into prioritization, in my opinion. I think all of us would agree it's hard because more than likely, there's either a sales tax piece or a TDA piece, or most likely a property tax conversation that goes on within that. So I agree with the list. I think spending the money to get the underground utility design work done is the only thing that makes sense, unless you all said no. If you all said no, we're not for it, then I would say, okay, I mean, that's your decision on that. But before we sit here and have a real long-term conversation about 4 million or whatever the number comes out to be, we definitely need to get a design put together of what that's going to look like. And then we can make an educated decision. I don't think we can necessarily today without getting all that. I hate to spend $100,000.
No worse than I
And if
do.
we never do anything with it. But
No worse than I
if
do.
you all want to move forward, step one is to make sure that we all know what we're talking
Now,
about.
what are they gonna do for $100,000?
So Brimco charges 5% of what they believe the total cost of their portion is to put together a design of where they go. And, I mean, it is a detailed, you take it to bid design. So that's what they're going to do for that.
And they work in conjunction with AT&T.
Yeah, Brimco's the
And
lead
Spectrum.
utility contractor. So AT&T and Skyline and Ridgelink is Brimco.
Well, I asked
They all
that.
follow suit. So it's, at that point,
Yeah.
there's going to be exact locations of where this is going to go. And then the other utilities essentially just fall either below or above. You know, think about layers. Brimco's the main player here. And
Then
that's a
we
very
know
typical
what it
thing.
will cost.
Yes, right.
We'll have a better idea of what it's going to cost. And I can't sit here, Matt, we were talking about this at lunch or something today. We don't know what's in the ground until we dig now. That's the best way to find out what's in the ground is dig. Great example, and every town in America is this way, especially one that's been around since 1889, is great example, how many water lines were just found if you walked outside at lunch, you saw the utility
Right out
folks
here.
out there replacing a fire hydrant. How many water lines? 3.
3 water lines.
In one hole to replace a fire hydrant.
All of them active?
So,
You don't wanna hit them hard enough to find that.
So, and until we get a plan, I don't think, and until we start really getting into the ground, literally, there's a lot of unknown. The water line, sewer line, I'll tell you the same thing. Matt will be the first to tell you, and folks that have worked in this town, like the ones that'll bid on it, Iron Mountain, some others, they'll know when they know. So they'll know when they call us and say they've hit something in the middle of all that. So I do think we have to have a better idea from a plan before we move forward within that. But, buildings are something that I know is going to be a lot of discussion, but are critical for us to get a plan together now so we can start prepping for what that's going to look like. We can't add anyone in town hall if we wanted to, unless we put them in, I guess, the chamber, so we need room, so we know that. And PD, love the fact that we're wanting to invest into the PD, but at some point, investing is not going to be sufficient because there's not having where to go at the PD within that. So my list your list and my list are good. I agree with this. I think it takes a little bit more research into what we're talking about. Getting community input on a lot of this, especially with parking, is going to be beyond crucial. Making sure that we can all get on the same page is what that's going to look like. Same with the downtown overlay district, et cetera. I think we learned a great lesson, probably 18, 19 timeframe, is that we can do a whole lot better spending a little time on the front end getting some input than we can on the backside, trying to figure out where we went wrong in the midst of something, or where we varied. So, department heads, I'll ask you the same thing if it's fair to you all. Anyone brave enough to ask or have any input to anything?
Quiet back there.
I don't want to say that I speak for
Kevin,
you all, but
Kevin's here. He's got
I
some.
know, I
in his
said,
mouth.
is he eating?
Yeah, he's eating.
I'm done.
So y'all good with this?
Where did the spillway end up?
on this list,
Yeah.
it's on our priority list to go ahead and start. Yeah, I think the dredging of the lake and the spillway go hand in hand. I mean, that needs to happen probably very, I'm assuming, Jennifer, is that correct? Same time within that? And then pier, rock work, et cetera, back around. again, I think there's some opportunity here for donations and opportunities here to give us a chance to show folks that have already demonstrated, giving money to this area, that we're putting in, some skin in the game on our side as well, and hopefully prolonging the life of the lake and the spillway and the gardens.
Devant restrooms, did you say Devant restrooms?
I didn't say Devant restrooms. Devant restrooms, keep saying Devant restrooms. I think restrooms, so, yeah, asking my opinion, I think restrooms are one of those, so, we can build 6 restrooms, and they'll be used. I was absolutely, maybe one of the, I love numbers, if you don't know that. Hearing the clicks on the bathrooms, obviously, that one weekend, we had 6,000 people. That one Saturday and Sunday, 6,000 people used Moore Park restrooms. Is phenomenal to me. That many people.
Charging, are we in?
What's that? Quarter at a time, right? Quarter at a time.
I remember bus stations used to charge.
Any place we gotta put out a porta potty, I think we need.
And we're worried about parking.
That's for people that can't climb under the door.
But I would say, the key, my last takeaway from this was, great job by you all sitting and enduring 23 hours worth of us talking, because, and a lot goes in. So I know for the 23 hours here, there was 230 hours spent on the backside getting ready for all this by all the departments and putting this effort into place. I hope the folks that were watching and will watch see that there's a very concerted effort to plan for the future of this town next year, 20 years down the road, that hopefully other generations can enjoy what was done back in the 30s with the Robins, the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, with the water plants, the sewer plants, et cetera, that were put in here. So those are the keys that not only benefit our taxpayers, which is our base, everyone that comes to this town, drives through this town, et cetera, within that. So I appreciate your time and your willingness to listen to what we think are needs.
Well, Shane, I want to thank you, the time you put into this, all the department heads, the council, Hillary, Nicole, Thomas, y'all did a great job, and I think over the course of the last 5 years, every retreat I've seen get improved. And we've achieved goals, and it's really amazing to see what's taking place. And so I want to thank all of you. Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, exception David.
That's fair.
You're gonna give us an overall blast on this.
Yeah, give me a day or so, and I'll
Yeah.
get everything
Yeah, sure.
worked up. And we'll get McGill to update, like I said, this living document here, some of the things we've talked about, we'll move them up, categories and that type of thing within that. So, yeah, we'll get everything out to you.
You might want to give him till Monday. He's got another retreat for the next 2 days.
Ooh,
Oh, take all the time you want.
You doing chamber retreat?
So apparently I got put on the chamber board. I don't know if the
Yeah.
chamber member's still here, so I haven't been to a meeting yet, but I'm on the chamber board.
Yeah,
And the
you got
retreat's
put on the-
tomorrow? I mean, like, who decided
afternoon.
that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Friday.
well, we usually meet in November, but we bumped ours because of
I don't
COVID.
have to prepare anything, do I?
No, you just have to attend.
We ready?
Yep.
Do I have a motion?
Well, before we adjourn, Mr. Mayor, I would like to echo one thing that Kevin put out today. As we leave this evening, I would like for us to all remember and have prayers for Tammy.
Right.
Very much so. Thank
Yeah,
you,
very
Dave.
definitely.
Yeah, prayers for Tammy, for sure. It's been a hard year on the town in so many ways, and it just keeps getting harder. So, town staff especially.
Well, it's good to know we've got some incoming at the police department from seasoned officers.
Yes, very much so.
That's a good thing.
Mayor, make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Okay. Thank you very much.